Hello and welcome and a very good morning to you all. I am Shreya. Now, India marks the 77th Republic Day as its first parade after Operation Sindoor showcases new military platforms and rare animal contingents. European Union Commission President Ursula Leyen to be the Republic Day chief guest. Focus shifts on India-European Union summit and long-pending free trade deals. Chief Minister Stalin targets BJP and Centre on Language Martyrs Day. Kamal Hassan backs stand as rift with the governor grows and tea event likely skipped. The TMC slams BJP after leaders' remarks targeting Mamata Banerjee at a party event, alleges normalization of threats and abuse against women leaders. The TMC and BJP trade barbs over absence of non-vegetarian food on Howrah Vande Bharat sleeper train. Shakil Ahmed attacks Congress High Command, claims Gandhi family backing made Kharge's election outcome a foregone conclusion. 4 arrested after woman allegedly injects HIV into former lover's wife, a doctor, in revenge-driven plot in Kurnool district. A very warm welcome to all our viewers across the nation and a happy Republic Day. Today we gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey our country from its struggle for freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands for a beacon of justice and equality. And spectacular parade will be held at the Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces, vibrant tableaus from across the states, and a breathtaking Indian Air Force fly past. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Bhataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Now we're getting some breaking news where Karnataka's millets to microchip tableau will not feature in this year's Republic Day parade. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said the state has sent its Republic Day tableau proposal and completed all the formalities, but the final decision lays with the centre. Based on the millets to microchips theme, the tableau was reportedly rejected and is now likely to feature at the Bharat Parv. Let's listen in.
ನಾವು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪತ್ರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಪತ್ರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅದು ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೆಮ್ ಟು ಚೂಸ್ ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಲ್ವಾ.
Joining us now is CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, very good morning to you and thank you for joining us. Now, what official reason has the centre provided, if any, for excluding the state's tableau in this parade?
So there are two things over here. Tableaus during the Republic Day parades are used to showcase either a theme or an event, and they often state governments use it to kind of project themselves and also the work which has been done. Now, the Karnataka tableau is being called from millets to microchip. Essentially, the entire journey or the contribution of the Karnataka government and Karnataka essentially to development of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Well, it's actually the prerogative of the Home Ministry, it's a prerogative of the central government. Very often they reject a tableau or they don't showcase it because of various factors. I mean, if they feel that the theme that they've picked up is in any case being reflected in many other platforms, or they feel that there is no space for it, there's those kind of constraints. We'll have to wait for an official response coming in, but I'm very sure there's going to be politics over it. Once again, the Congress government over there is going to accuse the central government of not caring for Karnataka, of being anti-Karnataka and playing politics over it. As we all have been seeing, there has been a bitter battle for Karnataka, even though there have been elections far away. The BJP organization is quite strong there, and they are also going to use this opportunity to rebut these kind of allegations coming in from Siddaramaiah.
Right. Thank you, Pallavi, for giving us your crucial input on the same. Now let's move on and shift our focus to another story where European Union President Ursula von der Leyen is in India for being part of the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Now, earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met the EU delegates as both sides now prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th. At the heart of the talks is the long-spending free trade agreement described as the mother of all deals, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade. Let's take a look.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's a very important visit, taking in consideration that the chief guest on the Indian Republic Day. It's a clear indication that both the parties are interested in striking a deal which will be beneficial for both sides. So therefore, I believe the Prime Minister, when he says so, that means he understands the impact of such kind of a deal. If there is a free trade agreement have to be signed, and we can see there will be lots of generating of jobs for the Indian, and that is where the Prime Minister has been saying this, and I think the European Union understand the importance of India as a partner in the trade, and India also understand this, especially when the President Trump is being telling both sides that he is going to impose tariff on both the sides.
हमारा देश और उनके बहुत सारे देश यूरोप का संघ के बीच जो एफटीए साइन होगा वो ऐतिहासिक होगा, और जो हमारा 40 देशों के करीब अब ट्रेड हुआ है उसमें बहुत रफ्तार आएगी, और उसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि देश लगातार आगे बढ़ेगा। और जो कुछ सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन के लोग डॉट लगाते हैं कि यूएस के साथ भी मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है टैरिफ और कम होके उसका भी सेटलमेंट हो जाएगा।
Now let's shift our focus down south, where Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has launched a sharp attack on the BJP and the central government, declaring Hindi imposition will never be accepted in the state. Now joining him, MNM Chief Kamal Hassan said that Tamil Nadu will not bow to those who seek to destroy language as a means to annihilate the entire race. The statements come in a massive rift with the governor, R.N. Ravi, who has repeatedly clashed with the state government. Now, in a strong political signal, sources say the Chief Minister is likely to skip the governor's customary Republic Day tea party. Let's take a look.
कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, जैसे जैसे चुनाव नज़दीक आ रहे हैं ना, वैसे वैसे स्टालिन हिंदी के नाम पर अलगाववाद और देश विरोध की बातों को उतर आए। ये हिंदी का विरोध करते करते हिंदू का विरोध करने लगे, हिंदुस्तान का विरोध करने लगे, और यहाँ तक कि हिंदू परंपराओं और मान्यताओं को भी आघात करने लगे। आप देखिए, जिस तरह से त्रिपुरम कुंदरम वाला मामला भी आया, हिंदू समाज को दीप तक जलाने की अनुमति नहीं है, उनको हाई कोर्ट जाना पड़ता है, और हाई कोर्ट अगर परमिशन दे दे तो उसकी बात को भी इग्नोर कर देते हैं। यहाँ तक कि उन हाई कोर्ट के जज के ऊपर इम्पीचमेंट मोशन भी ले आते हैं।
मेरी पढ़ाई लिखाई तमिलनाडु में हुई है। मेरी माताजी वहाँ हिंदी विषय पढ़ाती थी। कोई भाषा का स्थान किसी समाज में है या नहीं है, न कोई ये दल तय करता है, न कोई ये नेता तय करता है, वो लोग तय करते हैं। तो जो भी भाषा से जूझने की कोशिश कर रहा है, वो भाषा के मूल स्वभाव को नहीं समझता। जब देश भर के लोग जिस भाषा से प्रेरित होंगे, जिस भाषा को सीखने में उनको खुशी मिलेगी, वो भाषा सीखेंगे। मुझे तमिल आती है।
देखिए चुनाव सिर पर हैं, इसलिए वो उन्होंने एक विवाद खड़ा करना है, इसलिए विवाद के लिए विवाद कर रहे हैं। कहीं पर भी कहीं हिंदी थोपी नहीं जा रही। प्रधानमंत्री जी तमिल भाषा को जितनी महत्वता देते हैं उतनी ही महत्वता हिंदी को देते हैं। वो बराबर की महत्वता सब भाषाओं को देते हैं।
Now shifting our focus to West Bengal, where a video of BJP leader Sanjay Das has gone viral, where he's allegedly heard describing the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee as a witch and even calling for her beheading. The Trinamool Congress has slammed the remark, saying this is nothing short of a public call for murder against a democratically elected woman. The ruling party has now lodged a police complaint and demanded strict action, while the BJP is facing sharp criticism over the language used by its leader. Let's take a look. Now shifting our focus, the inaugural run of India's first Vande Bharat sleeper train between Havra and Kamakhya has sparked a war of words between the TMC and the BJP. At the heart of the controversy, the catering menu, which offers only vegetarian options with no fish or meat. The TMC has slammed the move as an attack on Bengal's food culture, saying the passengers must be free to choose. The BJP leaders hit back, dismissing the charge as unnecessary politics over a railway decision. Now, passengers too have raised concerns, pointing out that even the no food option available on the other Vande Bharat services was missing here. Let's listen in.
See, this is why All India Trinamool Congress says how the Bharatiya Janata Dal party, this Danga party, this divide and rule party wants to create a havoc and wants to kill the democracy of India by selecting and forcing the citizen of India what to eat, what to wear, whom to marry, whom not to marry, where to go, whom to meet.
Now shifting our focus, and the former Union Minister and party loyalist Shakil Ahmed has doubled down on his charges against Congress leadership, saying Rahul Gandhi's family's support for Mallikarjun Kharge made it clear who would win the presidential election. Now, Ahmed accused Rahul Gandhi of sidelining senior leaders and eroding the internal democracy of the party. Adding to the unease, veteran leader Rashid Alvi has flagged a serious communication gap within the party, warning that workers find it quite difficult to reach the top leadership. Alvi has also said the party is ignoring the Muslim leaders. Let's listen in.
मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ। शशि थरूर साहब कैंडिडेट हुए थे, मैं शशि थरूर साहब को वोट देना चाहता था, मेरी पसंद वो थे अध्यक्ष के लिए। लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और तमाम लोग सिर्फ मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के लिए कर रहे हैं, और अभी तो 2-3 दिन पहले मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने भी कहा कि मुझको प्रेसिडेंट कह रहा है, कि मुझको अध्यक्ष बनाया है, प्रेसिडेंट बनाया है राहुल गांधी और सोनिया जी ने, और ये तमाम लोग मांग रहे थे। तो सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी जिसके लिए वोट कांग्रेस में मांगेंगे वही होगा।
आपको लगता है कि कहीं कुछ जो मुस्लिम नेता है उनके साथ ही कुछ ऐसा पार्टी में हो रहा है, या एक लार्जर लेवल पे थोड़ा सा कहीं ना कहीं एक कुछ दूरियां हैं जो सीनियर लीडरशिप तक उनकी बात नहीं पहुंच पाती है?
देखिए, ये यकीनन निश्चित तौर से चिंता की बात है। मुस्लिम लीडर्स एक एक करके बहुत सारे कांग्रेस को छोड़कर चले गए। एक आम राय ये बनती जा रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब कांग्रेस पार्टी पे ये इल्जाम लगाती है कि वो मुसलमानों का अपीजमेंट करते हैं, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये डर रहता है कि अगर मुस्लिम इश्यूज पे बात की जाए या मुस्लिम लीडर्स की बात की जाए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी फिर अपीजमेंट का इल्जाम लगाएगी। कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप, सेकुलर पार्टीज की लीडरशिप ये भी सोचती है कि मुसलमान के पास कोई दूसरा रास्ता नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराने के लिए वो सेकुलर पार्टीज की तरफ आएगा, ये उनकी मजबूरी है। अवैसी जैसे नेता देश के अंदर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, और इससे सारी सेकुलर पार्टीज को और खासतौर से मेरी पार्टी कांग्रेस को सबक लेना चाहिए कि अगर हम मुस्लिम लीडरशिप को नजरअंदाज करेंगे तो अब ऐसे जैसे लीडर पैदा होते चले जाए।
नहीं, मैं उनके बयानों से सहमत नहीं हूं, इसलिए कि जब कांग्रेस का अच्छा समय था तो शकील अहमद को बहुत कुछ दिया गया था। आज जरूरत थी और है कि संविधान बचाने के लिए, अल्पसंख्यकों को बचाने के लिए राहुल गांधी जी के साथ मजबूती से खड़े रहना चाहिए था। अगर उनके दिल की आवाज थी कि शशि थरूर को वोट देने का, तो दे दी होती। जैसे 10% वोट दे करके पार्टी में लोग हैं, तो यह भी उनका जो तर्क है शकील अहमद जी का सही नहीं है।
वो वोट किस चीज पे मांगे कांग्रेस के मुसलमान नेता, उनकी सुनी नहीं जाती जो वो बात करते हैं, इसीलिए सारे छोड़ छोड़ करके जा रहे हैं। और मुझे तो लगा है जैसे नसीमुद्दीन सिद्दीकी छोड़ के गए, जैसे शकील साहब छोड़ के गए, और बहुत सारे लोग छोड़ के गए, तो राशिद अलवी साहब भी कहीं ऐसा ना हो आने वाले समय में छोड़ के चले जाएं।
शकील साहब का अपना क्या अनुभव है हम नहीं जानते हैं, लेकिन वो कांग्रेस के जनरल सेक्रेटरी रहे हैं, मंत्री रहे हैं, सांसद विधायक रहे हैं, बिहार में भी वो मंत्रिमंडल में थे। तो ऐसी बात नहीं, उनको एक लंबा उनका अनुभव है और कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए उन्होंने काम भी किया है समय समय पर। ठीक है, जैसे अभी पिछला चुनाव हुआ तो काफ़ी लोगों की ये शिकायत रही कि उनको चुनाव की कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं दी गई। तो ये सब शिकायतें हैं और इन सब शिकायतों की समीक्षा हम लोगों ने की थी पिछले दिनों जब कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष ने बुलाया था, उसमें राहुल जी भी मौजूद थे, तो बहुत विस्तार से सारी बातें कही गई थी।
कांग्रेस पार्टी बीमार हो गई है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को दवाई की और चिकित्सा की जरूरत है। आपने देखा होगा कि 2-3 साल पहले G23 के नाम पर बड़े बड़े नेता, सबसे बड़े नेता कांग्रेस में रहे गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब, वो चले गए, उनके साथ एक भारी भरकम टीम चली गई। उसके बाद अब शकील अहमद साहब नाराज हैं। शकील अहमद कोई छोटे नेता नहीं है, केंद्र में मंत्री रह चुके हैं, बिहार से आते हैं, बड़े नेता हैं। बीच बीच में आपने सुना होगा कि कभी कभी शशि थरूर नाराज हो जाते हैं। शशि थरूर जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में समर्थन क्या कर दिया, पूरी कांग्रेस उनके पीछे पड़ गई। कभी कभी न्यूज आती है कि दिग्विजय सिंह नाराज चल रहे हैं, उन्होंने आरएसएस की तारीफ क्या कर दी, पूरी कांग्रेस उनके पीछे पड़ गई। कांग्रेस को आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए, कांग्रेस को सोचना चाहिए कि कांग्रेस में रह के भी लोग क्यों खुश नहीं है।
The only forum is where the mother, daughter and the son sit together and discuss it. That is the Congress Party forum. Many congressmen have realized that and are leaving the Congress. How many Congress senior leaders have left the Congress? I can count them. Milind Deora, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Jitin Prasad, Shakil Ahmed. So many people have left the Congress. Why have they left the Congress? The Congress Party is a family organization. It is a party that is only focused on protecting the family, helping Rahul Gandhi's vacation. DK Shivkumar is the favorite of Rahul Gandhi. Why? Because he is the man who finances Rahul Gandhi's 50 vacations a year. That is a fact.
Now we're just getting a breaking news where Prime Minister Modi took to X as India celebrates Republic Day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wished the nation a happy Republic Day, hoping the occasion would inject renewed energy and enthusiasm into India's collective resolve to build a Viksit Bharat. Joining us now with more details is CNN News 18's Akash Sharma. Akash, thank you for joining us and a very good morning to you. Now, has the Prime Minister's Republic Day message framed the government's priorities for 2026, especially his emphasis on strengthening the democracy and the vision of Viksit Bharat?
47th Republic Day, and today we know how the world is going to see the military might of India. But ahead of it, Prime Minister is somewhere stressing on the vision of Viksit Bharat, where we have been focusing on Atmanirbharta in the defense sector and in other sectors as well. And as far as Viksit Bharat is concerned, so it's a dream of Prime Minister and also the current government, where there is always that we should work on our indigenous capabilities. We should work on the sort of, resources and infrastructure we have available. In fact, we should add in that particular infrastructure and resources. And that is what somewhere is being reflected by Prime Minister in his tweet. Remember, this is the 77th Republic Day, and for the very first time post-Operation Sindoor, we are going to see, in fact, the parade where all the three services are going to be a part of this spectacular parade that will start somewhere from 10:30 onwards. And Prime Minister has tweeted yesterday. We have seen that how President Draupadi Murmu, in fact, pointed out that how India is focusing on Atmanirbharta and indigenous capabilities. But in some time from now, we are going to see this spectacular parade.
Right. Now, Akash, from a political standpoint, what themes is the centre and, of course, speaking the Prime Minister, emphasizing this Republic Day? And what does it mean for the nation's unity narratives?
Right. So on this Republic Day, in fact, it is happening at a time when we have, in fact, our national song has completed 150 years, and somewhere the theme is going to be around that only. We are going to see some sort of tableaus, in fact, 30 tableaus in total, and then the some sort of elements from all three services, in fact, the paramilitary forces. EU Commission, in fact, EU heads are going to be there. In fact, both the, Council head and, in fact, the Commission head, are going to be there. As chief guests, we are going to see a contingent as well.
Right. Thank you, Akash, for your crucial input and bringing us the latest on that front. And we'll continue to track the developments throughout the day. But now we're slipping into a very short break. We'll be right back with more stories and updates. Stay tuned.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Former Union Minister and party loyalist Shakil Ahmed has doubled down on his charges against Congress leadership, saying the Gandhi family support for Mallikarjun Kharge made it clear who would win the presidential election. Ahmed accused Rahul Gandhi of sidelining senior leaders and eroding internal democracy. Adding to the unease, veteran leader Rashid Alvi has flagged a serious communication gap within the party, warning that workers find it difficult to reach the top leadership. Alvi has also said that the party is ignoring Muslim leaders. Have a look.
मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ। शशि थरूर साहब कैंडिडेट हुए थे। मैं शशि थरूर साहब को वोट देना चाहता था, मेरी पसंद वो थे अध्यक्ष के लिए। लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और तमाम लोग सिर्फ मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के लिए कर रहे हैं, और अभी तो 2-3 दिन पहले मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने भी कहा कि मुझको प्रेसिडेंट कह रहा है, कि मुझको अध्यक्ष बनाया है, प्रेसिडेंट बनाया है राहुल गांधी और सोनिया जी ने, और ये तमाम लोग मांग रहे थे। तो सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी जिसके लिए वोट कांग्रेस में मांगेंगे वही होगा।
आपको लगता है कि कहीं कुछ जो मुस्लिम नेता है उनके साथ ही कुछ ऐसा पार्टी में हो रहा है, या एक लार्जर लेवल पे थोड़ा सा कहीं ना कहीं एक कुछ दूरियां हैं जो सीनियर लीडरशिप तक उनकी बात नहीं पहुंच पाती है?
देखिए, ये यकीनन निश्चित तौर से चिंता की बात है। मुस्लिम लीडर्स एक एक करके बहुत सारे कांग्रेस को छोड़कर चले गए। एक आम राय ये बनती जा रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब कांग्रेस पार्टी पे ये इल्जाम लगाती है कि वो मुसलमानों का अपीजमेंट करते हैं, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये डर रहता है कि अगर मुस्लिम इश्यूज पे बात की जाए या मुस्लिम लीडर्स की बात की जाए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी फिर अपीजमेंट का इल्जाम लगाएगी। कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप, सेकुलर पार्टीज की लीडरशिप ये भी सोचती है कि मुसलमान के पास कोई दूसरा रास्ता नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराने के लिए वो सेकुलर पार्टीज की तरफ आएगा, ये उनकी मजबूरी है। अवैसी जैसे नेता देश के अंदर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं और इससे सारी सेकुलर पार्टीज को और ख़ासतौर से मेरी पार्टी कांग्रेस को सबक लेना चाहिए कि अगर हम मुस्लिम लीडरशिप को नज़रअंदाज करेंगे तो अब ऐसे जैसे लीडर पैदा होते चले जाएंगे।
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Now let's shift our focus to another story where former Union Minister and party loyalist Shakil Ahmed has doubled down on his charges against the Congress leadership, saying the Gandhi family's support for Mallikarjun Kharge made it clear who would win the presidential election. Now, Ahmed accused Rahul Gandhi of sidelining the senior leaders and eroding the internal democracy of the party. Adding to the unease, veteran leader Rashid Alvi has now flagged a serious communication gap within the party, warning that workers find it quite difficult to reach to the top leadership. Alvi has also said the party is ignoring the Muslim leaders. Let's listen in.
मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ। शशि थरूर साहब कैंडिडेट हुए थे। मैं शशि थरूर साहब को वोट देना चाहता था, मेरी पसंद वो थे अध्यक्ष के लिए। लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और तमाम लोग सिर्फ मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के लिए कर रहे हैं, और अभी तो 2-3 दिन पहले मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने भी कहा कि मुझको प्रेसिडेंट कह रहा है कि मुझको अध्यक्ष बनाया है, प्रेसिडेंट बनाया है राहुल गांधी और सोनिया जी ने, और ये तमाम लोग मांग रहे थे। तो सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी जिसके लिए वोट कांग्रेस में मांगेंगे वही होगा।
आपको लगता है कि कहीं कुछ जो मुस्लिम नेता है उनके साथ ही कुछ ऐसा पार्टी में हो रहा है, या एक लार्जर लेवल पे थोड़ा सा कहीं ना कहीं एक कुछ दूरियां हैं जो सीनियर लीडरशिप तक उनकी बात नहीं पहुंच पाती है?
देखिए, ये यकीनन निश्चित तौर से चिंता की बात है। मुस्लिम लीडर्स एक एक करके बहुत सारे कांग्रेस को छोड़कर चले गए। एक आम राय ये बनती जा रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब कांग्रेस पार्टी पे ये इल्जाम लगाती है कि वो मुसलमानों का अपीजमेंट करते हैं, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये डर रहता है कि अगर मुस्लिम इश्यूज पे बात की जाए या मुस्लिम लीडर्स की बात की जाए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी फिर अपीजमेंट का इल्जाम लगाएगी। कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप, सेकुलर पार्टीज की लीडरशिप ये भी सोचती है कि मुसलमान के पास कोई दूसरा रास्ता नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराने के लिए वो सेकुलर पार्टीज की तरफ आएगा, ये उनकी मजबूरी है। अवैसी जैसे नेता देश के अंदर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं और इससे सारी सेकुलर पार्टीज को और खासतौर से मेरी पार्टी कांग्रेस को सबक लेना चाहिए कि अगर हम मुस्लिम लीडरशिप को नजरअंदाज करेंगे तो अब ऐसे जैसे लीडर पैदा होते चले जाएंगे।
With that, we're now running into a very short break. We'll be right back with more stories and updates. Stay tuned.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Former Union Minister and party loyalist Shakil Ahmed has doubled down on his charges against Congress leadership, saying the Gandhi family support for Mallikarjun Kharge made it clear who would win the presidential election. Ahmed accused Rahul Gandhi of sidelining senior leaders and eroding internal democracy. Adding to the unease, veteran leader Rashid Alvi has flagged a serious communication gap within the party, warning that workers find it difficult to reach the top leadership. Alvi has also said that the party is ignoring Muslim leaders. Have a look.
मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ। शशि थरूर साहब कैंडिडेट हुए थे। मैं शशि थरूर साहब को वोट देना चाहता था, मेरी पसंद वो थे अध्यक्ष के लिए। लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और तमाम लोग सिर्फ मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के लिए कर रहे हैं, और अभी तो 2-3 दिन पहले मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने भी कहा कि मुझको प्रेसिडेंट कह रहा है कि मुझको अध्यक्ष बनाया है, प्रेसिडेंट बनाया है राहुल गांधी और सोनिया जी ने, और ये तमाम लोग मांग रहे थे। तो सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी जिसके लिए वोट कांग्रेस में मांगेंगे वही होगा।
आपको लगता है कि कहीं कुछ जो मुस्लिम नेता है उनके साथ ही कुछ ऐसा पार्टी में हो रहा है, या एक लार्जर लेवल पे थोड़ा सा कहीं ना कहीं एक कुछ दूरियां हैं जो सीनियर लीडरशिप तक उनकी बात नहीं पहुंच पाती है?
देखिए, ये यकीनन निश्चित तौर से चिंता की बात है। मुस्लिम लीडर्स एक एक करके बहुत सारे कांग्रेस को छोड़कर चले गए। एक आम राय ये बनती जा रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब कांग्रेस पार्टी पे ये इल्जाम लगाती है कि वो मुसलमानों का अपीजमेंट करते हैं, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये डर रहता है कि अगर मुस्लिम इश्यूज पे बात की जाए या मुस्लिम लीडर्स की बात की जाए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी फिर अपीजमेंट का इल्जाम लगाएगी। कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप, सेकुलर पार्टीज की लीडरशिप ये भी सोचती है कि मुसलमान के पास कोई दूसरा रास्ता नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराने के लिए वो सेकुलर पार्टीज की तरफ आएगा, ये उनकी मजबूरी है। अवैसी जैसे नेता देश के अंदर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं और इससे सारी सेकुलर पार्टीज को और खासतौर से मेरी पार्टी कांग्रेस को सबक लेना चाहिए कि अगर हम मुस्लिम लीडरशिप को नजरअंदाज करेंगे तो अवैसी जैसे लीडर पैदा होते चले जाएंगे।
मैं उनके बयानों से सहमत नहीं हूं, इसलिए कि जब कांग्रेस का अच्छा समय था तो शकील अहमद को बहुत कुछ दिया गया था। आज जरूरत थी और है कि संविधान बचाने के लिए, अल्पसंख्यकों को बचाने के लिए राहुल गांधी जी के साथ मजबूती से खड़े रहना।
There are a number of things that we are going to see for the very first time this Republic Day, and Scouts contingent is one contingent that you are going to see. In fact, we have seen during the Army Day parade as well, these soldiers, in fact in the white uniform, that are somewhere helping the regular Jawans and also the troops that are deployed in high altitude regions like Ladakh, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim. And these are the individuals who are basically the eyes and ears of the Indian Army in those areas, in that particular terrain. Right now we have Contingent Commander Lieutenant Amit. In fact, he'll brief us on the role of the Scouts, and we have been given to understand that these are 6 different units that have come from different areas, in fact different regions of the country. Lieutenant Amit, if you can tell us, for the very first time we are going to see the Scouts contingent. What is the role of these Scouts? Why these Scouts are very important for Indian Army, if you can tell us?
So it is a mixed Scouts contingent which has come for the first time here at Republic Day Parade, and I feel very honoured and privileged to be part of this contingent as a contingent commander. I am Lieutenant Amit Chaudhary from 2 Arunachal Scouts, and I am leading the mixed Scout contingent at Republic Day Parade 2026. So it consists of Arunachal Scouts, Ladakh Scouts, the troops from Arunachal Scouts, Ladakh Scouts, Dogra Scouts, Sikkim Scouts, Kumaon Scouts and Garhwal Scouts, a total of 6 Scouts. So the troops are mixed, and it consists of 144 other ranks, 3 JCOs and 1 officers.
You know, as far as practice is concerned, so we have been seeing you people practicing a lot. In fact, we saw you on the occasion of Republic Day, Army Day as well. It is for the very first time. As I mentioned earlier, you know, people don't know the role. You know, why these Scouts are important in high altitude areas, you know, in the areas like Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim, if you can tell us.
So, Scouts is based on the concept of sons of the soil. The recruitment is directly from the local region, which eventually helps us to know better about the weather conditions and local terrain. We are mostly deployed in high altitude areas. So if you see our clothing, we are wearing this ECWCS special clothing. It is a 3-layer suit. So the inner layer is black, second layer is all green, and the outer layer that we are wearing, it is white. So mostly we wear this on the sub-zero temperature areas. And for the boots, we are wearing RI boots. These boots eventually helps us from the frostbite.
And for how long you have been practicing, if you can tell us what is your schedule like, at what time you are waking up in the morning, because we have been seeing it as foggy weather in the national capital, how difficult it is to come out in such a temperature and practicing.
Right. We usually wake up at 1 a.m. It allows us to get kit up and reach Karyappa parade ground at RDP camp Delhi. From there we transit here till Vijay Chowk by buses. After reaching Vijay Chowk, we kick off our day with some warm-up and later on certain drill refinements techniques which are monitored by our drill instructors who have come here with our scouts contingent. And later on we have a quick breakfast break, and now we are formed up as per the schedule given to us, and the parade will start at 10 o'clock. Then we'll march accordingly when our time comes.
Right. Thank you so much. Excited for the day, for the specific day?
Yes, very much excitement is there in the contingent, and all are very excited to be marching for the first time. It is a historic debut, I would say, at Kartavya Path in the Republic Day parade, and we are very grateful for that, and we are looking forward to it.
Assam Regiment is one of the most decorated infantry regiment of Indian Army, and this time around on the occasion of 26th January, in fact, we are going to see one marching contingent of Assam Regiment. I am showing you, in fact, the visuals, the troops of this highly decorated regiment, in fact, that have got troops and soldiers from northeastern region of the country, and in fact I am showing you these visuals. These troops will be marching, in fact, on the occasion of Republic Day, and this time around we all know that how famous the song Badlu Ram is for the countrymen, but this time around we are going to see the marching contingent. In fact, on the occasion of Army Day, the country has seen, in fact, a number of marching contingents. But what is going to be special about Republic Day and this specific contingent? I'll try to talk to the contingent commanders. We have Captain Aryan. Captain Aryan, first of all, tell me, how significant it is, specifically when we talk about the Assam Regiment. They say that it is one of the most decorated regiment. If you can talk to us about Assam Regiment, the sort of soldiers you have in the regiment, and how significant it is for you people.
Assam Regiment itself is a very decorated regiment, as you said, because the thing is, the people from Assam Regiment are not from Assam, but from all parts of Northeast, from the Seven Sisters. Also, the most important part of Assam Regiment is that we hold a unique legacy of winning the RD parade, and we out of seven times you have won 5 times. So about troops, they are highly motivated. They are so Josh type that they are the source of our motivation. And being part of NCC, I was part of NCC in 2022. I was NCC cadet, and even during that time we won the best RD marching contingent. And now I'm participating again as part of Assam Regiment. It's just I feel a cycle which has come back and brought a destiny which has brought me to command Assam Regiment right now.
Naren, it is a coincidence that you are talking to Army, in fact NCC cadet too. I was an NCC cadet as well. I know the excitement, I know how it feels. But when it is about your contingent, so if you can talk to us about the kind of strength, also the practice timing that you have been involved in for last, how many days, I don't know.
We have been practicing since September, and practice schedule was from morning 7 o'clock till 12, and again in the evening and afternoon we used to practice. and our troop consists of their total troop composition is 144 with 2 officers and 4 JCOs. So this is the total composition of our troop.
Okay. Captain Gaurav, if you can tell me, is it for the first time that you are taking part in the RD parade?
Yeah, this is my first time.
This is your first time? What is the feeling? Of course, I know, you are excited, for the day. But how it feels, specifically, waking up in the early morning hours, in the foggy weather, when the world is sleeping, when the country is sleeping, you have to walk because you have to wake up for the special day. How it feels, if you can, just describe the experience.
Like, since I have joined the academy, since I was in academy in India and IMA, the routine was mostly same. Like, we used to wake up early only. And the excitement for the POP was always there. Like parades, it's a ceremonial parade. The excitement is always there, and same is for the RD parade. And as such, it is a national event. So we'll be putting our best foot forward, and we are sure that we'll be winning this.
Are you confident that this time around also the Assam regiment contingent would be standing out among the every other contingent?
Yeah, you can just ask any VIP or anyone who visits. They are saying they are coming and telling us that your contingent is a way apart, like comparing to other contingents.
RBC Center Merit of Indian Army has been training a variety of animals for different tasks and missions, and we have been seeing it for years. But for the very first time on the occasion of Republic Day, we are going to see an animal contingent. This is in fact the contingent where we are going to see these dogs, both the foreign breed as well as the Indian breed, and also the kite. This kite is very special given the fact that Indian Army has been training these kites as counter-drone measures. In fact, on CNN News 18 exclusively just 2 years back, we have shown you that how what is the kind of practice that is involved, and also for the very first time Indian Army is going to feature these kites on the occasion of Republic Day. And then the dogs, the variety of dogs that you can see, in fact Labrador and the German Shepherd is of course the foreign breed, but then we have the Indian dogs as well. I'll try to talk to the officers concerned. In fact, we have Lieutenant Colonel Dheeraj Mehta, sir. Sir, if you can talk to us about the kites that you are going to showcase for the very first time. आप अगर हमें बता सकें किस तरह से ट्रेन करते हैं. एक्साइज युद्ध अभ्यास औली में हुई थी, उसमें सबसे पहली बार भारतीय सेना ने कहें कि इन काइट्स को दिखाया था. किस तरह की प्रैक्टिस इन्वॉल्व होती है और किस तरह से काम आती है?
जो एनिमल ट्रेनिंग है वो अपने आप में पूरी साइकोलॉजिकल साइंस है. तो पहले होता था इनका डोमिनेंस ट्रेनिंग बहुत पहले. अभी क्या धीरे धीरे ट्रेनिंग इवॉल्व होते हुए हम ऑपरेंट कंडीशनिंग मेथड एक होता है जिसमें ट्रेनिंग जानवर के हिसाब से कराई जाती है कि आप उसके जो वॉलंटरी जो रिस्पॉन्सेज हैं उन्हीं को चैनलाइज करते हो, मॉडरेट करते हो to get the desired result, and in the process animal feels that he is doing what he wants.
Right.
But you are getting the work done which is required as an organizational interest for the benefit of the country or the forces.
हमारे दर्शकों के लिए अगर आप हमें बता सकें, ये काइट मुझे जानकारी है कि किस तरह से ये प्रे करती है और क्या कुछ काम है इसका, कैसे काम करती है, अगर ये बता सकें क्या करती है ये काइट?
ये काइट एक तो जो छोटे ड्रोन हैं जिनके पंख बहुत बड़े, जिनके पर बहुत बड़े नहीं रहते हैं, उनको फिजिकली न्यूट्रलाइज कर सकती है. और अपने सिर के ऊपर लगाए हुए छोटे कैमरा से ये सर्विलेंस का काम कर सकती है.
सर्विलेंस का काम भी करती है. ऑलराइट, थैंक यू सो मच मैम. इफ यू कैन टेल मी अबाउट द सॉर्ट ऑफ ब्रीड्स दैट वी हैव दिस टाइम around. For the very first time we are in fact going to showcase these dogs on Republic Day. What are the kind of breeds that you are involved in as far as training is concerned, and if you can just brief us about these breeds?
Okay, so this time we are having indigenous breeds with us along with the conventional dog breeds. So the indigenous dog breeds that are with us are Rampur Hound, Mudhol Hound, Chippy Parrei, Kombai and Rajapalayam. So these are the 5 indigenous breeds. Then we have 3 conventional breeds as well: German Shepherd, Labrador and Belgian Malinois. And these dogs are mainly, their operational requirement is for whatever specialized trade work that they are trained on includes 2, which is the detection purpose and protection purpose. For detection purpose, the specialized role include explosive detection, mine detection, tracker dogs, search and rescue dogs, and avalanche rescue dogs. And in protection work, they are mainly assault and guard dogs that are having a specialized role.
Right, ma'am, we have seen during COVID days as well, that how these dogs were utilized by the Indian Army. If you can talk to us about that sort of experience. If I'm not wrong, some Indian breed was in fact used during COVID days, to detect the COVID patients. If you can talk to us about that sort of experience.
Yes, so like sir has already mentioned that the training aspect involves a lot of neuroscience. So that is how for COVID detection also these dogs were trained. And they were able to sniff and then detect the, basically during COVID they were being utilized. Right. And that had included the component of training them based on the psychology that we can utilize for these dogs in their training component. So it is the same for all. We can just have a specialized purpose for them that we desire to train the dogs on.
How many dogs are there in the contingent? If you can talk to us about that, ma'am, the strength, and are you going to change it? Because we have seen on the Army Day as well, dogs were there. So do we have the same, set of dogs, same contingent, or we have a different contingent this time around?
So this time for Republic Day Parade, 22 dogs will be marching. And amongst them there are 10 indigenous dog breeds.
10 indigenous dogs as well. And for how long they are involved in the practice, ma'am?
We have been practicing since some time now, because that is the amount of hard work you require to put up a great event in the end.
Indian Army is operating in a variety of terrains, and that's the reason why they have got, in fact, the vehicles that can be operated in all sort of terrain. We have rough terrain in Jammu and Kashmir, we have desert in Rajasthan, and we have, in fact, the difficult terrain in areas like Arunachal Pradesh and Ladakh too. And possibly this is the reason why the induction of all-terrain vehicle, that is ATV, and also the particular vehicle that you are seeing right now, that is RRTTTS, that is Randhwaj, in fact. That can be operated, in fact, in the difficult terrain. And right now I'm showing you, in fact, the visuals of these Jawans in camouflage. And whenever you have any sort of requirement, these Jawans can launch operations, and these vehicles are very much useful. On the occasion of Republic Day, we are going to see this contingent where we have these modern vehicles. The ATVs, of course, the all-terrain vehicle that we have been using in operations, in fact, in the areas like Jammu and Kashmir, and also as far as this particular vehicle is concerned, so in the desert we are using all these vehicles. This is new age, in fact, where we have the drones being utilized by the enemy, and in fact the other technology is also there, and that is possibly the reason why you are seeing these drones at the top of these vehicles. I'll try to talk to the contingent commander. Lieutenant Colonel Ram is joining us. In fact, he'll try to tell us as to how these vehicles are important and crucial. And I can see you are a para jawan as well. If you can tell me how useful these vehicles are for the kind of operations that we see Indian Army is involved in nowadays.
Hello, I am Lieutenant Colonel Ram Vinod from the Special Forces of the Indian Army. Let me give you a small brief about each and every vehicle that will be taking part in this year's Republic Day Parade. Firstly, we have this Randhwaj, which is a rugged terrain tactical transport system. Here you can see it is being depicted with the help of a surveillance element with the camouflage snipers here, and behind you can see an FPV dead. They are equipped with Trinetra drone and an FPV drone, which carries a warhead, so that when the time comes, it can, on a need-to-need basis, it can destroy the target as well. So the camouflage snipers, which you can see, they are carrying Sako sniper rifle, and they are capable of self-sustaining themselves for about 72 to 96 hours in any terrain. So this particular vehicle, RTTH, it can operate in desert terrain, be it grasslands, riverbed, or any other terrain where normal light vehicles cannot operate. Same goes with Ajay Ketu also, all-terrain vehicle. As the name itself signifies, it can operate in all terrains, be it snow trails or grasslands, anywhere. And in this particular ATV, you can see this Nagastra loiter munition system, and in the other ATV, you can see jointed loiter munition. These are capable of hitting the beyond line of sight targets in the behind enemy lines. Next, we have the light strike vehicles. The light strike vehicles has been divided into two. First, we have this firepower component, which has this PKMG weapon, heavy machine gun, and an Igla as well. Next, we have the surveillance component, which is being depicted with the help of Q6 surveillance drone, Tunga high altitude drone, and a canister launched micro drone as well. these drones enhances our situational awareness and enables battlefield transparency for the tactical commandos on ground.
Now we have the robotic mules as well, sir. For the very first time, we are going to see these mules walking, at the Kartavya Path.
No, they won't be exactly walking. They'll be on static mode, and when they'll be crossing the saluting dais, they'll be showing some movement there. Otherwise, they are capable of walking. However, for this particular RD parade, they won't be moving. You can also see the one particular modification which we have done in this robotic mule. It has purely been done by the at our level only, not by the OEM. The weapons you can see here are the Tableau assault rifle and Negev LMG. These weapons have been equipped with the remote trigger mechanism with about 10 to 100 meter radius. So in case of, let's say, we go for a room intervention operation, without sending a live soldier inside the room, they can be operated remotely from outside, so that our own soldiers' life is not at stake.
This is basically the weight on...
Yes, apart from carrying out operations, it can also carry logistics loads in terrains or in places where for a soldier to go is humanly impossible. There it comes handy.
As far as, the variety of terrains we have, sir, specifically starting from Jammu and Kashmir to Rajasthan, then to, the high altitude areas as well. So these things, the vehicles that we are seeing, or these robotic mules that we are seeing. So robotic mules are limited to high altitude terrain, if I'm not wrong. But all these vehicles are being utilized by Indian Army in all these terrains?
Yes, it is only in the past 2 days. As we all know, Indian Army's continuous focus has been on technology and autonomous systems. So as part of this technology and autonomous system, robotic mule has been integrated with the Indian Army. So they have been issued to all the special forces units, and it has been coming very handy during our operations and live training as well.
There are a number of things that are happening for the very first time this Republic Day, and incorporation of SCC cadets in the marching contingent is also happening for the first time. SCC is basically C Cadet Corps, and in fact these are the young students who are going to be a very part of this Republic Day parade. In fact, we have been given to understand that total 12 in number are going to be a very part of the marching contingent of Indian Navy. In fact, a C Cadet Corps, when we talk about SCC, so it is similar to the National Cadet Corps, and these in fact children and students go at sea for the training part and somewhere closely see as to how the Indian Navy functions. If you can tell me, first of all, the concept of SCC, those who are watching you at this point in time, if you can tell us, what is the kind of training you go through and how it is different from NCC, and what is the overall importance of it?
The Sea Cadet Corps is a youth organization, and we train cadets with respect to their discipline, their cleanliness, their patriotism, and other defense aspects as well. And we have over 500 cadets in active under training overall the nation right now. And I am at the rank of a lieutenant, and I have been a part of the Sea Cadet from 2015. For us, it's a great opportunity that we have been here after 40 years. The Sea Cadet Corps has been participating before as a separate contingent, but after 40 years we have been invited again.
Completing a challenge is a different thing, and then being a part of Republic Day celebration is a different thing. But how different is the feeling, if you can describe?
It's a very different feeling, like you mentioned. This year we have a model of Ines Vitarani as a part of Tableau, and usually we are at sea with Ines Vitarani, the three of us. So this year we are going to be in the Tableau of the Republic Day parade, and it's going to be a display for our entire nation. And but both are a proud feeling for us to represent our nation. Sagar Parikrama means circumnavigation of the earth on sailboat, and this is the fourth time the Navika Sagar Parikrama Project 2 is the fourth time Indian Navy was attempted to do circumnavigation. But this time what different was we were just the two of us, and it was a dual-handed circumnavigation, and we successfully completed it on May 29, 2025.
We are really happy that we are able to showcase Ines Vitarani. We were always at sea with three of us, but now we are able to be in the Tableau and be able to march at Rajpath and along with the Tableau, and it's a great feeling.
animals have long been used by Indian Army for a number of things in the areas where they find it difficult terrain-wise or the temperature-wise. And this is the reason why twin-humped Bactrian camel, in fact, is being used by Indian Army in Ladakh. And this time around, on the occasion of Republic Day, we are going to see these animals, in fact, walking with the other contingents of Indian Army. Right now, I'm showing you the visuals of these two twin-humped Bactrian camel. In fact, for the very first time, in fact, they will be seen on Kartavya Path, and we have been given to understand that Ladakh-based 14 Corps is basically using these camels for logistical and patrolling duties too. In the area and in the terrain where vehicles find it difficult to go, these animals are generally used by Indian Army for a number of tasks. And this time around, for the very first time, while we are going to see the animal contingent, these two, in fact, twin-humped Bactrian camel, in fact, will be seen along with the dog marching contingent and also, in fact, several other contingents of Indian Army. Right now, I'm showing you the visuals. In fact, from the other very side, I'll show you the visuals. This animal is very useful for Indian Army as far as high altitude terrain is concerned, and specifically in the areas like Ladakh. These animals are very important. 14 of them were in fact handed over to 14 Corps of Indian Army, and this is for the very first time in 2026 when on the occasion of Republic Day we are going to see these two in fact Bactrian camel marching with the other animal contingent, in fact the dog contingent of Indian Army. With camera person Sumit Jaguri, this is Akash Sharma for CNN News 18.
Before February 1, the hard questions. Can India sustain growth surge in an uncertain world? Here, India's sharpest stakes. Reading the budget as it's written. Here, India's leading analysts. What the budget can and cannot fix. Budget 2026. Reforms Reloaded. Only on CNN News 18.
The government should focus on implementation so that the impact is felt in full force. Proposed reforms such as couples tax will help put more money back in the hands of the middle class so that they are able to spend more. The focus should be on stepping up exports and managing industry growth in light of your global economic scenario. Watch me, Nirupama Soundararajan, live as we analyze Union Budget 2026 exclusively on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Former Union Minister and party loyalist Shakeel Ahmed has doubled down on his charges against Congress leadership, saying the Gandhi family support for Mallikarjun Kharge made it clear who would win the presidential election. Ahmed accused Rahul Gandhi of sidelining senior leaders and eroding internal democracy. Adding to the unease, veteran leader Rashid Alvi has flagged a serious communication gap with the party, within the party, warning that workers find it difficult to reach the top leadership. Alvi has also said that the party is ignoring Muslim leaders. Have a look.
मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ। शशि थरूर साहब कैंडिडेट हुए थे। मैं शशि थरूर साहब को वोट देना चाहता था, मेरी पसंद वो थे अध्यक्ष के लिए। लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और तमाम लोग सिर्फ मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के लिए कर रहे हैं, और अभी तो 2-3 दिन पहले मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने भी कहा कि मुझको प्रेसिडेंट कह रहा है कि मुझको अध्यक्ष बनाया है, प्रेसिडेंट बनाया है राहुल गांधी और सोनिया जी ने, और ये तमाम लोग मांग रहे थे। तो सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी जिसके लिए वोट कांग्रेस में मांगेंगे वही होगा।
आपको लगता है कि कहीं कुछ जो मुस्लिम नेता है उनके साथ ही कुछ ऐसा पार्टी में हो रहा है, या एक
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces' vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's a very important visit, taking in consideration that the chief guest on the Indian Republic Day. It's a clear indication that both the parties are interested in striking a deal which will be beneficial for both sides. So therefore, I believe the Prime Minister, when he says so, that means he understands the impact of such kind of a deal. If there is a free trade agreement have to be signed, and we can see there will be lots of generating of jobs for the Indian, and that is where the Prime Minister has been saying this. And I think the European Union understand the importance of India as a partner in the trade, and India also understand this, especially when the President Trump is being telling both sides that he is going to impose tariff on both the sides.
हमारा देश और उनके बहुत सारे देश यूरोप का संघ के बीच जो FTA साइन होगा वो ऐतिहासिक होगा, और जो हमारा 40 देशों के करीब अब ट्रेड हुआ है उसमें बहुत रफ्तार आएगी, और उसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि देश लगातार आगे बढ़ेगा, और जो कुछ सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन के लोग
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. The nation celebrates its 77th Republic Day, but this is also the first after Operation Sindoor, and it is significant because Bharat's Atmanirbharta will be on display. Bharat's Bal will be on display on this very, very special Republic Day. Welcome to all our viewers joining us here this Monday morning on CNN News 18. And greetings across the nation. It's a festive month, it's a festive day, but it's also a day for us to remember those who continue to put their lives on the line so that we can breathe easy. Today we gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day, a great moment for our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our nation from its struggle for freedom, independence to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and equality. We are, across the world, viewers, a beacon for democracy, that democracy works, strong, stable and working hard to becoming eternally secure. A spectacular parade will be held at the Kartavya Path in New Delhi. In a short while from now, the parade will feature the armed forces, vibrant tableau from across the states, and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. Now, this year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and Bharat's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride and its heritage and progress. Let's straight away, first up, introduce our guests in the studio. We've got Ambassador Rajiv Dogra with us, Nigat Abbas is with us. Aman also joins us in the studio this morning to get us the political aspect of it. But first, we've got to get you viewers what's happening on ground. Kaisi tayari chal rahi hai. Some great reports he's already sent across of our forces trying to highlight and put together something different from the last year. But Akash Sharma is with us from Kartavya Path. Akash, we've been seeing all your reports. There is so much of Bharatiyata or indigenous tech and indigenous efforts which is perhaps going to reflect at this Republic Day parade. What's special this morning?
Right. So good morning, Anand. Happy Republic Day to you, to our guests in the studios and to all our viewers. First, this is a special day for the entire country, and today the world is going to see the military might of India. You rightly pointed out this is for the very first time post-action during Operation Sindoor, that we are going to see, in fact, all the indigenous capabilities of Indian Armed Forces. This time around, it is a special parade also because of the fact that there are a number of elements that we are going to see for the very first time. First of all, Anand, in the next 30 seconds, I'll try to show you the visuals. I am very close to the Kartavya Path. Right now, I'm showing you the Suraksha Bandobast. Our Delhi police, personnel are very much deployed at several sort of, entry and exit gates that have been created for a special Republic Day parade. We have been given to understand that in total 10,000 Delhi police personnel have been deployed in the central Delhi. We are using technology, we are using high-end cameras, and in fact, several sort of other things are being used to, in fact, keep an eye on every corner of the national capital. Anand, this is for the very first time when we are going to see the battle array formation, in the parade. Battle array is basically the formation. In fact, the people will get an idea as to how our armed forces move, whenever there is some sort of contingency or whenever there is war. Of course, it will be within the parameters of parade, but battle array is something that is new. For the very first time, we are going to have the dedicated fly past formations on the success of Operation Sindoor. We are going to have a Sindoor formation where we'll see 7 aircraft, in fact, in the spearhead formation.
Right.
MiG-29, Rafale, Su-30 and also the Jaguar. Also, we are going to see several of our indigenous helicopters and also, the equipment. We are going to see Akash missile, we are going to see BrahMos, we are going to see air defense, equipment and platforms. And then we are going to see, ATVs and RRTS as well. We are going to see for the very first time the animal contingent. But Anand, in some time from now, this parade will start. And in fact, 10:30 is what the time is. Yeah. Around 1.5 hours, we are going to see the military might, starting from the heralding of the parade, to
what I'm going to ask you, I know you've been moved out of the zones from where you can actually share because obviously for security reasons, but there are a lot of people walking behind you heading towards the parade. It'll be good to speak with them also to understand why they are braving the winter morning and going there to watch this live. It's cold outside in Delhi, viewers, and there is this breeze that actually adds to the nip in the air. But you should see the enthusiasm of the people who are there early this morning, already vying for their best seats and that vantage point from there, from where they can actually watch this parade. But Aman, there, along with all this optics, there is also a certain level of politics. It's an important moment in time for Bharat. This every year is important, but this one critically, especially with all the flux around. The eyes are on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the EU chair.
Well, absolutely, Anand. And I think this Republic Day is very special. It is the first one, as you said, after Operation Sindoor. So this is also a moment for India, the victory moment in a way to showcase our strength on the Kartavya Path. Today you will see, as Akash was explaining, the whole battle array on the latest Atmanirbhar Bharat's military display on full show today, and that was something that the people will look out for, because after Operation Sindoor there's been a lot of talk about how India is going Atmanirbhar in the field of defense, because we don't want to depend on imports anymore. We want to build our own weapons, our own equipment, and that is what I think India would want to showcase to the world today when the when the parade starts on the Kartavya Path. The second, of course, this is also a moment when India has strongly stood up against Donald Trump. India is perhaps the only country, despite facing 50% tariffs from the US, India has not succumbed to Mr. Trump's demands. We have not given in to a lopsided trade deal. We are still in negotiations with US, but we don't want to open up certain sectors like agriculture and dairy and fisheries to the US, and India, I think, has remained very, very steadfast on it. I think that is also a big message, and you have the top bosses of the European Union as the chief guest today. That also sends a message. Politically, I think, Anand, this government is on its, perhaps its, I would say, most strongest wicket right now. 2024 is history with 240 seats, but now, they won 4 big state elections. There's a spring, I would say, in the step of the Prime Minister as well after Maharashtra, Bihar, Delhi and Haryana wins. So I think the government is very strong politically. The government is very strong right now strategically, and the government is very strong on the defense front as well. All these 3 areas, I think, mark the 77th Republic Day this time.
But beyond the posturing and beyond the obvious improvement in perhaps the perception, now, like you said, politically, domestically, and also internationally, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, Bharat is also walking a very, very narrow tightrope. And this is not easy to sustain. Before I bring in Nigat, I just wanted to understand from you why today is so significant. Is this messaging going to work, around a Trump who just doesn't seem to be hearing? This whole aspect that Op Sindoor is on pause because we decided to pause it. Whereas Trump keeps saying that I intervened and I stopped this war. Now, this is an issue. The other thing is there will be people who will be counting the tail number of the, or trying to look at the tail number of the Rafale. Because this is another question that's always asked. Kitne Rafale gire? Now, we are always worried about what we have lost rather than what we've gained. So, where do you see us today?
Well, for his first term in office, Washington Post did a count of how many lies he made every day. And it was 21 lies per day. Donald Trump. This time he's concentrated on India, and he's repeated this mediation bit 70 times already. Let him do it for another 300 times or whatever is his remaining term in office. I've deliberately said 300 times because after the midterm elections in USA, people feel he'll feel very insecure and the level of his lies may reduce. But that apart, India has trumped Trump. There's no doubt about it. Throughout the year, India stood steady, India stood firm, and India did not bow down. So that by itself is a message to the world that strategic autonomy is a big word. India is not advertising that, but its actions are a statement by themselves. Its actions also on Operation Sindoor are a statement by themselves.
Do you think Bharat got it right on Operation Sindoor? Well, in terms of narrative, in terms of managing the optics, the politics, etc.
Well, in terms of the action on ground and in air, Bharat got it right. In terms of what happened thereafter, in terms of our narrative, I think we lagged. There's no doubt about it, and I think it'll be hypocritical if I were to say that was brilliant. No, it was not, because Pakistan was quick on its feet, even though it had a hammering of its life after 71, but it recovered quickly, and I think it was because of the narrative that he got the Field Marshal's rank, not on ground or air. Now, as far as India is concerned, if we keep that narrative part apart for a moment, in Operation Sindoor, the country has got confidence. Country has got confidence, and I can see it in these rehearsals. The body language is, firm. Even the dress of the soldiers, whether they are from Navy or Air Force or Army, looks much smarter than in previous years. So there is a message which is going out that, India is now a more self-confident nation as compared to 2611, for example.
Viewers, you should see body language. There is one where I believe or I want to believe, and then you make that transition to say, I know. And then the next level will be, I am. So it's not just a spiritual thing, it's also about how we think of ourselves as a nation. The other thing is about truth. No, इसके सच के भी दो पहलू होते हैं, एक तेरा सच और एक मेरा सच. But overall it is the same such but from two different vantage points. So Trump believes he mediated, but he asked the Pakistanis to back off, and the Pakistanis picked up the phone and said, all right, please, we are sorry, we raised the flag. Bharat says, everybody called, we didn't mediate, till the Pakistanis called and said, please hold, we called for ceasefire, we continued our actions. So both aspects are true. In between, when Donald Trump said, I have spoken to both India and Pakistan, that's where there were a lot of, after that, if you were to see, Trump just says, I stopped the India-Pakistan war. He never says openly that I picked up the phone and told Modi, don't do it. It's always about the Pakistanis. That's where he has spoken. Now, whether that's been managed well by the Indian machinery, information machinery and narrative machinery, and also the BJP spin wizards, we have to, that jury is out, and we'll get opinions. Just quickly putting out the military might before we bring in Nigat into the conversation. Bharat's military might on display today at the Republic Day parade. Look at some of the missile systems. Makes us feel so proud, isn't it? The BrahMos missile carried out high precision strikes on Pak bases and terror infra. That will be on display. The S-400 defense system, which the Dushman said we have already damaged, but then 2 days later the Prime Minister was there on ground at the Adampur Air Base with the S-400 right behind him to say, boss, सब कुछ हमारा तो perfect है, तुम झूठ बोल रहे हो. So sometimes the narrative on social media can be broken and beaten by just pure visual optics, and that's why pictures speak 1,000 words. Now this is a long-range air shield that neutralized the S-jets, drones and missiles, Akash missile system that is indigenously produced, air defense suitable for varied terrains. There is the Nag missile system that will NAMS 1. This is a third generation anti-tank guided missile system. They will all be on display. And what Bharat is now trying to develop, and perhaps the Israelis were very surprised, is our integrated defense system using even the traditional old conventional L-70 guns, and from there on the graded response system upwards. As they came closer, as the Dushman's missiles, drones, etc. came closer, surprised even the Israelis who claim to have an Iron Dome. Their Iron Dome was penetrated multiple times by the Iranian ballistic missiles fired from more than 1,500 kilometers away. But Bharat was able to neutralize anything and everything. That was again another story that lifted the overall perception of Bharat's military capability. But in terms of political narrative, and as a Bharatiya, Nigat Abbas, do you think this government is doing enough? The first Republic Day after Operation Sindoor, what comes to mind?
Good morning, Anand, to you and to your viewers, and a very, very happy Republic Day to all our viewers. And this is one day that all the Indians are in one voice celebrating and taking the pride in our country. I do not see any politics around these days. Everybody is a nationalist, and they show their nationalism, I think, at its peak. Now, when we remember Republic Day 1950, I mean, 26 January 1950, Indians themselves chose constitution over chaos and democracy over dominance and rule of law over the rule by force. Yeah. But when we look at Republic Day, we know that it is not about chest thumping. It is not about the politicizing of the armed forces, the courage of the armed forces. The PR which the political parties, especially the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Modi government, the way they have been using, like we said, the Operation Sindoor, the entire operation, yes, it is a significant Republic Day because it's the first after Operation Sindoor, but what we do not wanted was that you as a party, you as a leading party at the government do not politicize our armed forces and the brave hearts. Also, what is sad is that even today, today is 26th of January 2026, and last night explosives of 10,000 kilograms of explosives were found in Rajasthan by the Rajasthan police in a farmhouse. That is not something we expected. We did not expect on 23rd of January that the schools of Noida, very premium schools of Noida, also my daughter's school, schools in Ahmedabad, even today received the bomb threats. We didn't want that. We didn't want, even after Operation Sindoor, that there was a bomb blast in Delhi where several people were killed. When you chest thump yourself, when you say that humne to ye kar diya hai, Modi hai to mumkin hai, you should be coming out with the facts that why is that India is lacking behind so much, even today under your government, when you say you are at your best, that even today we are facing these issues. such chaos that you have explosive, you have bomb blasts, and yet again you have seen when you talk about Trump has several number of times, 1,000,000 times has claimed that he's the one who mediated between India and Pakistan. Modi ji completely failed to counter that. Why do you lay a red carpet for a Chinese Communist Party at your BJP headquarters when they are the ones who were completely opposing worldwide our country and backing Pakistan? That's my question.
Now the CCP question, the BJP spokesperson should join us in 10-15 minutes. We'll ask them this question. But viewers understand this. Which would you prefer? Alerts asking you to keep looking under your seat and around you because you never know where there is a bomb and live in a constant level of fear? Or reports which say, listen, this kind of a terror module has been cracked open and so much of it has already been caught so that you are safer. Now, which is a better place to be? The ideal place to be is that there are no bombs around us and there is no security threat, but that's utopian. That's not going to be possible because every nation has to guard itself constantly against threats to it. Now, we got more news coming through. According to a detailed European military analysis, Bharat's air superiority during Operation Sindoor made Pakistan call for truce. Now, referring to last year's Indo-Pak conflict, the report said the Indian Air Force managed to significantly degrade the enemy's air defense system, then concluded the conflict by carrying out a series of spectacular strikes against Pakistan's principal Air Force stations. Akash Sharma now joins us with more. Akash, so clearly this report saying it was Bharat's strikes, air strikes by the Indian Air Force that weakened the enemy, and in less than 90 hours they raised the white flag, the peace flag.
Oh yes, CHPM is a European think tank, an independent think tank that has come out with this sort of study, Anand, and it is clearly pointing out that how India's air superiority during Operation Sindoor in fact made Pakistan call for truce. It is somewhere highlighting that how on the very first day, Anand, these strikes were limited to the terror infrastructure, but then the military infrastructure was targeted, and all the air defense of Pakistan, be it HQ-9 or their fighter aircraft, were in fact seen that how the destruction is happening at their air bases, and they were somewhere unable to control the sort of things coming from the Indian side, and this is what has been highlighted in this particular report. Now, Anand, we have seen the sort of narrative that was floated by Pakistan during that time, but by the time even the world leaders have realized that how India achieved the success during Operation Sindoor, and this is what this particular report by the European think tank is highlighting. It is also talking about the 88 hours of action, that how several sort of equipment and platforms were used. It is talking about the integrated defense system that we have here in India, the IAF-CC and also the Akashti system. It is talking about all these systems in details. More importantly, it is talking about the sort of victory that India achieved that forced Pakistan, for the ceasefire, in fact.
Well, thanks for that. But my question, Aman, is why do we need a European report to convince?
Well, I think the European report, Anand, is essentially reiterating what we already know, that, the way this strike was carried out, Operation Sindoor was carried out. And Nikhil ji say, I'll just differ from one point that, if you look at what when we speak of Operation Sindoor, it is the Prime Minister giving a free hand to the armed forces. I remember that first CCS meeting which happened soon after the Prime Minister returned from abroad after the Pahalgam attack. There was a clear message to all the ministers, to all the three forces, that you have a clear hand, free hand, you come up with a plan, I am okay with it. This is a stark contrast to what, Mr. Chidambaram has said, or the Air Force Chief at that time in 2008, after the 26/11 strikes, had said that, the forces could have carried out a strike in Pakistan, but the political establishment stopped them from doing that. And I have covered internal security in those years. Every 6 months, there used to be a big bomb blast. I've covered Hyderabad, Bangalore, Delhi, UP. The Indian Mujahideen was, running amok under the time of, especially under UPA 2. And, right now when the Prime Minister speaks that we have stopped bomb blasts in this country like the frequency it happened earlier, there is some merit in that statement. Yes, Delhi blasts have taken place and, one odd, but that module, in fact, was also cracked. One person slipped out of that module and carried out that strike. That said, I think Operation Sindoor is also a message by India that this is a country which will act without any other support. If it wants to go after Pakistan in this strike, in fact, first attacking the terror headquarters in Muridke, Bahawalpur, whenever we last heard, and I remember the first meeting the PM had with Mr. Rajnath Singh, I'm told Rajnath Singh had clearly said that we will hit Muridke and Bahawalpur. There will be no plan without that. And that is what India did. And after that, what we happened on the 10th of May morning when we went 200 kilometers inside Pakistan to smash their air bases. I think this is the strike which was, unparalleled in magnitude and unparalleled in history. After I think the 71 war, this is the first time that India went so deep inside Pakistan to strike. So I think this is a moment to celebrate our big military victory, and the European think tank is only reiterating what we know.
Now, here are 2-3 points, viewers, one must consider. If I have a gun, I can only show it. I can fire the gun only if I have bullets. बिना गोली के बंदूक कोई काम की नहीं है. So if you are in a nation where the army has equipment but it cannot be replenished, how are you going to get into a situation of a conflict? We may have aircraft, but if there are no defense systems, then how are we going to go and fight? We need to have a comprehensive mechanism or a defense system in place for us to even go and pick up a fight with somebody. If you go and decide to go take a fight, you have to be able to take a few punches. Just landing one punch and then getting smashed on the other hand is no position. So, did the political establishment of the year back in 2008 have this issue to worry about, that they didn't have money, they didn't have cartridges, they didn't have missiles to put into the silos? Now, these are questions that we need to explore. But the other thing is, Mumbai, the financial capital of our country, and every day as you walk into the local train, millions of people who are hearing only one part. अपने आस-पास कोई भी बैग पड़ा हुआ तो ध्यान से देखें, वो बम हो सकता है. जहां आप बैठे हैं उस कुर्सी के नीचे जरा देखें, वहां बम हो सकता है. कहीं पर भी चल रहे हैं आस-पास देखें, वहां बम हो सकता है. Financial capital of the country was living in constant fear. That's what the Dushman had been able to achieve back then. Can you progress when you are constantly in fear? Or will you progress and think ahead when you are feeling secure? Now, let's take this conversation forward. Has the European deep state made a shift, sir? Because this think tank is putting out this study. Is there a shift in the mindset of the European deep state, Bharat versus Pakistan?
Anand, one swallow doesn't make a summer. So let's not depend on endorsement by one think tank of Europe. The big endorsement is, I'll give you another example.
Videshi endorsement is a constant mindset in our head, no?
Well, we have to get out of colonial mindset. But I'll give you another example. You had mentioned about the Iranian drones flying to Israel, and the Iron Dome tried to sort of counter some of them. Many got through. Now, the important thing is, and I don't think it's been debated or speculated upon much in India, that is what should be flagged. From Iran to Israel, there was a time lag of many minutes.
Yes.
From Pakistan to India, there was a time lag of only maybe 2, 3 or 4 minutes. And yet, our counter system was successful in countering almost the entirety of their drones and their missiles. There were maybe some exceptions, some fell in Jammu, some fell in other places, but it's a remarkable achievement. So we don't really, I mean, if endorsement comes in, well and good, but that is not going to be the ultimate test of our capability. Our capability is that yes, we stood our ground not only against Pakistan, we stood our ground against China, Turkey and Azerbaijan, who was supporting Pakistan fully in Operation Sindoor.
No, absolutely. I totally agree. These are pictures, viewers, from the past. You know, there have been Republic Day parades in extreme fog, extreme winter, and also rain. And it's quite chilly. Now, outside, it's just about 7 degrees, going up to 9 degrees with a nip in the air. And it's a clear day, though. Let's try and also get you some important data and information which I'd like to share with our viewers. Now, Bharat also marks its first Republic Day after Operation Sindoor with a powerful symbolic parade. Now, the symbolic parade is the fact that for the first time, the parade will follow a phased battle array format. Now, what is this? This reflects modern battlefield readiness. The Bhairav Light Commando Battalion will actually make its debut, highlighting Bharat's evolving special forces capability. Also, a range of advanced defense systems will be showcased, underlining the nation's growing military strength. The celebrations will also honor the 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram, paying tribute to the song very, very soon. So, this phased battle array, we'll try and get Akash back to explain to us why this phased battle array is going to be shown. But I think somewhere it is to try and also show what kind of strategies were used during Operation Sindoor. One, don't forget that there is an enemy which is waiting to strike. But also don't forget that today we have the confidence to strike back and also teach the enemy a lesson. Now that enemy is already working, going forward to another machinations, because we are not obsessed with the destruction of that enemy. But their be-all and end-all, their entire modicum of existence is viewers, the destruction of Bharat. So when somebody is so obsessed, no matter how much you pummel them, they will still say, can I get a chance to beat them again? Can I get back, regroup, maybe take another decade to come back, but will I come back? That's why they're rebuilding Muridke. They're rebuilding their markazes in Muridke and Bahawalpur. That's why those terrorists and terror tanzeems are now openly trying to combine ranks, also enter the political sphere. That's why they are trying to move to a hybrid kind of a format where they will try and radicalize educated individuals and also trying to come back and influence on the other side of the neighborhood in Bangladesh. So Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, we've got entities all around us who are waiting to crush Bharat as a civilizational existence. It's not even, religion is one part, religion perhaps is the facade, but overall the existence is that we've got to conquer this land and its people. Now, how do we counter that? Is an Operation Sindoor enough? Is it enough to just come back and just show this phase battle array and say, oh, this is what we've got? Because they're also upping their capabilities.
Well, Anand, as you very rightly mentioned, it is in the minds of Pakistan. Pakistani establishment, I would not like to uniformly color the entire Pakistani population in this, but Pakistani establishment is the one that matters. And they are determined that they must divide India in whatever way possible. First it was Kashmir and Punjab, now and then Bombay, the commercial capital. I'll give you one instance of this mindset. When I was in Karachi, at one evening, the host brought a young man and told him, sit next to this uncle, he's from India, and said he's the Consul General and so on. Now, I started engaging in a conversation with this young man and I said, what are you doing and so on. So he said, uncle, I just passed out from the Naval Academy today. And do you know what our pledge is at the Naval Academy? Having said that, he suddenly remembered that I was introduced as someone from India. So when I went back to I knew what the pledge is in various defense academies. When I went back, I asked my officers to check what exactly is the pledge at this Naval Academy. And the pledge was, we'll avenge 1971. So if you have that as your basic module, then there is no redemption, there's no option for mindset change. But there's another more recent example of Pakistan-Bangladesh. Why do you think Bangladesh has decided not to play cricket? It is because the elections are coming. And they want to whip up the anti-India sentiment. There is also the fact that Pakistan is egging them on. And Pakistan followed suit not just out of affection for Bangladesh. In fact, they hate Bangladesh for what happened in 71, despite the massacre they did. Pakistan wanted to further whip up the sentiment for its own reasons, because Munir is being criticized for sending soldiers to Gaza to kill fellow Muslims. So it's a complex, complicated and sensitive phase that India is faced with in this region. And as you said, is it two-front situation, three-front situation, or a complicated situation which India will have to wait through?
Well, we're still waiting on whether Pakistan will play the T20 World Cup or not. I was just checking that, viewers, because the Pakistanis are very capable of saying, Bangladesh, tum baar baitho, hum jaake kill ke aayenge. So that's how they are. You can't trust them. We've got to take a short break. Karthi Chidambaram is a little upset about the Padma Award list this time around. We'll tell you why when we come back. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces' vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's a very important visit, taking in consideration that the chief guest on the Indian Republic Day. It's a clear indication that both the parties are interested in striking a deal which will be beneficial for both sides. So therefore, I believe the Prime Minister, when he says so, that means he understands the impact of such kind of a deal. If there is a free trade agreement have to be signed, and we can see there will be lots of generating of jobs for the Indian, and that is where the Prime Minister has been saying this. And I think the European Union understand the importance of India as a partner in the trade, and India also understand this, especially when the President Trump is being telling both sides that he is going to impose tariff on both the sides.
हमारा देश और उनके बहुत सारे देश यूरोप का संघ के बीच जो FTA साइन होगा वो ऐतिहासिक होगा, और जो हमारा 40 देशों के करीब अब ट्रेड हुआ है उसमें बहुत रफ्तार आएगी, और उसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि देश लगातार आगे बढ़ेगा, और जो कुछ सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन की
Back live, viewers, back live. And as our coverage continues, we are awaiting the fantastic Republic Day parade. But there's also politics. It's a Monday, and then there has to be a Monday or Sunday. Politics is happening every day, and it's happening from both sides. One of them is saying that you have politicized the Padma Awards with the latest list for the Padma Awards 2026. Congress MP Karti Chidambaram saying that the BJP has picked up winners from the poll-bound states. He has said that selection is favouring recipients from poll-bound states. He's also stated that the government has made the process of selecting Padma awardees easier by prioritizing individuals from states where elections are due. So it's not people's Padma, it is about poll-bound Padma. Aman Sharma. That's the allegation.
Well, I think this is stemming because 3 of the recipients of the Padma Bhushan come from Kerala. So I think the opposition is saying that why give it to Kerala, as so many people from Kerala, which is a poll-bound state. But I think Anand,
Jharkhand bhi to hai, Shibu Soren ji
Shibu Soren bhi hai. I think the real fact is that, I think the Modi government successfully, and this goes to their credit, they've really made the Padma Awards apolitical. When you give an award to Mr. V. Achyutanandan, who's the tallest left leader, I think, from Kerala, and, somebody who was always across the political aisle for the BJP, to give him a Padma Vibhushan posthumously shows the Modi government's, approach that it doesn't shy away from rewarding those who are even on the political opposition side, but because they contributed to public service in a big way. Be it Mr. Shibu Soren, also somebody who has been averse to the BJP, who's on the other side of the political aisle, being given the Padma Bhushan. I remember Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav being given the Padma Vibhushan posthumously. Somebody who was totally opposed to the BJP all his political career. So I think this is something that the Modi government really takes pride in, that earlier under Congress governments, for example, why did Congress government never give a Padma award to Mr. V.S. Achyutanandan, all this while? Why not to Shibu Soren? These were, why did you not make it apolitical? So I think I think Padma award, especially the unsung heroes, Anand.
You are saying the BJP's position is that this is apolitical. Congress's position is this is political. But the Monday morning political worm has been caught by the Congress, be it in our special broadcast or in terms of picking up an issue for politicizing or to raise. It's the Congress that's taken the first march. The BJP, we are still awaiting their spokesperson on this broadcast. Congress is already here. All right, Nigat Abbas, politicization or not? Poll-bound state or not?
I think Modi Shah's approach and modus operandi is always politics. And they have completely showed that in all these years. In 12 years, we've seen that how they operate. Everything for them is about politics. Everything for them is about dominating the areas where the upcoming elections are seen, like lately happened about GST before the Bihar election. So they strategize everything. One thing I can say about them, because I've been once a part of Bharatiya Janata Party, that they're always, they're always in election mode. I do not know about the Karyakartas, but Modi Shah duo is always thinking about as to how we can get the polls, as to how we can convince the people that we are the best party and they are very good at achieving the manipulation they do for the people around.
What mode is the Congress on?
See,
because they forgot Sardar Patel, they forgot Baba Saheb Ambedkar, they forgot, they
we
decided,
are the ones fighting for the constitution.
When they decided,
we have forgotten Baba Saheb, we are the ones
I'm talking with relation to Bharat Ratna and Padma awards. They are the ones to confer themselves. Their leaders conferred awards on themselves before they conferred it on anybody else.
Anand, I think going back to history again, speaking about the same and not talking about the future. Okay, let's look at the government right now and let's see what best they can do.
What I'm saying is, when you point a finger at one person, you have 3 fingers pointing back at you. So I'm just asking, what stopped the Congress party from recognizing V.S. Achyutanandan? Aman had a fair question. What stopped the Congress party from recognizing Shibu Soren? वो तो आपके साथ भी रह चुके हैं in the past. What stopped the Congress party from Karpuri Lal Thakur? Why?
No, nothing stopped, Anand. I think time and time again we can, keep on discussing about what had happened, what had not happened in the past. But I am sure that now when we look at these awards and look at the perspective for our country, it's completely pro-India. It is all about the nationalism. It is all about that we look at the constitution. Like you said, we've forgotten Baba Saheb. We haven't. We're the only ones fighting for the constitution. We're the only ones trying to save the constitution. We're the only ones talking about that diplomacy. We need the strong diplomacy, because otherwise the outcomes will not be there.
देखिए, एक कहावत है, आप भी इसको जानते हैं, 100 चूहे खा के बिल्ली, तो फिर वो थोड़ा कन्विंस होने में टाइम लगेगा मैम, because there is so much of history behind when the Congress comes and talks about ethics, etc., you want to look back and say, bhai, what kind of you don't have, आपका भी कोई कच्चा चिट्टा कोई उतना कोई, it's not so great. So that's the thing. But now, this is going to be an issue. We'd wait for the BJP's reaction on this. And if you look at that winners list, Rohit Sharma is part of that winners list. So there are others also who have been awarded the Padma Awards this time around, some moving up. Dharmendra ji also has been posthumously
And does Karti feel that V.S. Achyutanandan is not deserving of a Padma Vibhushan after being a multiple-time Chief Minister of Kerala, dying at 101 years of age?
It's just simple, Aman. V.S. Achyutanandan ji was there last year also.
Absolutely.
So why was he not given by the BJP last year? Why is it that he's been given only this year? So that's where the question is, that whether or not there is a certain level of politics, and gamesmanship is fair as long as you stay within the rules. So if the BJP is doing it, Nobody stopped the Congress from doing it. Nobody stopped anybody else. But has the BJP democratized the Padma Awards more than ever before? We've got a diplomat right next to it. Let's ask him. Let's put him on the spot. Jaldi se, before we move on.
Well, I don't know much about Padma Awards because I have not been given so far. But, you know, shifting a little bit from internal politics to those who have been chief guests at the Republic Day parade, there's a very interesting thought that comes to me again about Pakistan. They were chief guests twice, once in 1955, the other time in 1965. And there were interesting coincidences. 1955, I think it was Ghulam Muhammad who came as the president. When he came here, before that, he had suspended the Constituent Assembly of Pakistan. So here he had come to celebrate the constitution that was done in India in 1950, but 5 years later, before coming here, he had suspended that. He had dismissed his prime minister also. In 1965, the agriculture minister of Pakistan was the chief guest. And within 2 months of going back to Pakistan, I mean, he was not responsible, Ayub Khan and Bhutto were, they had invaded Rann of Kutch. So Pakistan is a bad omen for us, even when they are given the guest of honor status at Republic Day. So politics abounds both within the country and outside the country.
Okay, let's talk about the politics that abounds with this Republic Day and the presence of the EU chairman. Now, why it is important? Because EU chairperson, why? Bharat and European Union, the trade is more than $136 billion. And this is the trade in 2024-25. That's the data. The other important aspect in terms of this number, EU is India's largest goods trading partner. 17% of Bharat's total exports are to the EU, and 9% of Bharat's total imports are from the EU, the European Union. Now, there's also another interesting number, 117 billion foreign direct investment between 2000 to 2024. 16.5% of the total FDI in Bharat, foreign direct investment in Bharat, comes from the EU. 6,000 plus EU firms are present in India. Now, EU is not one entity, it's continentally, yes, but there is a huge number of countries which are part of this. Each of them have a different political disposition and outlook towards Bharat and their perception. But in terms of trade, in terms of engagement, this is seen, Bharat is seen as one of the most important. And here is where we need to thank President Donald Trump, because his actions against the EU and with respect to Greenland have somewhere urged the EU to act faster on working towards a comprehensive FTA with Bharat. Rajlakshmi Joshi is with us. Namaste. Jai Hind. Thank you for your time, Rajlakshmi ji. But first, let's go to Siddhant. Siddhant is live with us. Siddhant, okay, I'm going to check if Siddhant is with us. Okay, we'll go to him the moment he's... okay, he's not through with us. The moment he's through, we'll go across. Let's ask Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. This trade deal, how critical, important is it? We are given to understand it will be inked, signed, agreed upon by the two leaders on Tuesday. That's what we've got word on. Aman will also weigh in on it. But it will take about a year for it to manifest or fructify, come into implementation by 2027. How critical, important is it?
Well, it is important because EU wants to become important in the world. It is presently not important, not even in terms of trade with India. And I'll clarify how. EU is not India's largest trading partner. In fact, if you look at the things, GCC has more trade with India than EU. And if you look at individual countries, no country in EU imports more than, let's say, Abu Dhabi.
Okay.
No country in EU figures in the first list of 10 most important partners for India. Netherlands did figure in 24-25, but that was largely because of Indian exports of oil to Netherlands. It was not goods as such.
Okay.
So there's a long distance to be covered. The only countries which are doing some level of trade is France and Italy. Even Germany has not been substantial. So I think there's a huge amount of homework to be done on EU's part, because they have put a lot of non-tariff barriers which was impeding our exports.
Right.
In fact, I'll tell you a personal experience. The first time when I was posted in Italy back in the mid-80s, I had a very tough time convincing them that, look, Indian silk can be exported to Italy. And they were hesitant even to give us participation in Como trade fair, which was a premier trade fair in the world for silk.
Italy.
So it took persistence. I managed to get through. And then finally, due to some change of mind in Italy, they also helped us in establishing fashion training institute for garments as well as leather. So there has been change of mind previously, and I hope there will be change of mind now on their non-tariff.
Sir, nothing changes mind as much as economics does. When they see that there is a certain level of economic benefit in doing and engaging with the nation, then automatically everything else takes a back seat. Because paisa bolta hai. You got money in the pocket, you can do a lot of things. China, had it not got money, it wouldn't have been able to flex. So they focused on becoming economically stronger. And then everybody will engage with the nation like that. Siddhant is with us. Yes, Siddhant, what's the inside track on this entire EU chairperson visit?
Anand, so today we are witnessing culmination of 1 year of momentum in India-EU relationship. In fact, last year College of Commissioners travelled to India in the month of February. That was the first time College of Commissioners travelling to any country outside the European Union. And in fact, at that point in time, it was announced that both countries are going to conclude a free trade agreement by the end of the year. So as you have already discussed the aspects of the trade agreement, I would like to highlight and talk about defense and security partnership. So today both EU Council President and EU Commissioner will be present at the Republic Day parade, and in fact both countries are going to ink defense and security partnership, and which will make things easier for the defense companies both in Europe and India for co-production, co-development. Perhaps Indian company could also be setting up manufacturing units in Europe and vice versa. And today, since both leaders are going to be at the Republic Day parade, so they will see themselves the great works being done by Indian companies in defense sector.
Right. Thank you for that, Siddhant. Rajlakshmi ji, compelled to take a break. When we come back, we'll take the conversation forward, the optics, politics, but more importantly, has Bharat climbed up on the indigenous tech, Atmanirbharta aspect, and does that then give us a little more heft globally? Even in this defense security cooperation, how much of it is Bharat going to buy and how much is it that Bharat is going to sell to the EU nations is going to be important. We'll take a short break. See you on the other side.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces' vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's a very important visit, taking in consideration that the chief guest on the Indian Republic Day. It's a clear indication that both the parties are interested in striking a deal which will be beneficial for both sides. So therefore, I believe the Prime Minister, when he says so, that means he understands the impact of such kind of a deal. If there is a free trade agreement have to be signed, then we can see there will be lots of generating of jobs for the Indian, and that is where the Prime Minister has been saying this. And I think the European Union understand the importance of India as a partner in the trade, and India also understand this, especially when the President Trump is been telling both sides that he is going to impose tariff on both the sides.
हमारा देश और उनके बहुत सारे देश यूरोप का संघ के बीच जो FTA साइन होगा वो ऐतिहासिक होगा, और जो हमारा 40 देशों के करीब अब ट्रेड हुआ है उसमें बहुत रफ्तार आएगी, और उसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि देश लगातार आगे बढ़ेगा। और जो कुछ सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन के लोग डॉट लगाते हैं कि यूएस के साथ भी मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है टैरिफ और कम होके उसका भी सेटलमेंट हो जाएगा।
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path.
I believe the government must continue to work on the ease of business aspect. If you lower tax slabs, it will help the middle class. You will put more money. How to recharge those sectors that are flagging and that face the brutal impact of US tariffs. The impact of artificial intelligence must be taken into account by the Government of India. Watch me, Sohail Seth, as we analyze the Union budget live, only on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces' vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's a very important visit, taking in consideration that the chief guest on the Indian Republic Day. It's a clear indication that both the parties are interested in striking a deal which will be beneficial for both sides. So therefore, I believe the Prime Minister, when he says so, that means he understands the impact of such kind of a deal. If there is a free trade agreement have to be signed, then we can see there will be lots of generating of jobs for the Indian, and that is where the Prime Minister has been saying this. And I think the European Union understand the importance of India as a partner in the trade, and India also understand this, especially when the President Trump is been telling both sides that he is going to impose tariff on both the sides.
हमारा देश और उनके बहुत सारे देश यूरोप का संघ के बीच जो FTA साइन होगा वो ऐतिहासिक होगा, और जो हमारा 40 देशों के करीब अब ट्रेड हुआ है उसमें बहुत रफ्तार आएगी, और उसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि देश लगातार आगे बढ़ेगा। और जो कुछ सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन के लोग डॉट लगाते हैं कि यूएस के साथ भी मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है टैरिफ और कम होके उसका भी सेटलमेंट हो जाएगा।
This is News 18 Network.
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram, Happy Republic Day as we continue our coverage here on CNN News 18 this Monday morning as the nation brings in and celebrates its 77th Republic Day, the first Republic Day parade after Operation Sindoor. So it's going to be Bharat's might, its Atmanirbharta, and somewhere in the language of those who are out there, one would see that transition from I want to believe to I believe. And it's an array of guests with us here also in studio. Aman Sharma, my colleague, with me. But more importantly, we've got Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi with us, Jain sir, and also Commander Rashmi Shergill with us, along with Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Thank you very, very much. We'll also try and go and get you some live mood on the ground, the final set of preparations and what's going on with Akash in just a bit. But my first question to you, General Chaturvedi, since you're joining us at this point, and we've been conversing this, what is it that Bharat is wanting to show to the world? Because everybody is going to watch this parade. There is a battle array formation also which is going to be used for the first time that the whole parade will be conducted in. What is the message that we are trying to send across?
The message that Bharat wants to send across to the world is that we are capable, we are strong, we have a strong leadership, but we are followers of peace. We have never, and peace comes through the barrel of the gun. We have to be strong, then only peace will prevail. Otherwise it will not. That's the message our Bharat gives. Shaktashali, Sampann, Sudrad, and बहुत ही सक्षम नेतृत्व.
Balam anuvartato dharma. That's what our scriptures also say very clearly, that you need to have the use of
Shakti.
force and a symbol of strength to be able to ensure that
Peace.
society is sustained and dharma remains in terms of that which sustains society. But army ho gaya, air force ho gaya, keh rahe agla navy hoga, commander.
Yes. Yes. So yes, we see Navy's vision is also combat ready, cohesive, Atmanirbhar force safeguarding seas for Viksit and Samriddh Bharat. I am also now working in the Indian defense industry and have been seeing from these past 2 years that how our nation is building our strong indigenous force, Atmanirbhar force. We can see the kind of ships and submarines which have already been commissioned last year, and now we are going to see this power on the Kartavya Path today.
I know. In fact, short salute to also those who may not be part of the parade, but they're doing yeoman service across guarding our borders. That's the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister at the ceremony where you salute the flag, and the flag is already up. It's not being hoisted on Republic Day. It goes up on Independence Day, because that's the day we got our freedom. This is the day we salute and acknowledge the fact that we are a republic. So that was Yogi Adityanath saluting the flag at the ceremony in Lucknow. But more importantly, the fisher folk. Interestingly, Sanjeev Sanyal tells me this, as INS Kaundinya was making its way, that along the borders, the local fishermen surrounded the ship saying, "Aap kahan se aaye? Who are you guys and what are you doing here?" So the patrolling of our seas being done by our fisher folk, our fisher people, and also on our streets, common citizens who are aware, who are keeping an eye, alerting and trying to keep Bharat secure. Big salute to them. Going straight across to Akash, he's through with us. Yes, Akash, what do you have for us?
Right, so Anand, I have some students, who are very excited for the parade, and in fact, we have Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sophia Qureshi as well, and I'm showing you these shots where these kids have come from Karnataka. They were a very part of the Republic Day parade rehearsals, the full dress rehearsal, in fact, on 23rd, and today they don't have passes, but they are very excited. They are, in fact, going to see at the end parameter to see the parade. I'll try to talk to them. विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह बने हैं आप, क्या नाम है आपका और कौन है विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह?
मेरा नाम है भूमि और मैं आज बनी हूँ व्योमिका सिंह।
कौन है विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह, आप जानते हैं?
हाँ, मैं जानती हूँ। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की उसने लड़ी है वो।
ओके आर यू कंफर्टेबल इन इंग्लिश और हिंदी?
कंफर्टेबल।
ओके एंड आप कौन सी क्लास में हैं अभी?
मैं अभी 4th स्टैंडर्ड में हूँ।
4th स्टैंडर्ड में। और कहाँ से आए हैं आप लोग, हमें बताइए।
मैं कर्नाटक से आई हूँ और मैं उसके बारे में 2 शब्द बोलना चाहती हूँ।
प्लीज।
सपनों की उड़ान हो उसले का अभियान, भारत की शान, हर कदम पर विजयी की पहचान, वंदे मातरम।
क्या बनना चाहते बड़े हो क्या?
मैं विंग कमांडर बनना चाहती हूँ, मेरा सपना है वो।
अच्छा, सपना है। और आप कल सोफिया कुरैशी बने, आप क्या बनना चाहते बड़े हो के?
मैं सोफिया कुरैशी बनने वाली हूँ।
अभी तो आप बने हैं, बड़े होके क्या बनना चाहते हैं? कौन सी क्लास में हैं आप?
मैं 4th स्टैंडर्ड में हूँ।
4th स्टैंडर्ड में हैं। आप लोग 23rd का हमें बताया गया कि आपने परेड देखी है, कैसा था सब कुछ? अब की बार तो बहुत कुछ था, पहली बार था आपका परेड देखना है?
हाँ, ये पहली बार था और मैं बहुत खुश हूँ ये परेड देखने से। हमने बहुत सारे ये देखा, लाइक मिसाइल्स, चंद्रयान, कैमल्स, डॉग, सब देखा है।
सब कुछ देखा। सो दिस इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स, आप टीचर भी हैं इनके। मैम, कितने दिन हो गए आपको, कब आए थे दिल्ली में, और ये क्या कुछ प्रोग्राम है आपके स्कूल का या किस तरह से, क्या कुछ है?
एक्चुअली सर, हम 23rd सुबह 3:30 बजे पहुंच गए थे। पहुंचने के बाद तुरंत होटल जाके हम वापस परेड के पासेस मिले थे हमको। तो हमने वो परेड देख लिया और परेड इतना एक्साइटिंग था कि बच्चों को बहुत पसंद आया। ये हमारी पहली बार परेड है। हम थ्रू आउट, यानी कि ये हमारा डायरेक्टर मैडम जो थी हमारी स्कूल की, श्रद्धा मैडम, उन्होंने और प्रिंसिपल मैम ने बोला बच्चों को ये दिखाए तो बहुत अच्छा होगा, और ये पेरेंट्स भी इन्होंने मोटिवेट किया।
उन्होंने मोटिवेट किया।
So what they have done, Akash, it's just amazing. I'm just going to pull away from you. We've got limited time before we got to take another break. We've got guests in the studio. But viewers, this was the dress rehearsal. This was a comprehensive dress rehearsal to which there were students from various schools across Bharat who were invited to have a look, because on the main day you may not be able to see it. And it's just so inspiring to see young children who want to join the armed forces or who want to do something in the service of the country. It always makes me emotional. But Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, we need more. We need this generation to be far more involved in the nation and the coming generation, because Bharat is going to be put to the test. It's only just started, this process.
Well, yes, the confidence has just started. It's no longer a question of giving in, sitting back and watching terror or ingress into our territory by other countries. So it's not, and the change is that it's not a reaction, it is anticipatory moves. And young generation, children like this, would be the forefront of that anticipatory move. So it's good that this is happening now. And I think one more thing is that we need to make them aware of recent history, especially after 1947, not just about colonial history told by colonial masters or by invaders. That is already being done, the rectification is being done and is necessary. So two periods which to my mind are very necessary that young generation should know about is one, before the colonial times, how great was India, and after 1947, how things have changed and slowly things are working out in India's favor. So these two messages must be conveyed at a very young age so that they become confident, they become aware of what is involved in advancing a country.
Somewhere, I think one more aspect is of us as a nation. We tend to become, we celebrate unity in diversity, and we must, but we should not get stuck in our regional, identities. There is always a overall superseding national identity, which is very, very important. Group Captain MJ Vinod is also with us. So we've got the Army, Navy and the Air Force in terms of veterans on the panel this morning on Republic Day. So Jayant, Group Captain, पहले आप मिग उड़ाते थे, सुखोई उड़ाई है, आजकल आप ड्रोन उड़ा रहे हैं. So you are also getting into Atmanirbhar tech, so which is fantastic. We'll talk about that in a bit. But in terms of the optics on today, General, is this important? Like he said, anticipatory for the next generation. Should we also now start doing preemptive strikes, move in before the enemy consolidates? Are we in a position as a nation to be able to do that?
If you are asking me the capability, we do have. We can, we have done it also once or twice in the past, but not at the level that you are. But I do not think that we need to be showing our aggressive designs. However, wherever it impinges on our security, we need to be proactive. We need to be, like we have made mistakes in the past. Those mistakes should not be repeated. Then only we will stand. Peace will prevail, not only within the Bharat, it will be all across in the region. And nobody dare does anything like what they have done it in Venezuela or they do it in the Middle East. That part of thing must be categorically that we will respond. That message must clearly go.
That message must clearly go. See, politically, somewhere, is this a challenge for India to stay neutral? What is Bharat's position? We saw Nitin Nabeen saluting. The BJP is also going through a transition. Leadership, younger leadership is coming through. The challenge for India remains to remain relevant. Now, is the political disposition, the Prime Minister aware of this? When he endorses someone who's just in his mid-40s as a national president of the BJP, what's the signaling that's going?
Absolutely. I think, Anand, there's a big generational change in the BJP. This is the party, I think, which has pushed the bar when it comes to rewarding real talent on the ground. We have seen in other parties, especially the Congress party, a Congress president who's well above 80 years of age. But here is the BJP, which goes for one of its youngest BJP presidents, in Nitin Nabeen, somebody who's risen from the ground karyakarta, multiple time, 5-time MLA, 3-time minister in the state government, somebody who knows the nuts and the bolts of the organization. So I think the BJP, such talent and such is always rewarded. And we've seen that in the past as well. On one point that was being mentioned earlier, how India has also maintained, especially the EU thing, I think is very important today. See, this is the biggest deal that the European Union will have with any other country, nearly 2 billion consumers being added, though the deal will be concluded on the 27th and will come operational only next year after ratification from the European Parliament. But I think this is also a message by India. India has signed more trade deals with other countries than, in the recent past. We have seen the last 1.5 years. The message to the US as well. I believe that India is a strong country. You may impose 50% tariffs on us, but we will not succumb and sign a trade deal with you just because you want it to be a certain way. So I think India's sovereignty and India's strength as a country with such a big population, such a big market. India knows its worth, and that is what is being displayed to the US as well, and that is what make Mr. Donald Trump also come around and say that we'll have a good deal with India soon.
And maybe reduce another 25%.
Yes.
So there's a climb down that's also happened from the American side. But Group Captain MJ Vinod, the Europeans are now saying the Air Force did a phenomenal job in Operation Sindoor.
Indeed it did, and Shiv, you know, and I was in United States when we were covering Operation Sindoor. The point, Alif, that I'm taking, the question that you put forth earlier about should we be preemptive and should we take, offense to the door of enemy. I think all of us know we did. It was a terror attack for which the answer we gave was across the IB. The answer we gave was loud and clear, Operation Sindoor, and this is the first Republic Day after Operation Sindoor.
Yes.
And this year we are having a tri-services Tableau as well. So all this is, both in terms of optics and in terms of action, we have sort of moved a step ahead of what generally people perceived about India as being a meek or a defensive nation, or a nation who may or may not act upon any terror attack on them, like with 2611. So that shift is loud and clear, and that shift probably is the reason why people are sitting up and taking notice. And thanks to the shenanigans of Trump, people are also moving away from dollar and United States, hegemony, so to say. All this put together is good Amrit Kal that is waiting for us, I think, down the road. Like the gentleman said, EU's reduction from 110 to 40% and the trade deal, I think it is going to be a big shot in the arm for our economy and a big slap on the face on Trump's, dishing out off with your head tariffs.
Here's what many people say: you can ink a lot of trade deals, but they have to come into fruition. Now that's the testing part. That 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 year time period that will take for it to come into, for the wheels to get into motion. By then, the enemy would also be making their moves. Now, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra with us. We'll have the conversation of Parikshit with the EU Trade Minister played out just after your comment. During the break you were saying that the terror tanzeems are all being rebuilt. The training camps are all coming back up. So this is a constant process. On the other hand, eastern borders are vulnerable. Our oceans are vulnerable. The chicken neck needs to become stronger and wider. There are challenges. And we have to move like yesterday, not day after tomorrow.
Well, exactly. And you were also talking about the anticipatory moves. And one example, and very important example that comes to my mind is Siachen.
Yeah.
Had we not moved in there in the 80s, probably we may have come to a position where defending Kashmir and Ladakh would have been extremely difficult. It is a difficult proposition even now, with China and Pakistan being what they are. But that was an excellent example of anticipatory move, which saved us a lot of bother. As far as EU is concerned, I hope that they come to a point where they are self-sufficient defense-wise, because presently they are poodles of America. But becoming self-sufficient defense-wise would take them a long time. I mean, there are countries in the EU which have 50,000 standing army, 20,000 standing army, 70,000 standing army. They cannot come to India's rescue. Nor does India need them to come to our rescue. But just in case they are needed, for example, in Indian Ocean to show their face and presence, they will need to have a sufficiently strong base themselves. At present, they do not have it. Second, the mindset. I mean, of course, it is good that the EU leaders are here, the two leaders are here. But the fact is that the previous foreign policy chief, a chap called Borrell, he was so anti-non-whites that once he made a statement which is widely publicized and criticized, was that Europe is a garden. Countries which were colonies are still in the
But I'll tell you, Ambassador Saab, those are the same people who opened their doors and they have allowed such kind of rampant migration that Europe has run-rot there. You know, so these people live in their own cocoons and they're devoid of or delinked from the reality on ground. The other thing is, sir, economic prosperity. A nation that is economically strong, shows prosperity and stability, everybody will want to engage with it. I'm not even saying we need European support. We should get to a stage where we will tell them, listen, we'll help you put boots on ground and we'll supply you. You just give us the money and we'll give you the kind of equipment to defend yourself. That's the level we need to raise Bharat to. We've got to take a short break, viewers. Lots of commercials in this half. But when we come back, Parikshit in conversation with the EU Trade Minister, some very interesting insights on the trade deal and the future cooperation between Bharat and the European Union. Stay with us.
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces' vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's a very important visit, taking in consideration that the chief guest on the Indian Republic Day. It's a clear indication that both the parties are interested in striking a deal which will be beneficial for both sides. So therefore, I believe the Prime Minister, when he says so, that means he understands the impact of such kind of a deal. If there is a free trade agreement have to be signed, then we can see there will be lots of generating of jobs for the Indian, and that is where the Prime Minister has been saying this. And I think the European Union understand the importance of India as a partner in the trade, and India also understand this, especially when the President Trump is been telling both sides that he is going to impose tariff on both the sides.
हमारा देश और उनके बहुत सारे देश यूरोप का संघ के बीच जो FTA साइन होगा वो ऐतिहासिक होगा, और जो हमारा 40 देशों के करीब अब ट्रेड हुआ है उसमें बहुत रफ्तार आएगी, और उसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि देश लगातार आगे बढ़ेगा। और जो कुछ सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन के लोग डॉट लगाते हैं कि यूएस के साथ भी मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है टैरिफ और कम होके उसका भी सेटलमेंट हो जाएगा।
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces' vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
Let me begin by asking you, the world is in turmoil right now, politically and trade-wise. Amidst all of this, how do you see these trade negotiations with India?
I think you said it very, very rightly. I mean, we are working on, indeed, mega deal, mega agreement. If we succeed, and I believe that we are very, very close, so this would be also biggest trade agreement from the perspective of the market we are creating for almost 2 billion consumers with a highly dynamic, fast-growing economy like India and biggest trader on this planet, which is the European Union. So I think that in these times of uncertainty, that's a very important signal that we want to lower the tariffs. We want to trade as partners. We are looking for mutually win-win solutions for our trade and create lots of new jobs, lots of new opportunities for our businesses. So for us, it's a strategic priority. We managed with my very good colleague and friend, Minister Piyush Goyal, to inject this momentum. We met more than 10 times in the course of the last year, and I believe that it will bring us a good result.
Right. So what exactly are we going to see on the 27th of January? Are we going to see an announcement on the conclusion of talks or the signing of the deal?
We are working very, very hard to announce the conclusion of the talks. As you know, these are always the last nerve-wracking moments when you are comparing, you know, the notes, the text, the figures, and therefore really want to do our best until the last minute. But I think we have to frame also this mega agreement, as you describe it, in a bigger strategic framework, because both leaders, Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Commission, António Costa is the President of the European Council. It means that he presides over his European peers, heads of states and governments in the European Union. They are here, plus the High Representative who is leading the efforts in the foreign policy. So free trade agreement is a very important component, but we are working on strategic agenda. We are working on the cooperation in the field of mobility, and I just believe that all this would lead to very close relationship, to strategic relationship between India and the European Union, and the formation of the new global supply chains, to formation of the new trade relationship which would protect us from this huge turmoil and volatility we are going through right now.
Right. So if you had to explain this to an average person in Europe or in India, European Union has a number of free trade agreements. How would you describe the one with India? How does this compare to the rest?
I think that clearly from the perspective of dynamism of the deal and the sheer size of Indian and European market, clearly this is the biggest one. If you are looking about the tariff reduction which we hope to achieve, we are talking around 4 billion euros a year. So this is the same number we got with the countries from Mercosur, and I know how important this figure is for the businesses from the both sides. On top of it, our aim is to double
our trade in goods and services currently it's around 180 billion. So within 5 years we can double this number, and I think it's quite significant. And really, what I think is the most important for your viewers and for European viewers is how this would contribute to the new job creation. So already today we have 800,000 jobs in Europe, depending on our trade in India, and we haven't started yet. In India, we have already right now 6,000 companies, and which created already by now 3.7 million jobs. So imagine if you can really double that, if you can double the investment stock, which is currently 140 billion euros invested by the European companies. So these are all opportunities, and therefore we made it very clear with my very good colleague Piyush Goyal that we have to start, and I'm sure that the reality will show what is the true potential of our relationship, because in my experience with our trade deals, of course, we are very cautious when we are signing the deal, but usually the reality is always much better than the projections, than the predictions, and I'm absolutely sure that this will be the case of India as well.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces' vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's a very important visit, taking in consideration that the chief guest on the Indian Republic Day. It's a clear indication that both the parties are interested in striking a deal which will be beneficial for both sides. So therefore, I believe the Prime Minister, when he says so, that means he understands the impact of such kind of a deal. If there is a free trade agreement have to be signed, and we can see there will be lots of generating of jobs for the Indian, and that is where the Prime Minister has been saying this, and I think the European Union understand the importance of India as a partner in the trade, and India also understand this, especially when the President Trump is being telling both sides that he is going to impose tariff on both the sides.
हमारा देश और उनके बहुत सारे देश यूरोप का संघ के बीच जो FTA साइन होगा वो ऐतिहासिक होगा और जो हमारा 40 देशों के करीब अब ट्रेड हुआ है उसमें बहुत रफ्तार आएगी और उसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा कि देश लगातार आगे बढ़ेगा। और जो कुछ सो कॉल्ड इंडिया गठबंधन के लोग डॉट लगाते हैं कि यूएस के साथ भी मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है टैरिफ और कम होके उसका भी सेटलमेंट हो जाएगा।
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Gather to celebrate the spirit of democracy, unity and pride as we mark the 77th Republic Day of our great nation, Bharat. On this historic day, we remember the remarkable journey of our country from its struggle to freedom to becoming a republic with a constitution that stands as a beacon of justice and unity and equality. Spectacular parade will be held at Kartavya Path in New Delhi shortly. The parade will feature the armed forces, vibrant tableau from across states and a breathtaking Indian Air Force flypast. This year's theme marks 150 years of Vande Mataram and India's journey of self-reliance, reflecting the nation's pride in its heritage and progress. Have a look. So, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in India is set to take part in the 77th Republic Day celebrations, where she will be the chief guest alongside European Council President António Costa. The high-profile visit underscores the growing strategic partnership between India and the European Union. Earlier today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met EU delegates as both sides prepare for the 16th India-EU summit on January 27th, which is Tuesday. At heart of the talks is long-pending free trade agreement described as the mother of all trades, which could create a market of nearly 2 billion people and reshape global trade.
See, the visit of the EU leaders to India is coming at a very critical time, especially for Europe. In any case, the India-EU free trade agreement will be signed this time, which has been in the works for the last 20 odd years. This trade agreement covers from goods to services to mobility of professionals. Presently, our trade or our export of goods and services is around $130 billion. After this agreement, the export of our goods and services to Europe is expected to go up to $250 to $270 billion in the next 5 to 6 years. So that's a major quantum jump.
I think it's very important.
Back live on our coverage, viewers, and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has also given that salute to the tricolour before kicking off proceedings and heading towards Kartavya Path for the Rashtrapati, for the Republic Day celebrations. And of course, when the Rashtrapati would be coming in there to also look and oversee the entire Republic Day parade. But this is at Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's residence. Now, someone who has shown a certain level of commitment and tried to organize the entire Bharatiya defense system under Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Your thoughts, Commander? Has he had a certain level of vision in terms of implementing?
Absolutely. Like I stated, I have been in the Indian defense industry now for 2 years. I have seen him literally on ground and encouraging the Indian defense industry, so we become Atmanirbhar. And like when we were talking about exports, the exports also have to be increased. He himself has increased the budget and given it a standard which would be met and which would be very good for the nation per se, because it's not only that we are getting in the technology from outside and doing the reverse engineering and making it. No, we are making our own and then we are selling it in the international market. So I have seen our defense minister to be on ground, to be present in all exhibitions that are happening in all the areas and facilitating the Indian defense industry, facilitating the Indian defense forces to bring in these challenges. Like we see the challenges like IDEX, the DISC, all these kinds of things which have come in these recent years, it is all his development that has happened. So as a veteran, I am proud that today I do not have to just look outside to the outside countries for supporting my naval ships. It is also that we are building in our shipyards, and it is under the able guidance and leadership of ministers like him.
But I'll tell you, in military parlance, Group Captain MJ Vinod is also there. In terms of international standards, quality. Now, when you are making even basic, something like a bulletproof vest, helmets, night vision lenses, or whatever you take in terms of sensors and equipment that we're making for aircrafts, etc. This entire international standard, are our manufacturers able to match those standards? If it is better than Kevlar, I will buy it. If it is, I'm using a brand here, it's coming top of mind, not to say that we are not able to make it, but are we still able to get to that level of quality where internationally, globally, you'll say, oh, is that Indian made? I want to try it. Group Captain Vinod.
Thank you, Anand, for asking that question. I think I'm taking a leaf from what ma'am said. Being in this startup ecosystem for a while and supporting my wife's startup, we think we are one of the biggest beneficiaries for a small startup. I mean, for crores of orders that she has got from nothing. Couldn't have imagined otherwise if defense ministry and the defense minister would not have supported this. That is point number one. Point number two, about the quality. The quality that I got to see when I was in the service and I got to see now, in fact, day before yesterday, someone got something from abroad. Very proud to say, Indian industries have not only matched, in some cases surpassed the quality standards as well as the cost. They were selling the same equipment or slightly inferior equipment for, say, 25 to 30 lakhs a piece, which some of us have been able to give it to army at 1.5 to 2 lakhs a piece. So that is the kind of cost difference and much better quality in terms of range, in terms of endurance, etc., etc. The same thing goes for any other space and place as well, because when you're making it here, remember, manpower is much cheaper here than in Europe or anywhere else. Therefore, we are able to make it at much lower cost. Secondly, raw material availability in India is picking up at a much higher pace. Carbon fiber cloth and resin, in yesteryears you had to import. You have a similar supply better Mumbai, Jalandhar or anywhere. So raw material availability is improving. Chip making capability is improving. Earlier we were importing chips, today we are not. The strap-on autopilot systems, earlier we were importing, today we are not. Multiple motor companies have started making BLDCs in India. In fact, the Indian BLDC consumption is going to go tenfold by end of this year, and that is the projection. So companies which are going to make BLDCs for drones or for aeroplanes or even for EVs, much better future. So the ecosystem, Anand, which was not there when we did the show 1 year ago, today it is much, much better, and it is improving at much, much faster pace for simple reason. There is consumption and there is requirement. Thanks to Sindoor, the requirement has quadrupled or maybe gone eightfold. So all that is a great music to
that is domestic requirement, but we still are challenged that you cannot make a ship, rocket, drone, anything till you have a motor and you have a jet engine. Now we don't make our own jet engines. Now there are only 4 or 5 companies across the world who make these, but they are all in nations who may decide that we want to stop the supply. Now, what is the preparedness for that, and also budgetary allocations? Aman, are we expecting a significant thrust with Bharat now growing up, surpassing Japan as in terms of GDP, in terms of as an economy? Is the defense expenditure going to be 3% of GDP? That we have not come to that level. Is there a focus on that, and should we expect that a few days down the line?
I think so, Anand. I think this time the union budget could bring a big focus on defense expenditure, because post Operation Sindoor, India also wants to shore up its defenses, shore up its offensives. We have already our defense exports from India have been rising every year. Under Rajnath Singh, there's been given a specific push to also increase our exports and less imports and also build our own jet engine. That's the big dream of India, to have a capacity to build our own jet engine. Their efforts already afoot in that regard. But I think what Rajnath Singh has also brought as a defense minister to the table, Rajnath Singh's image is seen as a old school political leader, a bit of, he measures his words. But in case of Operation Sindoor, I believe he even surpassed Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the kind of aggressive and the kind of strong language he used for Pakistan, even going to the extent of saying that we entered Pakistan up to 200 kilometers to smash their air bases. Pakistan occupied Kashmir is a part of India. One day it may return to India. That also Rajnath Singh has very clearly said during the course of Operation Sindoor. So I think that as the defense minister, Rajnath Singh has been a very good foil, I would say, to the Prime Minister and made some very strong statements. And that I think is also, his whole imagery of him going to the BrahMos factory in Lucknow and inaugurating it. And, this all has given India a lot of strength, I believe. And that is why these dreams of building our own jet engine, or be it the dream of India becoming one of the largest exporters of defense goods, does not seem to be far away in reality to me.
Has Op Sindoor underlined Bharat's military might to the world, or are we still underselling ourselves, General Sir?
To a great extent it has. Okay. Op Sindoor has, two things have happened. One, that India will not take nonsense when it comes to the people of Bharat. We will retaliate. What they did in Pahalgam was atrocious, unthinkable. And it cannot be selecting people that you are from a Hindu and then shooting them. It is just unacceptable to every Indian. And that's why we retaliated. Second is that we are capable, because our weapon system, the S-400, performed exceptionally well, though of course it is from Russia we have taken. But BrahMos missile, which is totally indigenous, we fired, and thereafter we also engaged across the borders. It was not restricted to only the LC, which earlier it used to be. We said, wherever you are hurting us, we will hit you. And these are very strong messages that we will not hold back when it comes to sovereignty, integrity and safety, security of our people. We will retaliate. So these are strong messaging to the globe, to the world across.
Are we still trying to get the chair on the high table? Or is Bharat there already on the high table? See, either you are at it or you are on it. So, are we at it or are we on it?
Well, we are not, quite frankly. And, the test of being there on the high table, we missed the chance twice in 47 and then in 1955 when Khrushchev offered it to us. But that is history. This time we will get it when the irrelevance of Britain and France becomes quite stark and clear. It is already clear, but the realization has to come through that this is no way to operate a new world order. So Bharat is almost at the doorstep, but it is not quite inside there. We will have to be self-sufficient even in matters like aircraft engine, and there the private industry has a role. After all, whether you look at France, whether you look at England or America, their engines are basically private industry oriented. And unfortunately in India, our private industry is lagging behind in R&D in every sector. Their expenditure on R&D is minimal. So till they hike it up, we cannot have an essential aircraft engine on our own.
Now here is the thing. The money either will come from the state, because state has to provide R&D coffers, and the state has opened it. They have 1 lakh crore for research and development has been opened up, has been announced, even for nuclear technology, not just defense, across even civilian nuclear research, etc. Or it will come from abroad. You will have to have an international entity or FDI into R&D. The moment there is international investment, they will also want the technology, to own the technology. Now, how do you, dodge this? How do you jump this hurdle, Commander?
So, I believe that it is very important. It has to come from, inside. It has to come from a government. When sir spoke about how Indian industry is not able to do, because at the end of the day, the Indian industry is into this for business as well. So when you see your business, you do put some money apart for R&D. However, government needs to come and support these organizations, this industry now. There has been a support. We have seen what I have already spoken about, the ecosystem. However, I personally believe it has to be more, right? I am, when working in the defense sector, our company is also working in the nuclear field, what you spoke about. We just saw the nuclear bill passed and how now the wings have been given. With that, you have to give the power in the wings also, and it has to come with the money. So I totally believe and agree that the Indian government has to give some R&D budget to the Indian industry as well, which is lesser.
Can the budget influence this? Can the budget incentivize India Incorporated to say that if you park 2% of funds towards research and development, and especially research, we'll give you some rebate in terms of your corporate taxes, some rebate somewhere else?
Definitely.
To get private participation, private investment also into R&D.
Definitely it will do, Anand. The budget is the crux. However, let me tell you that lot has changed in the last 7-8 years. Now the armed forces, which were used to keep themselves secluded from the private sector, today they have opened out. The Army Training Command has established Center of Excellence in some of the IITs, where we are positioning our users there.
But we had the air chief recently lamenting the fact that bhai humne sector khol diya, aapki quality nahi hai yaar. Unless you give us top quality, how are we going to put it?
The air chief's point was basically related to the aircrafts. Other things, there is just no issue. The aircraft, because of the engines, what has already been discussed, I am sure once we put our act together and put the right thrust on this, it will come in 3 to 4 years. It has happened in the case of cryogenic engines when the whole world we had.
No, because there are also saboteurs and there are also entities who want us to fail. The military industrial complex will not be happy with a much cheaper but a far more effective technology, and a nation coming and telling nations, you don't have to spend at half the cost, we'll give you a better technology, Group Captain MJ Vinod. What happened with the Tejas aircraft at the air show in Dubai, now in the UAE? Now, there were orders that were cancelled after that. Is that true or false? So how do we overcome something like that? Should that set the industry back or make it more resolved and determined to say, we're going to continue to push forward?
There are two things that you've pointed towards. One is the air show crash that happens because you're operating very, very close to very thin safety margins are there, and many aeroplanes have crashed. And they are doing well. I mean, F-16s have crashed, I think, 18 times in an air show. So has F-16 sales have stopped? No. But
we got poor bandwidth with you, Group Captain Vinod. So I'm just going to bring it back into the studio. Ambassador Saab.
Well, I think Commander has very rightly said that there are industries which are doing an honest day's work. But there are others who are not quite up to the mark. And, government has been quite generous in giving funds in various directions, including for R&D. But whether that expenditure has been honestly spent on R&D is open to doubt by all industries, with exceptions, of course. Let me give you another example from in a different field. GST rates were reduced with the expectation that industry would reduce the rates for the consumer. Has it happened at all? They've taken the benefit of reduction in GST, but they have not passed it on to consumer.
But a lot of companies have increased the grammage. So
some have decreased the grammage.
This is also, if you do it, no country, they all have packaging units. They all have to work with bureaus of industries and standards. Now the weighing scales and the standards itself, those laws have to be changed. So there is wheels within the wheels. Now I can make a fantastic tire, and it will not never get punctured, but if I don't have the nut bolt and fastener to fasten it, I can't use the tire. You see, these are all small details which are important. We got pictures coming in from Rajpath, great pictures there. Courtesy Doordarshan, we're getting these pictures. This, I think, is the war memorial. These are pictures from the war memorial. We will have our dignitaries also present at the war memorial. It's a sunny day, thankfully, so no fog, but it's cold, viewers. As I see, the temperature is 10 degrees. It's a sunny day, but it's 10 degrees in Delhi at this point, so it's going to be really freezing. But the sun will provide some relief, and the sun is shining on Bharat's first Republic Day parade post-Operation Sindoor. So perhaps the heavens are also watching. If I were to bring in a certain element of spiritual and divine here. But it's a packed audience. They're already seated there, Aman, and it's just amazing. And each year, there is a certain more moving away from the times of the Raj and embracing the times of Aaj or Bharat, you know, that's also.
The stage there is very interesting. I say Atmanirbhar Bharat, Samriddh Bharat, written on the stage, where we'll have the two top persons from European Union seated as the chief guest. So a big message there also. National War Memorial, the Prime Minister will be going there shortly. This has also been a great addition, I think, to the Republic Day in recent years, when we have the Prime Minister going to the National War Memorial to pay his tributes before he comes to the Republic Day Kartavya Path venue. So shortly we'll be seeing pictures of the Prime Minister going to the National War Memorial, and after that he'll be coming to the chief guests will be coming. Both the European leaders, Union leaders will be coming, and the President will be coming. And before that, the Prime Minister will be seated on the stage. We'll shortly get those pictures.
Yeah. So now Lok Bhavan, Raj Bhavans become Lok Bhavan, the governor's residence. So there is a certain change. Raj Path was turned to Kartavya Path, bringing a certain level of purpose. It's not just the politics or the words, but what we say also reflects and perhaps codes into our brain what we are supposed to do. And you know, instilling those terminologies, trying to rework the lexicon, these are all small things that the Prime Minister has tried to do. In fact, even for the Republic Day parade and the Republic Day celebrations, the President's invite have gone as the President of Bharat. So you would have got it, you would have seen it, and it's interesting that I had somebody send it to me that they have also been invited, a new startup person from Bengaluru, and their invite says from the President of Bharat. So there is this shift happening. It started with G20 and perhaps the tradition slowly continues. Not in terms of India bole to kya ho gaya. No, it's about Bharat is who we are. India is a name that was term of reference given to us because those who couldn't say Sindh became Hind and Hind became Ind. So slowly we are getting abbreviated and shortened. Historically, I'm not going to get into all that, but it also perhaps triggers a shift in the mindset. Ambassador Saab, right, wrong?
Bharat is what we started from, the King Bharat. Indus was a Greek coinage.
Yeah.
So I think we are going back to our roots and doing it in a, since we started with self-confidence, in a self-confident way. So while history should not be forgotten, but roots also must be remembered.
Yeah. Roots must be remembered, but in terms of should we get stuck in the past or should we learn from the past and also adapt for the future?
No, history should not repeat itself as a tragedy. But going back to the roots to find where we started from is not a bad idea. So that way, Bharat, there's nothing to be ashamed of or nothing to feel that, you know, we are not getting anglicized enough. Bharat is what we were and Bharat is what we are. If you ask 90% of the people in India, they identify more with Bharat. India to them is a foreign concept.
No, I think somewhere in our lexicon we also allowed India to be defined by those English-speaking elite, whereas Bharat is the local, regional gaonwala. So this gaonwala, shahrwala divide was brought even with the terms of reference because Bharat would be used more in Hindi, India would be used when you're speaking English. I think we got to somewhere work around all of that. Coming back to what's happening here, viewers, Operation Sindoor will be thematized. There will be certain representations. The army played a role along the line of control is something that Lieutenant General K.J.S. Dhillon has written also extensively in his book Operation Sindoor. Credit, of course, is due to the Air Force because this time the Air Force was the one that effected the maximum damage. But there is the element of the Navy which also kept the Dushman at bay. So let's talk a little about that, Commander.
The silent service.
Yes, so we saw maritime dominance.
I love that sudden perking up on the commander. Say, "Arey, aap madhaak ke sahi phuti hai isse." Ji, boliye.
I feel for all the three forces because I am an army kid myself, and I served for the Navy.
But Navy is Navy, no? Yeah.
So we saw this dominance in the northern sea, Arabian Sea. We saw this. We saw our aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant. There is a concept of, you know, if aircraft carrier which moves with the other ships, it's called the battle carrier, and it was established there. I stated this earlier also. The adversaries could not even move out of their port. So it was there on both the sides that we have seen.
But do you believe that Bharat needs to have a much stronger navy, given the fact that we've got so many thousand miles to patrol? And are there steps being taken in that direction? I believe sometime end of December, early Jan, there were fresh deals that were also signed for further inclusions of Rafale into the Navy, the naval version. There is also the extension of the Scorpion deal. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, obviously. We have seen this. We have seen in early 2025, INS Nilgiri has been commissioned, Udaygiri, Scorpion class submarine has been commissioned, and I see this every day. Every day there are new deals being signed. It's not only about the new ships being built or submarines being built. It is also upgradation and refurbishment of our own already existing ships so that they can defend us better, and that also in a very indigenous manner. So that is the change that I have seen, and I'm seeing every day. And these deals are being signed. Our shipyards are, you know, loaded with these orders.
So viewers, are you thinking what I'm thinking? More extension of the fleet, increase of the base across the armed forces means more jobs, more opportunities. So think of the career in uniform actively. That's what's more important, because we need more Veers to actually man all these stations and all this equipment. There you go, pictures coming in from different parts of the country where the tricolor is being held up very high and very proudly. And this is happening across Bharat. Har Ghar Tiranga was something that was started around the Independence Day, but somewhere it's also translating into other days as we also mark 150 years of Vande Mataram. So remembering these important points which also tie us together as a nation. General Saab, important to do all of this too.
Very much important, because these are the things which inspire each and every Bharatiya. हमारे जो भारत माता के प्रति जो प्यार आता है वो इन्हीं चीज़ों से आता है, हमारे तिरंगे से आता है. We get it from our history, we get it from our sanskar, we also get it from our culture. These are all things which we need to protect and move with, take pride in it. We have to take pride in our tradition, we have to take pride in our language, we have to take pride in our dresses, in the way we celebrate our festivals. These are all things which inspires, motivates each and every Bharati.
Well, we got a nice special report from Akash coming through, even as those live pictures. It's packed, see, beautifully organized. People are on time. We've got the countdown at the bottom of our screens, about 32 minutes. 10:30 a.m. is when proceedings will start officially. The Republic Day parade gets underway. But Rajpath is ready. I correct myself. Kartavya Path is ready. And so are the Kartavyanishta Sena and those who are going to be participating in the parade. They've been practicing for 3-4 months, regular practice. It was a full-fledged dress rehearsal that wowed all those who are watching this on the 23rd. That happened. And of course, the invitees today are already sitting there waiting with bated breath. Akash gets us this report from ground. Have a look.
Sir, if you can talk to us about the kites that you are going to showcase for the very first time. आप अगर हमें बता सकें किस तरह से ट्रेन करते हैं. एक्साइज युद्ध अभ्यास औली में हुई थी, उसमें सबसे पहली बार भारतीय सेना ने कहें कि इन काइट्स को दिखाया था. किस तरह की प्रैक्टिस इन्वॉल्व होती है और किस तरह से काम आती है?
जो एनिमल ट्रेनिंग है वो अपने आप में पूरी साइकोलॉजिकल साइंस है. तो पहले होता था इनका डोमिनेंस ट्रेनिंग बहुत पहले. अभी क्या धीरे धीरे ट्रेनिंग इवॉल्व होते हुए हम ऑपरेंट कंडीशनिंग मेथड एक होता है जिसमें ट्रेनिंग जानवर के हिसाब से कराई जाती है कि आप उसके जो वॉलंटरी जो रिस्पॉन्सेज हैं उन्हीं को चैनलाइज करते हो, मॉडरेट करते हो to get the desired result, and in the process animal feels that he is doing what he wants. But you are getting the work done which is required as an organizational interest for the benefit of the country. all the forces.
हमारे दर्शकों के लिए अगर आप हमें बता सकें ये काइट, मुझे जानकारी है कि किस तरह से ये प्रे करती है और क्या कुछ काम है इसका, कैसे काम करती है, अगर ये बता सकें क्या करती है ये काइट?
ये काइट एक तो जो छोटे ड्रोन हैं जिनके पंख बहुत बड़े, जिनके पर बहुत बड़े नहीं रहते हैं, उनको फिजिकली न्यूट्रलाइज कर सकती है और अपने सिर के ऊपर लगाए हुए छोटे कैमरा से ये सर्वेलेंस का काम कर सकती है।
Lieutenant Amit, if you can tell us, for the very first time, we are going to see the Scouts contingent. What is the role of these Scouts? Why these Scouts are very important for Indian Army, if you can tell us?
So it is a mixed Scouts contingent which has come for the first time here at Republic Day Parade, and I feel very honoured and privileged to be part of this contingent as a contingent commander. Troops from Arunachal Scouts, Ladakh Scouts, Dogra Scouts, Sikkim Scouts, Kumaon Scouts and Garhwal Scouts, a total of 6 Scouts. So the troops are mixed and it consists of 144 other ranks, 3 JCOs and 1 officers. We are mostly deployed in high altitude areas. So if you see our clothing, we are wearing this ECWCS special clothing. It is a 3-layer suit, and for the boots we are wearing RI boots. These boots eventually helps us from the frostbite. We usually wake up at 1 AM. It allows us to get up and reach Karyappa parade ground at RDP Camp Delhi. From there we transit here till Vijay Chowk by buses. After reaching Vijay Chowk, we kick off our day with some warm-up and later on certain drill refinements techniques which are monitored by our drill instructors. All are very excited to be marching for the first time. It is a historic debut, I would say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Kritsween this side, and visuals on your screens from Kartavya Path. This morning, once again, we're looking at Republic Day celebrations on in full swing already, and the crowds turning up the way they are. Look at the number there, people already gathered in large numbers. And we also keep up with these several visuals of the unfurling of the tricolour coming in from different parts of the country. That really is the Josh on ground across the country. Republic Day celebrations on in full swing. Remember, minutes from now, we will be also tracking the first set of visuals coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who will be laying the wreath at National War Memorial. That's the tradition he set the last couple of years. That's what we've seen every Republic Day, followed by which his convoy will enter Kartavya Path, and following which the Republic Day parade will officially begin. Do remember, the President will be unfurling the tricolour there. So there is a series of events that are set to take place. The next few minutes are going to build up to the Republic Day parade. Do remember, this is the first Republic Day parade after the success of Operation Sindoor, and the theme, the tone, the tenor of Republic Day celebrations pretty much centered around the success of Operation Sindoor. Apart from that, President Draupadi Murmu will be unfurling the national flag after she reaches the location, and the Prime Minister, we're yet to pick up those first set of visuals, but the Prime Minister very shortly will be seen at the National War Memorial laying the wreath, followed by which he will be headed for Republic Day celebrations at Kartavya Path, and then we will see the unfurling of the tricolour there as well. And we do have very special chief guests this year. It surely is a build-up to the mother of all trade deals. The European Commission President will also be sharing the dais with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and hence the celebrations this time around become all the more special. So we keep up with these several visuals coming in from different parts of the country, people who are already seated for the Grand Republic Day parade, waving at the cameras already, really looking forward to this special Republic Day celebration. I do want to go across to guests who are with me in the studio. Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, defence expert. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being with us. And Commander Rashmi Shergill, defence expert. She continues to stay with us as well. You've been building up to the Republic Day parade. We've seen your commentary the last few minutes, Lieutenant General. Let's begin with the theme. Do you think this was the idea behind what we've been speaking of for the last so many months, the success, the hard work, the lessons most importantly from Operation Sindoor? How will all of that, in your view, culminate today on Kartavya Path?
Bharat will show its might today. We have already proved to the world that we mean business. We can protect our sovereignty, integrity, and the people of Bharat. These are very strong messages that we have sent during Op Sindoor, and thereafter we have been building it up. And today you'll see the might of Bharat, the armed forces' strength, and also the culture of our Bharat, which will be displayed on the Kartavya Path today. Let me tell you, a strong armed forces are meant to establish peace, and that's the message which we will send. If anybody
I
tries
think that's
to
the Prime Minister's cavalcade now making
Going
its
towards
way
the War
to the
Memorial.
War Memorial. And that tradition in itself,
Yes,
General, is
there's
so
no doubt.
unique. It's so special. What do you make of it? Starting Republic Day by paying tribute to the fallen soldiers at National War Memorial. It's a precedent that's been set by the government.
That's the greatest strength of our Bharat, which respects the soldier. I'm talking about 1971, when the war was over. I was coming on 1st of January from Guwahati. My commanding officer had given me 7 days leave to meet my parents. I was a young 20 years old second lieutenant. Each and every station that the train stopped, we were welcomed by the people of Bharat. Somebody gave us tea, somebody gave us some sweets, somebody garlanded us. So that is our strength, and that is what is being displayed now at the National War Memorial, where the highest executive body of Bharat is going to pay tribute and the respects to the fallen soldiers post 1947.
And this Commander Shergill, goes on to really talk about what our armed forces mean to us. And we've seen that all through Operation Sindoor, the way the government had given a free hand to the defense forces. And a lot of those details came out after the operation was halted, as has been spoken of by our top army officials, that this is just a pause. We've just hit the pause button. But the fact that they've all come out to say that we were asked to execute whatever we want to do with the neighboring nation, the way we want to do it, the way we feel confident about it, also speaks volumes of how there is a change that we're witnessing in how the armed forces are allowed to now operate the way they want.
National War Memorial.
It definitely is.
Now moving towards the Amar Chakra, circle of immortality.
Okay. Yes. So yes,
Here
it
is lit the
definitely
eternal
is. We have
flame
seen
of the
this
Amar Jawan Jyoti,
not only recently. Okay, the Prime past- Minister. Apologies, Prime Minister walking alongside Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and there you see the three chiefs as well walking to the War Memorial. They're going to be laying the wreath at the National War Memorial, like we've been discussing. It's a tradition that's been set in place the last few years, that's thoroughly been followed. Every Republic Day celebration officially begins with these visuals, and that's what we're seeing today as well. General, something striking about these, of course, what we see every year, the Prime Minister turns up in his own style. There's a little bit of a style quotient that comes with how he chooses to dress up. The Raksha Mantri alongside him, but look at that powerful vision that the government has set for the country. The armed forces is really walking the talk.
And look at the strength of our democracy, that our Prime Minister is leading the Raksha Mantri and the four senior-most
And that will be followed by 2 minutes of silence.
Behind him.
Silence.
So that is our
solemn,
strength.
still, tranquil. While a billion hearts beat, some now lie still, as gratitude, homage and honor call the silence, simply saying it all.
Okay, so the Prime Minister Narendra Modi on your screens at the National War Memorial, laying the wreath, paying his tributes to the fallen soldiers. And this is how Republic Day celebrations are now going to start. This is where it all begins. Okay, so shortly after, remember, close to 10:30, the Republic Day parade will begin. But what you see on your screens is Prime Minister Narendra Modi paying his tributes alongside the three service chiefs. You see them standing right next to the Prime Minister. The tributes being paid to the fallen soldiers this morning. And that's the first step before we as Indians reach Kartavya Path to witness the Grand Republic Day parade. This is what is witnessed every year. For the last few years, this is how Republic Day celebrations officially begin. It begins with respect, it begins with tribute, it begins with homage to the fallen soldiers, to those who've sacrificed their lives for all of us today, all of us who continue to speak, who continue to thrive, who continue to dream in this wonderful country, India. And the Prime Minister, as you see, standing right next to the three service chiefs, paying his tributes, all of them paying their tributes to the fallen soldiers at the National War Memorial. Our guests continue to stay on with us. But remember, 10:30, close to 10:30 a.m. is when the Republic Day parade will officially begin at Kartavya Path. First Republic Day after Operation...
मान का, सम्मान का, श्रद्धा का बार बार नमन। मन के भावनाओं के बादल से बन जाते हैं। देश के हर पर्व पर, हर गर्व पर ये वीर शहीद सदा याद आते हैं। राष्ट्रीय समर स्मारक पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा अमर शहीदों को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित की गई। भावुक कर देने वाला गौरवपूर्ण पल। याद बहुत आते हैं वो, हमेशा याद रहेगा उन वीरों का बलिदान। कैसे शब्दों में बांधें त्याग तुम्हारा, कैसे भावों के समंदर को समेटें हम, जब देखते हैं नाम तुम्हारा। तुम मुझसे परिचित न थे, मैं भी तुमसे मिला न था। तुमने जीवन दे दिया मेरे लिए, रहूं मैं सुरक्षित हरदम और मेरे जैसे सब। रहे सुरक्षित ये देश हमारा। मेरा तुम्हारा रिश्ता है अटूट, हमारी मातृभूमि एक है। तुम्हारा कर्म उत्कृष्ट है, तुम्हारा बलिदान श्रेष्ठ है।
The wreath-laying ceremony here at the National War Memorial, a poignant and moving one. The Prime Minister now making his way towards the digital signature book. Time, they say, is a great leveler. It gives as much as it takes away, but paradoxically leaves so much behind: memories, heroes, and history. Moments like today relive, recount, and recognize the past and its contribution to our today in the most time-honored way of recognizing and celebrating our heroes, their sacrifice. Words of reverence, words of gratitude, powerful feelings that can fill our hearts with something that is far bigger than us. And today we bow our heads in respect but stand tall with pride, knowing that we belong to a country where throughout history brave men and women have always answered the call to fight for freedom.
डिजिटल पुस्तिका में विचार दर्ज हो गए हैं, परंतु हृदय के हर भाव को शब्दों में कैसे पिरोया जाए। इन वीर सपूतों के त्याग को सलाम लिखा जाए, उनके नाम लिखा जाए, हर पैगाम लिखा जाए। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अमर शहीदों को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करने के बाद अब प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं।
They lived to serve and served to save. As the Prime Minister leaves the National War Memorial after the wreath-laying ceremony and moves towards the saluting base at Rajpath, he carries with him the gratitude of a nation for those who protected this country and a deeper responsibility to lead the nation towards a future that is equitable and secure for all. The focus of cows will now move to the saluting base, where after the arrival of the President of India, Kartavya Path will echo with a medley of sounds, clip-clop of hooves on the tarmac, martial music, crisp crunch of marching boots, the mechanized rumble of military machine, and beautiful folk music.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी देश के अमर सपूतों को श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करने के उपरांत राष्ट्रीय समर स्मारक से कर्तव्य पथ स्थित सलामी मंच की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह ने उन्हें विधिवत विदाई दी है। साथ में रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री संजय सेठ, रक्षा सचिव श्री राजेश कुमार सिंह, सीडीएस जनरल अनिल चौहान और तीनों सेनाओं के प्रमुख इस अवसर पर उपस्थित थे। देश का 77वां गणतंत्र दिवस एक समारोह का अवसर तो है, साथ ही हमें उन अमर शहीदों की याद दिलाता है जिनकी बदौलत आज हम सुरक्षित हैं, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित हैं, हमारा देश सुरक्षित है और हमारे देश में अमन चैन है, शांति है, विकास की रफ्तार तेज पकड़ रही है। ऐतिहासिक अवसर कर्तव्य पथ, जहां पर कर्तव्य पथ के दोनों ओर बड़ी संख्या में आम और खास इस राष्ट्रीय समारोह का हिस्सा बनने के लिए मौजूद हैं और उधर राष्ट्रपति भवन से देश की सशस्त्र सेनाओं की सर्वोच्च कमांडर भारत की राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू गणतंत्र मंडप से होते हुए राष्ट्रपति भवन के भव्य प्रांगण की ओर प्रस्थान कर रही हैं। राष्ट्रपति महोदया के साथ हैं इस साल के गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह के हमारे खास मेहमान, हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि, यूरोपीय परिषद के अध्यक्ष श्री एंटोनियो कोस्टा और यूरोपीय आयोग की अध्यक्ष उर्जुला फॉन डेन लॉयन। राष्ट्रपति महोदया के सेरेमोनियल प्रोसेशन में उनके दाहिनी ओर हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि के ठीक पीछे सधे कदमों से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं राष्ट्रपति के सैन्य सचिव मेजर जनरल वुडे परीदा और उनके बाईं ओर हैं राष्ट्रपति के उप सैन्य सचिव ग्रुप कैप्टन अर्पित काला। इस सेरेमोनियल प्रोसेशन को एस्कॉर्ट कर रहे हैं राष्ट्रपति महोदया के एडीसी मेजर ऋषभ सिंह सांब्याल और उनके बाईं ओर हैं एडीसी मेजर सिद्धार्थ शर्मा। सलामी मंच पर पहुंचने पर प्रेसिडेंट बॉडीगार्ड द्वारा नेशनल सैल्यूट माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया को प्रदान किया जाएगा। राष्ट्रपति भवन के भव्य प्रांगण में प्रेसिडेंट बॉडीगार्ड लाइंड अप हैं और अब आगमन हो रहा है ऐतिहासिक बग्घी का, जिस पर देश की राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, हमारे इस वर्ष के गणतंत्र दिवस के विशिष्ट अतिथि यूरोपीय परिषद के अध्यक्ष श्री एंटोनियो कोस्टा और यूरोपीय आयोग की अध्यक्ष उर्जुला वॉन डेर लायन के साथ समारोह पूर्वक कर्तव्य पथ की ओर प्रस्थान करेंगे। राष्ट्रपति के अंगरक्षक दुनिया की सबसे पुरानी रेजिमेंट्स में शामिल। इस रेजिमेंट के लिए गणतंत्र दिवस 2023 बहुत खास था, क्योंकि राष्ट्रपति के अंगरक्षकों ने वाराणसी में 1773 में अपनी स्थापना के 250 साल पूरे होने का जश्न मनाया था।
The President's bodyguard, which will escort the Supreme Commander, the President of India, to the saluting basin. This is a splendid view of the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan, the official residence of the President of India. The President's bodyguard getting ready to take their positions. And just to give you a context of the placement, riding to the right of the President's buggy is the Commandant of the President's bodyguard, Colonel Amit Perwal, VSM, and he's leading this elite body of mounted warriors astride his charger, Meghdud. Colonel Amit Perwal gives the command, and to the left of the President's buggy will be riding the second in command, Lieutenant Colonel Angad Singh Theen, astride Arya. The presidential buggy, a symbol of India's rich history, traditions and culture, is being led by Naib Risaldar Jitendra, mounted on Longstride. For the officers and men of the President's bodyguard, their horses are a very important part of their lives. Magnificent bay and dark-colored war horses. And this is the senior-most regiment of the Indian Army. Going around the 44-meter tall Jaipur column.
माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी का काफिला सलामी मंच की ओर, और यहाँ सलामी मंच कर्तव्य पथ पर आगमन दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का, उनकी अगवानी रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने की। सबका अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, आज के समारोह के लिए मौसम बेहद शानदार, धूप खिली हुई, जनवरी की सर्द सुबह, लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया मौसम, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को देखकर यहां जन समूह में उत्साह और जोश।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, having arrived at the saluting base, greeting people on either side of the saluting base and the enclosures. So the time for the parade to begin is coming closer. We now await the arrival of the Vice President of India, and then, of course, the President of India, along with our chief guests. This is also a moment that the present audience here has been waiting for, to see their leaders close. And the strains of Shubh Swagatam welcome the venue, welcome the people, welcome the dignitaries.
कर्तव्य पथ पर आगमन देश के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन का। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने उनकी अगवानी की और पीछे धुन स्वागतम पंडित नरेंद्र शर्मा के शब्द और पंडित रविशंकर का संगीत।
Warm handshakes, warm greetings, deep respect, protocol, privilege, all on display here. And of course here, privilege of the President's bodyguard to escort the President of India to the saluting base. The President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, with our chief guests, the President of the European Council, Mr. António Costa, and the President of the European Commission, Madam Ursula von der Leyen, arriving here at the saluting base.
We extend a very warm welcome to President European Council, His Excellency Mr. António Costa, a leading political figure recognized for...
It's always a proud moment for each and every one of us when we welcome our foreign friends, our foreign dignitaries and special invitees here to celebrate along with us. Because what else is democracy if not by the people, for the people, of the people? President Murmu, India's constitutional head, being welcomed here at the saluting base.
माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी और आज के समारोह के दोनों मुख्य अतिथियों के साथ अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए उनका परिचय कराया जा रहा है। वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों और गण्यमान्य व्यक्तियों से यूरोप और भारत के संबंधों में एक महत्वपूर्ण अवसर, बदलते परिवेश में भविष्य की ओर एक सार्थक पहल। 76 साल पहले सन 1950 को सुबह 10:30 बजे 21 तोपों की आवाज ने ऐलान किया था कि भारत अब गणराज्य बन गया है। तब से हर वर्ष ये गूंज दुनिया सुनती है।
In fact, the India-EU relations have entered a phase of renewed strategic momentum, with both sides intensifying engagement, underscoring mutual commitment across trade, investment, energy, space and agriculture. President's bodyguard now getting ready for the national anthem. The moment the dignitaries have taken their places. As the President's bodyguard moves away in the direction of India Gate, the 21-gun salute still booming at Kartavya Path. And now the investiture ceremony.
युद्ध के मैदान में नहीं बल्कि अन्य परिस्थितियों में शौर्य प्रदर्शन करने वाले सैनिकों और नागरिकों को प्रदान किया जाता है। सम्मानित अशोक चक्र पदक आकृति गोलाकार, पदक सोने से मढ़े कांस्य से निर्मित, पदक का व्यास 35 मिलीमीटर का, अग्रभाग पर 24 तीलियों का अशोक चक्र अंकित। यह चक्र निरंतर गतिशीलता, कर्तव्य और धर्म का प्रतीक होता है। चक्र के चारों ओर और कोई अतिरिक्त अलंकरण नहीं होता। यह उसकी सादगी और गरिमा को दर्शाता है। रिबन गहरे रंग का, मध्य रेखाएं नारंगी, हरा रंग जीवन, साहस और आशा का प्रतीक और नारंगी धारियां त्याग, बलिदान और राष्ट्र भक्ति का द्योतक। 29014 ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला, उड़ान पायलट। 29014 ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला ने भारतीय वायुसेना की उड़ान शाखा में फाइटर पायलट के रूप में 17 जून 2006 को कमीशन प्राप्त किया और वर्तमान में वायुसेना मुख्यालय वायु भवन में पदस्थापित और 1 फरवरी 2020 से अंतरिक्ष संस्थान इसरो में प्रतिनियुक्त हैं। वे एक युद्धक विमान दल, फाइटर कॉम्बैट लीडर, एक प्रायोगिक टेस्ट पायलट हैं और वे प्रतिष्ठित गगनयान प्रोग्राम के लिए चुने गए गगन यात्रियों में से एक थे। 25 जून 2025 को एक्सियम 4 मिशन के तहत ग्रुप कैप्टन शुक्ला ने निडरता और आत्मविश्वास के साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष स्टेशन ISS के लिए 20 दिनों की यात्रा के लिए आगे बढ़े, जो भारत के मानव अंतरिक्ष उड़ान कार्यक्रम के लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित हुआ। वे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष स्टेशन पर जाने वाले पहले भारतीय और 4 दशकों से भी अधिक समय के अंतराल के बाद अंतरिक्ष में यात्रा करने वाले दूसरे भारतीय बने। मिशन के दौरान आपने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अंतरिक्ष स्टेशन में रहते हुए कई जटिल प्रयोग किए, जो कि सूक्ष्म गुरुत्वाकर्षण, मानव शरीर, मनोविज्ञान और अंतरिक्ष में इस्तेमाल होने वाले आधुनिकतम पदार्थों पर आधारित था। अंतरिक्ष यात्रा से जुड़ी अत्यधिक चुनौतियों और खतरों के बावजूद आपने अदम्य साहस का प्रदर्शन किया और पूरे मिशन के दौरान संयम बनाए रखा। आपने अंतरिक्ष के जोखिम से भरे प्रतिकूल वातावरण में अत्यधिक शारीरिक तनाव, विकिरण दुष्प्रभाव, मांसपेशियों की क्षति सहित अन्य स्वास्थ्य संबंधी गंभीर खतरे, बदली शारीरिक अवस्थाएं और मनोवैज्ञानिक तनाव का सामना करते हुए असाधारण साहस, असीम धैर्य और प्रशंसनीय मानसिक दृढ़ता का प्रदर्शन किया। ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला को अदम्य साहस, उत्कृष्ट शौर्य के लिए अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित किया जाता है। ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला।
And service to the nation. And now, heralding the parade with musical instruments, the presentation of the ceremonial proceedings, setting a harmonious and befitting spirit of the Republic. Conducted by Sri Lokesh Anand, the presentation brings together accomplished classical musicians and traditional folk artists from across India, from Mizoram and Maharashtra, from Uttarakhand, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Each instrument, firmly grounded in its regional ethos, becomes an individual voice in the collective national narrative. A beautiful blend of notes will now make their melodious move here on Kartavya Path. The theme, Vividhata Mein Ekta, unity in diversity. Many traditions, one nation, many sounds, one rhythm, many identities, one India.
वंदे मातरम की धुन कर्तव्य पथ पर और आकाश में ध्वज फॉर्मेशन में 129 हेलीकॉप्टर यूनिट के 4 मी-17 1V हेलीकॉप्टर्स इन्वर्टेड वाई फॉर्मेशन में उड़ान भरते हुए राष्ट्रीय ध्वज के साथ अपने हेलीकॉप्टर में फॉर्मेशन का नेतृत्व करते हुए ग्रुप कैप्टन आलोक अहलावत, विंग कमांडर आशुतोष खंडूरी भारतीय सेना के ध्वज के साथ, विंग कमांडर अभिषेक मल्होत्रा नौसेना के ध्वज और भारतीय वायुसेना के ध्वज के साथ उड़ान भरते हुए स्क्वाड्रन लीडर अभिषेक शुक्ला। जन समूह पर आकाश से हो रही है पुष्प वर्षा। जाग उठी है सुबह, जाग उठा है दिन, जागे हुए भारत का जागृत है गणतंत्र, हमारा 77वां गणतंत्र दिवस। ये शुभारंभ है दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का गणतंत्र उत्सव है। सलामी मंच की ओर अपने वाहन में बढ़ते हुए आज के समारोह की भव्य परेड की अगुवाई कर रहे हैं परेड कमांडर लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल भवनीश कुमार। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल भवनीश कुमार एवीएसएम वीएसएम जनरल ऑफिसर कमांडिंग दिल्ली एरिया दूसरी पीढ़ी के अधिकारी लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल भवनीश कुमार ने 1989 में कमीशन प्राप्त किया। आज की परेड के कमांडर लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल भवनीश कुमार। एक नई धूमधाम, कुछ नई तैयारियां, कुछ नया तेवर। और ये आज की परेड के परेड 2IC मेजर जनरल नवराज ढिल्लों, तीसरी पीढ़ी के ऑफिसर बीएसएम चीफ ऑफ स्टाफ हेडक्वार्टर्स दिल्ली एरिया IMA देहरादून के पूर्व छात्र मेजर जनरल नवराज ढिल्लों ने सन 1991 में कमीशन प्राप्त किया। अनुशासन, जोश, पराक्रम, अद्भुत कौशल, उम्मीद की सोच से परे मानव और मशीन के कारनामे, देश की सैन्य शक्ति और सांस्कृतिक विरासत के दर्शन अब इस भव्य परेड में। और कर्तव्य पथ पर वीरता के शिखर साक्षात हमारे सामने। पराक्रम और बहादुरी की कोई हद नहीं होती। बात जब देश की आई तो हद क्या, ये तो बेहद से भी गुजर गए। परमवीर चक्र से सम्मानित सुबेदार मेजर ऑनररी कैप्टन योगेंद्र सिंह यादव PVC सेवानिवृत्त 18 ग्रेनेडियर्स। इनके साथ ऑनररी कैप्टन संजय कुमार PVC 13 जम्मू और कश्मीर राइफल्स। इन्हीं के साथ अपने वाहन में मेजर जनरल CA पिठावाला सेवानिवृत्त अशोक चक्र और कर्नल D श्रीराम कुमार अशोक चक्र। परमवीर चक्र और अशोक चक्र ताज है इन वीरों का। परमवीर चक्र युद्ध में और अशोक चक्र अन्य परिस्थितियों में असाधारण वीरता और सर्वोच्च बलिदान के लिए दिया जाता है।
And now approaching the saluting base, the European Union contingent with 4 flag bearers. The EU military representation is led by Colonel Frederick Simon Spuitz. The right side gypsy, aligned alongside the second ceremonial jeep, carries the flag of the European Union, symbolizing the institutional unity of the 27 EU member states, and alongside the flag of the European Union military staff, the permanent military body within the EU's institutional framework. The left side gypsy, aligned alongside the first, carries the flags of the EU Naval Force Atlanta and the EU Naval Force Aspis. And close behind them, approaching the saluting base with dignity and shared purpose, we have leading the mounted contingent of the Republic Day Parade 2026, resplendent in active combat uniform, mounted on magnificent gleaming steeds, the 61st Cavalry Contingent, led by Captain Ahan Kumar, the only active horse cavalry regiment in the world.
And over the Kartavya Path now is Prahar formation comprising one Dhruv advanced light helicopter carrying the Operation Sindoor flag of the Indian Army along with Rudra ALH WSI of the Indian Army and ALH Mark IV of the Indian Air Force, formation led by Colonel Vijay Pratap Sena Medal. ALH WSI flown by Lieutenant Colonel Ahmed Pasha and ALH Mark IV flown by Group Captain Arunav Pal. Prahar formation led today by Colonel Vijay Pratap Sena Medal.
A lovely clear blue sky, perfect foil for our flying machines. And here, going past to saluting base, led by Lieutenant Arjun Kashyap of 6 Lancers, the High Mobility Reconnaissance Vehicle, HMRV, India's first indigenously designed armoured light specialist vehicle. Equipped with battlefield surveillance radars, capable of detecting men, vehicles and low-flying helicopters along with drones to cover radar-blind zones.
And now flying is the Garud formation, a powerful display of indomitable spirit of our Apache attack helicopters, known for its unmatched power and lethality across the world. 2 Apache helicopters flown by Colonel Vikrant Sharma Sena Medal along with Lieutenant Colonel Manoj Saraswat. Lieutenant Colonel Sudeep with Major Aditya flying the 2nd Apache.
वायु विचरण करते वायु योद्धाओं के साथ साथ सलामी मंच के सामने भारत की सामरिक शक्ति का प्रदर्शन करता हुआ T-90 टैंक और साथ में मेन बैटल टैंक अर्जुन। 77 बख्तरबंद रेजिमेंट के कैप्टन विपनजोत सिंह विर्क की कमान में T-90 भीष्म टैंक का मशीनीकृत कॉलम अपनी गर्जना से वातावरण को गुंजायमान कर रहा है। और उसके ठीक बाईं ओर है 75 आर्म्ड रेजिमेंट के मेजर हितेश मेहता की कमान में अर्जुन MK1 मुख्य युद्धक टैंक। स्वदेशी रूप से विकसित है ये प्लेटफॉर्म आत्मनिर्भरता और युद्ध भूमि तत्परता के लिए भारत की प्रतिबद्धता को दर्शाता हुआ। उसके ठीक पीछे BMP-2 और नाग मिसाइल प्रणाली एक साथ शान से आगे बढ़ते हुए भारतीय सेना की मशीनीकृत ताकत के 2 शक्तिशाली प्रतीक हैं ये। 2 गार्ड्स के कैप्टन अक्षय कुमार बाली के नेतृत्व में द मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंट का BMP-2 कॉलम आगे बढ़ रहा है और साथ में है नाग मिसाइल सिस्टम MK2 17 मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंट के लेफ्टिनेंट शशांक शर्मा के नेतृत्व में। नाग मिसाइल सिस्टम रेजिमेंट का आदर्श वाक्य है 17 मेघ हर मैदान फतेह, उसे दर्शाता हुआ।
Dwansak Light Strike Vehicle LSVs. First LSV represents the firepower component, the second LSV abreast signifies the surveillance component, and the third LSV behind is anti-tank component.
LSV और UGV, unmanned systems, रोबोटिक डॉग्स एंड यूजीवीज इस समय कर्तव्य पथ पर और मानव रहित जमीनी वाहन माउंटेड यूजीवी इसकी कमान संभाली है गोरखा राइफल्स के कैप्टन विकास यादव ने। एमएसएमई और स्टार्टअप द्वारा घरेलू उच्च तकनीक का इस्तेमाल इन वाहनों को भारी हथियारों के साथ लोड किया जा सकता है। शक्तिबाण और दिव्यास्त्र वाहन भारत की नई पीढ़ी के मानव रहित वॉरहेड शस्त्रागार को शक्तिबाण और दिव्यास्त्र वाहनों के माध्यम से देखा जा सकता है। शक्तिबाण वाहन की कमान लेफ्टिनेंट रमन मिश्रा ने संभाली है और दिव्यास्त्र वाहन की कमान सूबेदार किरण मेदर के हाथ। ये दिव्यास्त्र वाहन और शक्तिबाण विशेषीकृत हाई मोबिलिटी व्हीकल्स पर स्थापित हैं। निगरानी लक्ष्यकरण की एकीकृत अवधारणा पर डिजाइन किए गए ये प्लेटफॉर्म।
And now rolling together along Kartavya Path, two powerful symbols of India's indigenous artillery strength are MOG, the Advanced Towed Artillery Gun System, ATAGS, and the Dhanush gun system, reflecting the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, led by Captain Natarajan Siva of 74 Field Regiment. The AMOG has a 155mm 52 caliber artillery gun. And led by Captain Gaurav Pandey of the 871 Medium Regiment, the Dhanush gun system, capable of firing a shell within 12 seconds and swiftly changing position to evade enemy counteraction. And now, going past a saluting base, presenting a formidable combination of a long-range precision and overwhelming firepower, the Suryastra and the BrahMos weapon system. Lieutenant Mehak Bhati is leading the Suryastra Universal Rocket Launcher System. And following the Suryastra, the BrahMos weapon system led by Captain Animesh Rohela of the 344 Missile Regiment.
Rolling past the saluting days are two formidable pillars of India's air defense architecture, the Akash weapon system and the medium-range surface-to-air missile MR-SAM. The Akash weapon system led today by Captain Aniket Ocha of 128 Air Defense Missile Regiment. Following the Akash is MR-SAM, also known as Abhr weapon system, led today by Captain Tanik Sharma of 501 Air Defense Missile Regiment. The motto of the regiment, Agratah Abhr, Vijay Sarvatra, ever ahead, victory everywhere. Akash, India's first indigenously developed surface-to-air missile system, designed to counter a wide spectrum of aerial theaters. And now, Drone Shakti, Eagle on the Arm, captained by Divyojit Mukherjee. Developed by the Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, the elite internal technical force, Drone Shakti, enables fabrication and sustenance of drone in forward areas. Showcase the top, Drone Shakti are the flagship indigenous platforms conceived and developed by various commands. These include engine-powered Kharga Chakra, Shakti Prahar, Navastra, Baz, Sudarshan, Dhruv Prahar, and Adrushyam, along with counter-drone system Prabal. And behind is the Integrated Operational Center, commemorating national victory during Operation Sindoor and inspiring the youth. The platform depicts conduct of operation in brief, led by Captain Samira Zenat Batar, showcasing the entire nation's effort in its success. A blend of Virasat, Vividita or Vikas.
भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के इंटीग्रेटेड ऑपरेशनल सेंटर के बाद अब बारी है कर्तव्य पथ पर भारतीय थल सेना के मूक सैनिकों की, यानी पशु दस्ते का स्वागत हो रहा है। हिमालय और सियाचिन के उच्च दुर्गम पर्वतों पर ये मूक योद्धा हमारे योद्धाओं के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर काम करते हैं। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना को आत्मसात करते हिमालयी क्षेत्रों में तैनात हमारे विशेष सैनिक हिम योद्धाओं की इस टुकड़ी का नेतृत्व कर रही हैं कैप्टन हर्षिता यादव। हमें इन पर गर्व है। सबसे आगे हैं बैक्ट्रियन ऊंट, भारतीय सेना के ये लद्दाख के शीत मरुस्थलों से गलवान और नुब्रा तक अपनी सेवाएं देते हैं। 15,000 फीट से अधिक ऊंचाई पर भी ये सहजता से कार्य कर सकते हैं। ब्लैक काइट्स, शिकारी पक्षी रैप्टर्स। प्रसन्नता और गर्व का विषय है कि राष्ट्र सेवा में सतत तत्पर ब्लैक काइट्स आज परेड में अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज करा रहे हैं। ग्लेशियर, एटीवी, ऑल टेरेन व्हीकल और साथ में भारतीय नस्ल के सैन्य श्वान, मधोल हाउंड, रामपुर हाउंड, ये सभी आज कर्तव्य पथ पर अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज करा रहे हैं।
Marching with quiet determination and unmatched resilience is the mixed Scouts contingent led by Lieutenant Amit Chaudhary to Arunachal Scouts, representing India's elite infantry unit, specialized in high-altitude surveillance and frontier reconnaissance. Their measured stride echoes the Army's ethos of service before self. The combined military bands of the Parachute Regiment, Brigade of the Guards and the Rajputana Rifles comprises of 75 musicians. The band is led by Subedar Major Prakash Chandra Joshi of Brigade of the Guards. The band is playing the iconic tune Vande Mataram. The contingent marching along Kartavya Path is from the Rajput Regiment led by Lieutenant Vikas Khatri, 21 Rajput, which is one of the oldest and most decorated infantry regiments of the Indian Army with over 250 years of distinguished service. The war cry of the Rajput Regiment is Rajput, second to none.
जोशीले कदमों के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए असम रेजिमेंट के जवान कैप्टन आर्यन देवलेकर की कमान में, भारत की प्राचीनतम रेजिमेंट में से एक। कर्तव्य निष्ठा, साहस और समर्पण की मिसाल ये रेजिमेंट अब तक 4 बार सर्वश्रेष्ठ मार्चिंग दल का खिताब इसके नाम है। औलाद के जिगर की धुन, संयुक्त मिलिट्री बैंड दस्ता, सूबेदार तुल बहादुर थापा की कमान में 74 संगीतकारों का ये सुर संगीत। कैप्टन वेदांत सेठ जी के नेतृत्व में जम्मू और कश्मीर लाइट इन्फेंट्री का दस्ता, इसी रेजिमेंट के नायब सूबेदार बाना सिंह हैं, जिन्हें परमवीर चक्र से सम्मानित किया गया था। इस रेजिमेंट को कई पुरस्कार मिल चुके हैं। रेजिमेंट का आदर्श वाक्य बलिदानम वीर लक्षणम।
Going past the saluting base, the regiment of artillery a smart, sharp word of command by Captain Gajendra Goswami of 223 Field Regiment. This is the largest and most formidable arm of the Indian Army, revered as the god of war. Its motto, Sarvatra Izzat Iqbal, everywhere with honor and glory. And behind them, the combined military bands of the Bombay Engineers Group, Army Service Corps South and Army Medical Corps. Band is led by Subedar A.A. Khan of the Army Medical Corps. The band playing the tune Sher-e Jawan. And behind them we have Sher-e Jawan, the 4 Bhairav Battalion, the 6th Light Infantry Regiment, led by Major Anjum Gorkha, going past the saluting base. This is a specialized assault infantry unit bridging the capability of conventional infantry and special forces. Designed for rapid response and high-intensity operations. An able first responder.
कर्तव्य पथ पर अब सामने आ रहा है नौसेना का ब्रास बैंड, सुमधुर लय, सामंजस्य और भव्यता को परिलक्षित करता हुआ ये दस्ता जय भारती की धुन बजाते हुए आगे बढ़ रहा है। नेतृत्व मास्टर चीफ पेटी ऑफिसर म्यूजिशियन फर्स्ट क्लास एम एंटोनी राज कर रहे हैं। सलामी मंच के ठीक सामने उपस्थित जन समूह को आह्लादित, उल्लसित, रोमांचित करते हुए भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं के मैकेनाइज्ड कॉलम्स, मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट और बैंड दस्ते। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी हमारे विशेष मेहमानों को जानकारी देते हुए इस राष्ट्रीय उत्सव सलामी मंच के सामने अब है नौसेना का मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट। इस दल के कमान लेफ्टिनेंट करण नाग्याल संभाल रहे हैं। उनके साथ लेफ्टिनेंट पवन कुमार, लेफ्टिनेंट प्रीति कुमारी और लेफ्टिनेंट वरुण त्रिवेदिया प्लाटून कमांडर हैं। भारतीय नौसेना दल में 144 युवा और जोशीले नौसैनिक शामिल हैं। सधे कदमों और अनुशासन के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर मार्च कर रहे हैं। सलामी मंच के सामने अब आ रही है भारतीय नौसेना की झांकी। झांकी की विषय वस्तु एंकर्ड इन ट्रेडिशन, सेलिंग इनटू सेल्फ रिलायंस और इनोवेशन है। झांकी का नेतृत्व लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर रूपा ए और लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर दिलना के कर रही हैं। शक्तिशाली विमान वाहक पोत INS विक्रांत को भी इसमें दर्शाया गया है। जय यानी जॉइंटनेस, आत्मनिर्भरता एंड इनोवेशन से विजय की ओर अग्रसर भारतीय नौसेना को प्रतिबिंबित कर रही है ये झांकी।
Here come the men and women in blue, dressed in colorful ceremonials. Indian Air Force band comprising 72 musicians, including 57 Agniveer men, 9 women Agniveer and 3 drum majors, led today by Sergeant Charles and Neil Daniel, playing the tune Sound Barrier. Following the band, approaching the saluting dais is the Indian Air Force marching contingent comprising 4 officers and 144 airmen. And on top of the Kartavya Path, you can see the Sindoor formation now flying over the skies, comprising 2 Rafale, 2 Sukhois, 2 MiG-29, one Jaguar fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Formation led by Group Captain Raghuvanshi. The contingent on Kartavya Path of the Indian Air Force led by Squadron Leader Jagdish Kumar. Other officers, Squadron Leader Nikita Chaudhary, Flight Lieutenant Prakhar Chandrakar and Flight Lieutenant Dinesh as supernumerary officers. Each step moving forward to achieve their motto, Nabha Sprisham Deeptam.
And now comes the Veterans Tableau themed Sangram Se Rashtra Nirman Tak. The front tractor portion symbolizing Sangram features a striking three-dimensional circular wall depicting iconic war machines. Crowning the wall is the symbolic Amar Jawan Jyoti, a solemn tribute to the fallen heroes whose supreme sacrifice secured the nation's freedom and integrity. And now comes the Tri-Services Tableau of Indian Defence Forces depicting Operation Sindoor, victory through jointness, symbolizing the collective strength, unity and integration of the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force in safeguarding national sovereignty. Victory through jointness embodies the transformation of India's defence forces into a future-ready, technology-driven and mission-oriented forces. The Indian Coast Guard band led by the Uttam Adhikari Papanur Ji Babu is marching to the resonant and stirring tune of Sare Jahan Se Acha.
के बाद अब भारतीय तट रक्षक बल का दस्ता सलामी मंच के सामने हमारे समुद्र के प्रहरी और इस दस्ते का नेतृत्व कर रही हैं कंटिंजेंट कमांडर ऋषि शर्मा। वयम रक्षामः, हम रक्षा करते हैं का ध्येय भारत की समुद्री शक्ति और सुरक्षा की प्रतिबद्धता के परिचायक ये सैनिक भारत के 11,098 किलोमीटर तक फैले समुद्र तट की रक्षा इनके कंधों पर। और अब DRDO की ये लॉन्ग रेंज एंटी शिप मिसाइल, इसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं उत्कृष्ट वैज्ञानिक एवं परियोजना निदेशक श्री ए प्रसाद गौड़। DRDO हमारी रक्षा सेनाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाते हुए उन्हें आधुनिक हथियार प्रणालियों से लैस कर रहा है। ये मिसाइल हाइपरसोनिक ग्लाइड मिसाइल है जो स्थिर और चलायमान लक्ष्यों को निशाना बना सकती है। कर्तव्य पथ पर भारत की सैन्य शक्ति अपने पूरे जोश में और उसका प्रदर्शन। अब बारी केंद्रीय सशस्त्र पुलिस बल के दस्तों की। सब इंस्पेक्टर करण सिंह के नेतृत्व में CISF का बैंड दस्ता धुन बजा रहा है अमर सेनानी।
casting a golden glow to Kartavya Path. This is the contingent of the imposing Central Reserve Police Force, marching contingent. And this is the CRPF band going past the saluting base, playing Desh Ke Hum Hai Rakshak, commanded by Inspector Shamsher Lal. And this is the CRPF marching contingent going smartly past the saluting base, led by Assistant Commandant Simran Bala and Miss Surabhi Ravi. The motto of the CRPF, service and loyalty. Going past the saluting base, the band contingent of the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force, led by Bandmaster ASI Devendra Singh. This is the force that guards the nation's highest frontiers. The tune, Kadam Kadam Badhaye Ja.
Following the band marching smartly along the Kartavya Path is the marching contingent of the Indo-Tibetan Border Police led by Assistant Commandant Pagar Janardhan Kalu, 3 subordinate officers and 144 Himvis. The ITBP stands sentinel along the 3,488-kilometer Indo-China border, operating in world's harshest conditions at altitudes up to 19,000 feet and temperatures plunging to minus 45 degrees Celsius. And now, leading the musical ensemble, Ruango Gunovo Kense, Bandmaster Woman Constable, leading the Delhi Police Band, playing Delhi Police Anthem. Following the band is the Delhi Police Marching Contingent led by Assistant Commissioner of Police Anant Dhanraj Singh IPS. 3 sub-inspectors, 44 head constables and 100 constables, part of 148 marching contingent. A unique feature of this contingent is that every member is above 6 feet tall in height. What an imposing and majestic bearing.
और अब स्वागत कीजिए रेगिस्तान के जहाज का। ऊंट राजस्थान के थार रेगिस्तान और कच्छ के रण के दुर्गम इलाके में सीमा पर तैनात जवानों के एकमात्र भरोसेमंद साथी। ये है सीमा सुरक्षा बल के दस्ते में ऊंट चेतक पर सवार कंटिंजेंट डिप्टी कमांडेंट श्री महेंद्र पाल सिंह राठौर की अगुवाई में। बीएसएफ के ये शाही ऊंट आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। दस्ते की खास बात यह है कि 1976 से लगातार ये कंटिंजेंट गणतंत्र दिवस परेड में भाग लेता रहा है। आदर्श वाक्य, जीवन पर्यंत कर्तव्य। रंगों का समुद्र बिखरता हुआ कर्तव्य पथ पर भारत के 77वें गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह के अवसर पर। उसके ठीक पीछे है सीमा सुरक्षा बल का ऊंट बैंड, दुनिया में अपनी तरह का एकमात्र बैंड, बीएसएफ का कैमल माउंटेड बैंड। 35 बैंड वादक इसमें शामिल। नेतृत्व बैंड मास्टर सब इंस्पेक्टर अमल चट्टोपाध्याय कर रहे हैं। ये बैंड हम हैं सीमा सुरक्षा बल, बहादुरों का दल की धुन बजा रहा है। पहली बार इस दल ने 1990 में गणतंत्र दिवस परेड में भाग लिया था। और अब सलामी मंच के सामने पहुंच रहा है एनसीसी की छात्राओं का मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट। 148 युवा और जीवंत छात्राएं उसमें शामिल। नेतृत्व उत्तराखंड निदेशालय की कमांडर सीनियर अंडर ऑफिसर मानसी विश्वकर्मा कर रही हैं। एनसीसी अपनी युवा शक्ति के माध्यम से राष्ट्र निर्माण में सबसे आगे प्रमुख योगदान देने वालों में। दुनिया के सबसे बड़े युवा वर्दीधारी संगठनों में एक है नेशनल कैडेट कोर यानी एनसीसी। मार्चिंग कंटिंजेंट के ठीक पीछे है एनसीसी का कंबाइंड बैंड। नेतृत्व बिरला विद्या बालिका पीठ की सलोनी यादव।
The band is playing कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। After girls, here comes NCC boys marching contingent. Contingent Commander Senior Under Officer Tawheed Altaf of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh Directorate is leading the 148 boy cadets marching contingent. The cadets have been drawn from all the directorates of NCC. The NCC is one of the largest youth organizations in the world. Marching proudly along Kartavya Path is the My Bharat National Service Scheme contingent, a shining embodiment of youthful energy, selfless service and nation-building spirit. Leading the My Bharat National Service Scheme contingent is Ms. Charu Singh from Rajasthan, representing Regional Directorate of NSS Jaipur.
सलामी मंच के सामने अब है पंजाब रेजिमेंट के सूबेदार देशराज के नेतृत्व में 90 संगीतकारों का संयुक्त मैस्ड पाइप्स एंड ड्रम्स बैंड इंद्रधनुष की धुन बजाता हुआ। विहंगम दृश्य आज की इस भव्य परेड का। मार्चिंग दस्तों के बाद अब बारी है भारत की समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत की झलकियों की, झांकियों की। सबसे पहले असम की झांकी, असम के धुबरी जिले का आशारी कांडी गांव, असम के पारंपरिक टेराकोटा शिल्पकारों का सबसे बड़ा केंद्र। झांकी के साथ लोक कलाकार नृत्य करते हुए, गीत गाते हुए। गुजरात की झांकी स्वदेशी स्वावलंबन और स्वतंत्रता का मंत्र वंदे मातरम की थीम के साथ सलामी मंच के सामने। झांकी में आप मैडम भीकाजी कामा, जिनके झंडे पर वंदे मातरम अंकित है, उन्हें देख सकते हैं। झांकी के पिछले हिस्से में बापू की मूर्ति एक धर्म चक्र के साथ और सम्मानित रचनाकार झवेंद्र चंद मेघाणी के रचे गीत की लय ताल पर उत्साह से झांकी के साथ चलते कलाकार।
The tableau from Gujarat going past the saluting base. Explanations of what is happening, context being given. And now to Tamil Nadu, the mantra of prosperity, self-reliant India. So much to take in, so much to absorb. And now we look forward to next, going past the saluting base, the tableau from the Ministry of Ayush. Ayush ka tantra, swasthya ka mantra, highlighting the role of the National Ayush Mission.
स्वस्थ भारतम चरक पतंजलि अगस्त्य त्रिमूर्ति औषध पर्वत करे स्वास्थ्य पूर्ति काम क्रोध लोभ मोह के भार साधना से हो निराधार।
कर्तव्य पथ पर मंत्रालयों की झांकियां, राज्यों की झांकियां आगे बढ़ रही हैं। इसी क्रम में अब आ रही है कौशल विकास और उद्यमशीलता मंत्रालय की झांकी। भारत के भविष्य के लिए तैयार वर्कफोर्स का हब बनने की दिशा में बदलाव को ये झांकी परिलक्षित कर रही है।
हम आगे बढ़ चले हुनर के सहारे अपने रास्ते खुद बना चले।
अब चलते हैं छत्तीसगढ़। स्वतंत्रता का मंत्र वंदे मातरम, जनजातीय वीर नायकों को समर्पित देश के पहले डिजिटल संग्रहालय का प्रदर्शन इस झांकी में, साथ ही शहीद वीर सिंह स्मारक और जनजातीय स्वतंत्रता सेनानी मेमोरियल में 14 जनजातीय स्वतंत्रता संग्रामों की बलिदान गाथाओं को स्थान मिला है।
धरती बोले वीरों की यह गाथा है, वीर नारायण सिंह की हुंकार स्वराज की राह बताता है। वंदे मातरम भूमकाल कारण गूंजा था वीर गुंडाधुर के संग रे, लिंगागिरी की ज्वाला बनकर ठूके जुल्मों के फनरे। वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम तारापुर और हलवा के वीर जंजन का अभिमान रहे, बलिदान की इस पावन माटी पर भारत का सम्मान।
And now, Ministry of Home Affairs presents Jan Kendrit Nyay Pranali, the historic enactment of Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita, Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, and Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam 2023.
ये है न्याय का उजाला, ये है न्याय का उजाला, सोच गुलामी की मिटाकर
नई संहिता को अपना कर,
नई तकनीक को साथ जोड़कर
गूंजेगा दंड से न्याय का नारा।
And now, presenting the timeless grandeur of Bundelkhand, featuring the Ekmukhi Ling, the most celebrated rock cut sculpture of Kalinjar, the majestic Kalinjar Fort, and the revered Nilkant Mahadev Temple, reinforcing the historical and spiritual significance of the region.
चकार चंड तांडवम तनो तनो शिव शिवम, शक्तिवान बेटियों की अब नई उड़ान है, आज यूपी में विकास का नया विहान।
And now comes Nagaland. Nagaland's Tableau presents the Hornbill Festival as a vibrant expression of culture-led tourism and community-driven self-reliance, reflecting the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat in India's northeast. And after Nagaland, here comes Punjab. Punjab's Tableau pays a solemn tribute to the 350th year of martyrdom of Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, the 9th Sikh Guru, revered as Hind Di Chadar, the protector of human conscience, faith and freedom.
राखा प्रभुता का तिलक जंजू राखा प्रभुता का तीनों बड़ों कलू में साका साधन है इतने जिनका
पंजाब के बाद चलिए दक्षिण भारत केरल की इस झांकी में देखिए भारत की पहली वाटर मेट्रो और 100% डिजिटल साक्षरता की उपलब्धि को। आत्मनिर्भरता का मंत्र ग्रामीण परिवेश में डिजिटल साक्षरता की ब्रांड एम्बेसडर श्रीमती सरसू को स्मार्टफोन और लैपटॉप पर काम करते हुए देखा जा सकता है। झांकी में वाटर मेट्रो नाव है। कोच्चि के बैकवाटर में लोगों के लिए आसान कनेक्टिविटी प्रदान करती है वाटर मेट्रो।
വേഗേ വേഗേ കുതിക്കുന്ന നല്ല നാട് കേരനാട് വിശുദ്ധമാം വയൽ നാട് കേരള നാട് കായലിനും കടലിനും കിളി കേട്ട നാടതിന് കുതിയാലെ കുതിക്കുന്ന തുണയുണ്ടല്ലോ വള്ളം കേറിപ്പോയാൽ ഇനി നേരം മതി മതി ആരേരം പോറ്റും കരകെത്തിടാം വേത്തുവരും കാറ്റാൻ കനി പോലെ രസിപ്പിക്കും അവയുഗ ഭാഷ
और अब हिमाचल प्रदेश की झांकी कर्तव्य पथ पर स्वतंत्रता का मंत्र वंदे मातरम के थीम के साथ कर्तव्य पथ पर आगे बढ़ती हिमाचल प्रदेश की झांकी। देवभूमि हिमाचल हमारे देश की वीर भूमि भी है। इस राज्य ने 1203 वीरता पदकों का अनुपम उपहार भारत को दिया है।
ढोलो राढमाका मारा हिमाचल बड़ा पाका लगा ढोलो राढमाका मारा हिमाचल बड़ा पाका सौरभ कालिया विक्रम बत्रा हिमाचल रे शानो पड़ी आपदा देशों के जो दीदी अपनी जानो शहीद हुआ सब
Approaching the saluting base, the tableau of Jammu and Kashmir unfolding like a silken tapestry, presenting the region as a seamless cultural continuum where craftsmanship and performance merge into a single luminous narrative. Handicrafts and folk dances of Jammu and Kashmir going past the saluting base. Perfect depiction of culture. Following the tableau from Jammu and Kashmir, we have the tableau from the Ministry of Home Affairs, NDMA and NDRF, focusing on the Bhuj earthquake, 25 years of resilience.
आपदा मित्र रहे तत्पर हर वक्त स्कूलों में सिखाए सुरक्षा का अभ्यास बचपन से जागे सजगता का प्रयास युवा शक्ति का है संकल्प आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो साकार आपदा से सुरक्षित राष्ट्र हो यही एनडीएमए का आधार और जब भी संकट आए देश को मिले
कर्तव्य पथ पर सलामी मंच के सामने गुजर रही है अगली झांकी। स्कूल शिक्षा और साक्षरता विभाग शिक्षा मंत्रालय की ओर से ये झांकी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की विषय वस्तु पर आधारित है। झांकी के अग्रभाग में आर्यभट्ट, शून्य और ग्लोब लिए हुए बच्चों को मुस्कुराते हुए देखा जा सकता है। केंद्र में मार्शल आर्ट प्रदर्शन और कला और खेल का सामंजस्य है।
भारत की है नई पहचान, भर लो उड़ान, छू लो आसमान, नए भारत की है नई पहचान।
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति से
विकसित भारत का निर्माण, भर लो उड़ान, छू लो आसमान, नए भारत की है नई पहचान।
शिक्षा मंत्रालय के बाद अब आ रही है पंचायती राज मंत्रालय की झांकी सलामी मंच के सामने। स्वामित्व योजना आत्मनिर्भर पंचायत से समृद्ध और आत्मनिर्भर भारत को परिलक्षित करते हुए ये झांकी समृद्ध का मंत्र आत्मनिर्भर भारत की मुख्य थीम पर आधारित है, जो गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह की मुख्य थीम भी है इस वर्ष। झांकी का मध्य भाग स्वामित्व योजना के क्रियान्वयन को प्रदर्शित कर रहा है।
डिजिटल भी बदली गाँवों की तकदीर डिजिटल भारत से भारत का हर सपना साकार अपने हाथों की लकीर पर अब अपना अधिकार तो धरती मेरी अंबर मेरा स्वामित्व से गौरव मेरा स्वामित्व से गौरव मेरा।
And now presenting Ganesh Utsav, the tableau from Maharashtra showcasing creation of idol of Lord Ganesh, Ganesh Visarjan and a temple representing Ashtavinayak of Maharashtra. A grand scene depicting a traditional dhol associated with Ganesh Utsav.
जय 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 गणेशा विघ्न निवारक हे परमेशा पालन करता तू सकळांचा वंदन तुझला महागणेशा परंपरेचे पायिक आम्ही समृद्धीचं लेणं स्वदेशीचा जागर आणि कला गुणांचं देणं आनंदाचा उत्सव आमुचा निर्भरतेची आशा सकळांचा वंदन तुझला महागणेशा
And now West Bengal presents Swatantrata Ka Mantra Vande Mataram, a powerful narrative of state's seminal role in our freedom struggle, depicting cultural and intellectual awakening through Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, Rabindranath Tagore, Netaji, Subhash Chandra Bose, Khudiram Bose, and Mantagini Hazra.
Mataram, Mataram, Sujalam, Sufanam, Malaya Jashikaram, Shasya Shamaram, Mataram,
Next is the tableau of the Ministry of Power presenting India's transformative journey in the power sector, highlighting its transition towards a sustainable, digital and reliable energy ecosystem that supports an Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat anchored in the theme Prakash Ganga, River of Light.
सपनों का सूरज धीरे धीरे आसमां की ओर बढ़ा देश के हर घर आंगन में नया उजाला जाग उठा प्रकाश गंगा निरंतर बहे आशा की रेखा बने हर सपने को मिले उड़ान रोशन कल की ये पहचान ऊर्जा से सशक्त हिंदुस्तान.
And here comes the tableau of Madhya Pradesh, dedicated to Lok Mata Devi Ahilya Bai Holkar, a timeless symbol of self-reliance, enlightened governance and cultural stewardship. Accompanied by folk artists performing traditional dances, the tableau comes alive with rhythm and color.
से काशी तक टूटे शिवालय जिसने खड़े कराए फिर प्राण बसाए देवी सा जिसका मान सुशासन हथकरघा नारी शक्ति है जिसकी पहचान नर्मदा के तट महेश्वर से उठी जाए जयकार.
सलामी मंच के सामने आ रही है ओडिशा की झांकी. परंपरा से प्रगति और आत्मनिर्भर भारत में ओडिशा के योगदान को दर्शाती हुई महिलाओं के नेतृत्व, सेमीकंडक्टर चिप और कोरापुट कॉफी. झांकी में कोणार्क के सूर्य मंदिर को भी देखा जा सकता है. झांकी के साथ नर्तक एक सांस्कृतिक आयाम जोड़ते हुए.
संदर्शन नागरिक प्रजुक्तिर प्रदर्शन नागरिक प्रजुक्तिर प्रदर्शन नारी सशक्तिकरण नागरी समृद्धिर वाहन कोरापुट कफी आ सिलिकन नाम आनिला नुआ लोक नागरिक आनिला नुआ लोक पट्टचित्र आउ तार कसी पाई हेउछ आमे गर्वित.
भारत की समृद्ध विरासत, उसका प्रदर्शन और पूर्वोत्तर राज्य मणिपुर की झांकी. सलामी मंच के सामने यहाँ के कृषि उत्पाद दुनिया भर में अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं. यहाँ जीआई टैग प्राप्त 3 ऐसे उत्पादों को देखा जा सकता है जो किसानों का जीवन बदल रहे हैं. मणिपुर की मिर्च, चावल और संतरे की प्राचीन किस्म.
And now we will travel across the breadth of India towards its western side, Rajasthan. The Usta art embodies timeless elegance, meticulous craftsmanship and enduring brilliance, earning Bikaner a distinguished place in India's craft traditions, and that is what is displayed here. And now, a tableau which every year people wait for. From the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, the CPWD tableau. Vande Mataram commemoration of 150 years, that's the theme. All done in flowers, rainbow of colors, plus plus.
सलामी मंच के सामने अब पहुंच रही है सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय की झांकी, जिसका विषय है भारत गाथा श्रुति कृति दृष्टि। झांकी का डिजाइन तैयार किया है जाने माने फिल्मकार संजय लीला भंसाली ने, और जिस गीत की स्वर लहरियां गूंज रही हैं उसे स्वर दिया है प्रख्यात पार्श्व गायिका श्रेया घोषाल ने।
सुनो 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 भारत की ये कथा, भारत गाथा सुनो। ओम की ध्वनि से गूंजे धरती आसमान भी, ऐसे शुरुआत हुई चेतना की ज्ञान की। सुनो 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 भव्य दृश्य फिर सुनहरे पर्दे का सृजन हुआ, कला से कलाकार का।
सांस्कृतिक समय रेखा विजन स्टेटमेंट को परिलक्षित करती सूचना प्रसारण मंत्रालय की झांकी के ठीक पीछे है पुडुचेरी की झांकी। समृद्ध शिल्प विरासत, संस्कृति और ओरोविल का विजन इस झांकी में दिखाया गया है। पारंपरिक शिल्प कौशल इसकी खासियत।
And here comes the tableau of Ministry of Culture, depicting the theme of Vande Mataram, the soul cry of a nation. Vande Mataram is far more than a song. It is a powerful expression that once lived on the lips of revolutionaries and resonated in the heart of every Indian.
विष्णुपंत पागनीस ने स्वर नहीं शौर्य दिया। मदनलाल ढींगरा और खुदीराम बोस जैसे शहीदों से आज की जेन जी तक युग बदले, पुकार वही वंदे मातरम।
The Ministry of Culture proudly presents Vande Mataram, the eternal resonance of Bharat, marking the 150th anniversary of our national song. This national tribute, curated by the Sangeet Natak Academy. The choreography unfolds through the collective presence of 2,500 artists drawn from every state and union territory of Bharat. Overall creative director being Dr. Sandhya Purecha, Chairperson, Sangeet Natak Academy. The choreography traces the nation's timeless journey from its spiritual and cultural roots through the sacrifices of our forefathers and freedom fighters, to the unwavering valor of our armed forces, past and present. Powerful formations, martial rhythms, and lyrical passages together evoke courage, resilience, and devotion to the nation.
श्री बंकिम चंद्र चटर्जी द्वारा रचित प्रातः स्मरणीय वंदे मातरम गीत को वर्षों से हर्षोल्लास से गाते भारतवासियों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन। वंदे मातरम केवल एक गीत ही नहीं, अपितु भारत की आत्मा की प्रतिध्वनि है, जो हम भारतीयों को एक सूत्र में बांधता रहा है और बांधता रहेगा। वंदे मातरम गीत की 150वीं वर्षगांठ के शुभ अवसर पर आओ हम सब एक सुर में भारत भूमि की इस गौरवपूर्ण एवं अद्भुत रचना को उत्कर्ष, उत्साह और श्रद्धा से नमन करें।
कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद कराले, कोटि कोटि भुजय धृत घर कर वाले, ये बोले माँ तुम्ही अमले, बाहुबल धारिणी नमामि तारिणी, त्रिपुरल वारिणी
ज्ञान की अविरल धारा बहे, ऋषि मुनि आध्यात्म कथाएं कहे।
जय जय होती सैनिक और किसान की, धरोहर है ये धरती वेद पुराणों की। वंदे 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 मातरम, वंदे 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 मातरम। तुम्ही विद्या तुम्ही धर्म, तुम्ही हृदि तुम्ही मर्म, त्वं हि प्राणः शरीरे, बाहुते तुम्ही मा शक्ति, हृदये तुम्ही मा भक्ति, गोमाय प्रतिमा गणी, मंदिरे मंदिरे। है हरित हरित हरियाली से, लाल माँ लाल से भी लाली, ओढ़े चादर शालीनता की, मेरी मातृभूमि है बलशाली, मेरी मातृभूमि है बलशाली।
यह पूजा होती पशु पक्षी पाषाण की, यह पूजा होती मानवता इंसान की।
हम वंदना गाए वंदे मातरम गीत की, वंदे 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 मातरम।
सुजलां सुफलां मलयज शीतलां, सस्यश्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरम्।
Daniki daniki dani takai tak 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 daniki daniki dani takai tak 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 dina giri 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 dina giri 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 daniki daniki dani takai dina tak tak dan dan tak 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 dam tak 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 dan dan tak 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 dam tak 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 dan dan tak dan dan tak ginta dan dan tak dan dan tak ginta dan dan tak dan dan tak ginta kitara ragda giri giri giri
शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी, उल्लसितयामिनी,
tirikita tin tina, deita tin tina, tirikita tin tina, deita tin tina, tirikita tin tina, deita tin tina, tirikita tin tina.
यहाँ राम और कृष्ण ने जन्म लिया, नालंदा तक्षशिला ने ज्ञान दिया, यहाँ राम और कृष्ण ने जन्म लिया, नालंदा तक्षशिला ने ज्ञान दिया, अंतरिक्ष में हमने भेदन किया, विश्व को शांति संदेश दिया। बह चली भारत से अविरल धारा विज्ञान की, निधरि मगरि निधरि निध पद मगरि मगरि निधरि नभ मगरि निधब मगरि धनि नभ मगरे तब मगरे रे 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 वंदे 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 मातरम वंदे मातरम।
त्वं हि दुर्गा दशप्रहरणधारिणी, कमला कमलदलविहारिणी, वाणी विद्यादायिनी, नमामि त्वां नमामि कमलं कमलं अतुलं सुजलां सुफलां मातरम्। वन्दे मातरम् श्यामलां सरलां सुस्मितां भूषितां धरणि भरणि मातरम्। वन्दे मातरम्। भारत की है श्वास, हर दिल का है विश्वास, पल पल का है आभास, बंधन है एक भास। वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम।
हिमालय जैसा धीर कल कल नदियों का नीर, हरता हर जन की पीर, गावे साधु संत फकीर।
वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम। माँ का है गुणगान, बच्चों की है जान, युवकों के है प्राण, महिलाओं का उत्थान। वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम।
गंगा का है अभिमान, संस्कारों का संस्थान, वेदों की है तान, तिरंगे की है शान।
वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम।
सनातन का है ज्ञान, मानवता को है वरदान, विरासत का है निशान, भारत का है सम्मान।
वंदे 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 मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे 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 मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे वंदे मातरम वंदे वंदे मातरम वंदे
वंदे
Seeing is
स्वाधीनता
believing.
की
What a
ज्वाला को
performance.
प्रज्वलित करने वाला एवं भारत की संप्रभुता का उद्घोष करने वाला वंदे मातरम।
2,500 artists drawn from every state and union territory of Bharat, bringing together all major traditional art forms alongside a vibrant spectrum of folk and tribal traditions. It's been such a varied, vibrant and vigor-inspiring display so far. The audience absolutely enthralled, embracing every element on display. This is true tribute to the nation. In fact, the lineup of the Republic Day Parade always has two exciting displays to herald the last segment of these celebrations. A daring display of balance, concentration and creativity, the motorcycle display, followed by power and precision in the skies, the Indian Air Force fly past. And this year, exhibiting their collective skills through the motorcycle display are highly trained women and men from the CRPF and SSB. The all-women CRPF team will be led by Assistant Commandant Seema Nag, who has been leading this team for the past 12 years, while the SSB team is being led by Assistant Commandant Naveen Kumari. From a solo one-wheel riding maneuver to a high of 42 riders, these teams collaborate to impress and inspire everyone with their diligence, dexterity and daring.
कर्तव्य पथ पर अब मानव मशीन को कैसे कैसे संतुलन कर सकता है, उसके दृश्य देखिए। डेयरडेविल्स टीम, सीआरपीएफ और एसएसबी का संयुक्त प्रदर्शन। अभिवादन सहायक कमांडेंट सीमा नाग और सहायक कमांडेंट नवीन कुमारी।
The salutation going past the saluting base. Absolutely amazing to see the ability of the human being to master the laws of physics, to come together with complete dexterity, precisely co-balanced formations. And this is the one-wheel riding Constable Saji KS of the SSB moves forward with courage and composure. A light breeze catching the flags, but definitely not throwing anybody off balance. Approaching the saluting base, we have the Sarvatra Suraksha formation.
एसएसबी की निरीक्षक शहनाज अपने 18 साथी जवानों के साथ, सीआरपीएफ की कांस्टेबल सीमा पुंडीर अपने 11 जवानों के साथ सर्वत्र सुरक्षा की फॉर्मेशन में। बहादुरी के साथ अगर कुशलता जुड़ जाए तो क्या परिणाम होता है, ये परिणाम होता है। और एक पंक्ति जो हम अक्सर दोहराते हैं ऐसे प्रदर्शनों में कि आप ऐसे प्रदर्शन न करें।
It's very risky, absolutely. And now going past the saluting base, we have the formation Jungle Warrior. Assistant Commandant Rishu Shrikant Palande of the CRPF, along with 11 of his fellow soldiers, demonstrating remarkable target acquisition during an encounter with Naxalites.
वायरलेस कम्युनिकेशन डिजिटल इंडिया इंस्पेक्टर ज्योति यादव और कांस्टेबल ताहिर एसएसबी अपने 10 साथी जवानों के साथ और हवलदार सरिता बिष्ट सीआरपीएफ अपने 4 साथी जवानों के साथ इस आधुनिक युग के डिजिटल भारत की नवीन संचार तकनीकों को दर्शाते हुए।
And now approaching the saluting base, the beam roll. Constable Shivalila of the CRPF, along with 9 fellow soldiers, performing the beam roll on a moving bike at Kartavya Path. It is said, and very rightly so, that the most effortless displays of skill and talent are the result of intense effort and showing here.
और अब योग की शक्ति, भारत हमेशा से विश्व योग गुरु रहा है। योग की आवश्यकता को समझाते हुए कांस्टेबल ओम प्रकाश और नमिता एसएसबी अपने 4 साथी जवानों के साथ चलती बुलेट पर सूर्य नमस्कार की विभिन्न मुद्राओं में।
Such balance, such perfection. And now, target going past the saluting base. Constable Soni Devi of the CRPF, along with 4 of her fellow soldiers, and Constable Navaprabhat of the SSB, along with his fellow soldier, standing face to face in a moving bike, aiming at the target with courage and fearlessness. And from the target, touching the sky.
छूलो आसमान, हवलदार सुनील कुमार SSB और कांस्टेबल नीलम गौरव 18 फीट की ऊंची सीढ़ी पर निडरता के साथ आसमान की ऊंचाइयों को छूने की कोशिश, और इनके साथ कांस्टेबल जितेंद्र SSB अनूठे ढंग से सीढ़ी पर बैक राइडिंग करते हुए.
Many days of arduous practice, all on display here. The crowd absolutely enthralled. And now if you're touching the sky, well, right behind we have Garuda. Havaldar Rajkumar and Havaldar Reddy of the SSB, along with 12 of their colleagues, marching forward in the Garuda formation, symbolizing fearlessness, courage and soaring high.
गरुड़ के पीछे वायु कांस्टेबल रीना मलिक CRPF अपने 6 अन्य साथी जवानों के साथ, और कांस्टेबल शालीना सचेत SSB अपने 6 अन्य साथी जवानों के साथ वातावरण में प्रदूषण को रोकने के लिए ये संदेश जन जन तक पहुंचाती हुई.
And now this formation saying what it means, concentration. Constable Sheikh Kajal of the CRPF, along with 11 comrades, rolling down Kartavya Path, butterfly formation, patience and concentration.
और अब पावर ऑफ CAPF SSB के 19 जवान 2 बुलेट पर सवार CAPF की शक्ति को दर्शाते हुए इसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं उप निरीक्षक कृष्णलाल. ये पिछले 13 वर्षों से SSB के टीम कोच हैं.
And now, living up to their name, Desh Rakshak, 42 CRPF women demonstrating the courage of unity and diversity, performing a stunning pyramid formation here at Kartavya Path. Riding, well, believe it or not, just 4 bullets at the same speed. The formation is being led by Assistant Sub-Inspector Joshi Catherine Eka, and the crowd delighted.
42 महिलाएं अनेकता में एकता का संदेश देश रक्षक के.
Our proud men and women performing here on Kartavya Path, and we are proud of them. And now the human gaze, all eyes up to the sky from the direction of Rashtrapati Bhavan. The Indian Air Force fly past will begin.
Time now for the grand finale, a thrilling flying display. This flying display is an outcome of the focused training and professionalism of the air and the ground crew of the Indian Air Force. The first formation onto your television screens, Arjun Formation, named after Marshal of the Air Force Arjun Singh, Distinguished Flying Cross. Formation comprising 1 C-130J Super Hercules aircraft and 2 C-295 aircraft, the latest tactical transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Leading this formation is a C-130J aircraft from the Special Operations Squadron of the Indian Air Force, led today by Group Captain Rahul Rawal. The motto of the squadron, Praharati Pratihanti, translating to strike to kill. Flanking it are 2 C-29 aircraft from 12th Squadron in victory formation, flown by Group Captain Shivam P.K. Vasan and Wing Commander S. Sachil.
जी हाँ, जमीनी करतबों के बाद अब बारी है हवाई करतबों की. भारतीय वायुसेना के वायु योद्धा वायु विचरण करते हुए जब नजर आएंगे कर्तव्य पथ के ऊपर, तो आप अपनी सांसें थाम लेंगे, यकीन मानिए. सबसे पहले कुछ ही देर के बाद अर्जुन फॉर्मेशन, जिसमें 2 C-295 विमान और साथ में एक C-130 एयरक्राफ्ट सुपर हरक्यूलिस के नाम से जिसे जाना जाता है, अर्जुन फॉर्मेशन तैयार करते हुए कर्तव्य पथ के ऊपर से गुजरेगा. मार्शल ऑफ एयर फोर्स अर्जुन सिंह के नाम पर जिसका नामकरण हुआ है। नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं ग्रुप कैप्टन राहुल रावत। 350 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से इन विमानों ने चंडीगढ़ से उड़ान भरी है और कर्तव्य पथ की ओर अग्रसर हैं।
The formation flying at a speed of 350 kilometers per hour, and today it has gone airborne from Air Force Station Chandigarh. C-130J is a special operation heavy lift transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force. And now you can see the first formation, Arjun formation, led by Group Captain Rahul Rawat. Flanking it are two C-295 aircraft, flown by Group Captain Shivam P.K. Vasan and Wing Commander S. Sachin. Flying majestically up over the skies of the Kartavya Paths. And now time for the Varuna formation, comprising one PHI aircraft of the Indian Navy and two Sukhoi 30 MKI aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Leading the formation will be Group Captain Akshay Kumar Raja with Commander Ashish Vashisht flying the PHI, and the Sukhoi 30 MKI of the Indian Air Force flown by Group Captain Jeetu Yadav with Squadron Leader Tanush Malik and Wing Commander Deepak Prasad with Squadron Leader Ram Sharma. The PHI, with its unmatched long-range maritime reconnaissance and anti-submarine prowess, and the Sukhois flanking it. The formation led by Captain Akshay Kumar Raja. And now you can see Bajrang formation comprising 6 Rafale fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Undoubtedly, one can say even the wind along the Kartavya Path have stopped to stare at these Rafales. The formation being led by Group Captain Arun Kumar. Other members of the formation, Wing Commander Jaspal Singh, Squadron Leader V.B. Chengude, Squadron Leader A.K. Beniwal, Squadron Leader S. Masand, and Squadron Leader Amol Garg, all from 101 Squadron known as the Falcons of the Chum. The squadron's motto, Anabhishya Bhedi, seek and destroy. Rafale, omnipotent 4++ generation fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force.
जी आपसे कुछ ही क्षणों के बाद कर्तव्य पथ के ऊपर से नजर आएंगे वज्रांग फॉर्मेशन में 6 रफेल विमान। नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं ग्रुप कैप्टन अरुण कुमार। वायु योद्धा गर्व और शौर्य की नई मिसाल कायम करते हुए कर्तव्य पथ के ऊपर से वायु विचरण।
वज्रांग led by Group Captain Arun Kumar. Marvel the choreography of power and precision, each aircraft symbolic of the guardianship that keeps our skies sovereign and secure. And time now for a single Rafale flying at a speed of 900 kilometers per hour, all set to touch the sky with glory as it executes the vertical maneuver over Kartavya Paths. The aircraft is being flown by Group Captain Amit Gehani along with Flight Lieutenant Utkarsh Sharma of 17th Squadron known as the Golden Arrows. Their motto, Udayam Ajastram, meaning ever rising skywards.
विजय फॉर्मेशन कर्तव्य पथ के ऊपर से एक रफेल 900 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से वायु विचरण करता हुआ उड़ान भर रहे हैं ग्रुप कैप्टन अमित गेहानी। जोधपुर से उड़ान भरी है।
The aircraft doing series of rolls, going up, and finally would disappear into the blue yonder, signifying the motto of the Indian Air Force, Nabha Sprisham Deeptam. Vijay stands as a salute to the spirit of India, resolute and rising.
उपस्थित जनसमूह आह्लादित है, उल्लसित है, रोमांचित है वायु योद्धाओं के इस वायु विचरण को देखकर, जिन्होंने भारतीय वायुसेना की गौरवशाली परंपरा की नई मिसाल कायम की है। नभस्पृशम दीप्तम को चरितार्थ करते हुए कर्तव्य पथ देश प्रेम के रंगों से ओतप्रोत होता हुआ।
Now you see me, now you don't. You blink and you miss. What a wonderful flypast. Historically, flypasts have a special affinity with parades and form their aerial component. And the flypasts here at the Republic Day Parade have a way of imprinting themselves on the audience's memory. A form of aerial salute. They show respect, display aircraft, and showcase flying skills as a form of entertainment to delight the public. And everything is what we saw. So the spectacle of India's 77th Republic Day celebrations in New Delhi comes to a closure by the grand finale of the Indian Air Force. And ceremonial conclusions on days like today never have an air of finality about them. National celebrations always leave us suffused with feelings of pride, camaraderie and oneness. The past anchoring us and giving us stability. The present giving us the energy to move on. And the future giving us hope. We're now awaiting the arrival of the President's bodyguard, and we can see them here coming from the direction of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Lovely sunny morning. A light winter breeze definitely lifting the flags, but the spirits too.
भव्य गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह, और ये इतना शानदार कैसे बनता है, तो एक बात तो बिल्कुल समझ में आती है कि जब हम और आप मौसम का हवाला देकर घर से बाहर जाने में भी आनाकानी करते हैं, तब भी हमारे सैनिक बारिश, कड़ाके की सर्दी और कोहरे की परवाह किए बिना लगातार अभ्यास यानी प्रैक्टिस करते रहते हैं। सच ही कहा है किसी ने, अगर आप अपने काम में मेहनत करते हैं तो दिखता है, और अगर मेहनत नहीं करते हैं तो भी दिखता है। मेहनत, अनुशासन और अभ्यास से वो स्तर पाया जा सकता है जिसके लिए गणतंत्र दिवस परेड को दुनिया भर में जाना जाता है।
The President's bodyguard arriving here at the saluting base. On arrival, the command for Salami Shastra will be given by the commandant of the PBG, and the national anthem will be played, drawing this celebration to a formal conclusion. Visual delight, patriotic feeling, and dignity and respect for the nation, for our men and women in uniform. We were privileged to have with us today as chief guests for the parade foreign dignitaries from the EU, and here, rising up in the blue sky as if carrying with them the aspirations of the largest democracy and one of the youngest populations in the world, hundreds of balloons in the colors of the national flag.
अकेले रंगेगा और प्रत्येक भारतवासी
And today, for our visitors and foreign guests who've seen the parade for the first time, we are sure that not only was this a novel experience for them, but also gave many a glimpse of our diversity, cultural heritage, and national oneness.
भारतीय सशस्त्र सेनाओं की सर्वोच्च कमांडर, देश की राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू सलामी मंच से अब कुछ ही क्षणों के उपरांत समारोह पूर्वक राष्ट्रपति भवन के लिए प्रस्थान करेंगी। उनके साथ हैं इस वर्ष के गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह के हमारे विशेष मेहमान, यूरोपीय परिषद के अध्यक्ष श्री एंटोनियो कोस्टा और यूरोपीय आयोग की अध्यक्ष उर्जुला फॉन डेर लायन, देश के उपराष्ट्रपति श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन, माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया को समारोह पूर्वक विदाई देने के लिए उनके साथ उपस्थित, साथ ही माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी, रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह, बहुत ही विशद, बहुत ही भव्य, बहुत ही प्रभावशाली 77वां गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह आयोजित हुआ ऐतिहासिक कर्तव्य पथ पर। पृष्ठभूमि में राष्ट्रपति भवन का गुंबद देखा जा सकता है, जो कर्तव्य पथ से स्पष्ट दृष्टिगोचर होता है। ऐतिहासिक बग्घी में विशिष्ट मेहमान अपनी जगह, अपना स्थान ग्रहण करते हुए यूरोपीय आयोग के अध्यक्ष उर्जुला फॉन डेर लायन, भारत की राष्ट्रपति माननीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू और यूरोपीय परिषद के अध्यक्ष श्री एंटोनियो कोस्टा, भारत और यूरोप की सहभागीदारी अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में यूरोपीय कमीशन के देशों और भारत को प्रगति के नए आयाम पर ले जाने में कामयाब होगी, इसमें कोई शक की गुंजाइश नहीं है। आगे आने वाले दिनों में बहुत से महत्वपूर्ण ऐलान हो सकते हैं सहयोग की दिशा में। परंपरागत बग्घी में माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया राष्ट्रपति भवन के लिए प्रस्थान करेंगी। प्रेसिडेंट बॉडीगार्ड समारोह पूर्वक उनको राष्ट्रपति भवन लेकर के जाएंगे। राष्ट्रपति के अंगरक्षक, जैसा हमने शुरू में कहा, एक अद्वितीय एयरबॉर्न कैवलरी रेजिमेंट है। राष्ट्रपति महोदया उपस्थित जनसमूह का, जो कि कर्तव्य पथ के दोनों ओर उपस्थित हैं, अभिवादन करती हुई उनका
जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं, इस समारोह से बड़ा कोई आयोजन नहीं है। भव्य आयोजन और राष्ट्रपति जी का काफिला राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर कर्तव्य पथ पर धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ता हुआ, और जिस क्रम में प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब से गण्यमान्य व्यक्तियों का आना हुआ था, अब उसके रिवर्स ऑर्डर में उनका यहां से प्रस्थान होता है। राष्ट्रपति जी के बाद अब माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी श्री सीपी राधाकृष्णन सलामी मंच से कुछ देर में प्रस्थान करेंगे। वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष आज के समारोह का मुख्य थीम।
Ceremony and tradition giving context to modernity. Today the signs and symbols of national celebration become more meaningful. And as we foreground them, our individual identities take a back seat and responsible nationhood leads the way. And we saw glimpses of that. Across the armed forces, across the civilian performers. And as the dignitaries depart from the saluting base and we conclude yet another Republic Day parade in New Delhi, we would do good to remember that our extraordinary existence as a civilization has withstood centuries of transformation and still stands strong with its uniqueness in place. We are, however, a young republic, still settling in, still adopting, and still adapting. Our strength has always been our ability to embrace and hold different extremes with gravitas and fortitude, with balance and dignity, tradition and modernity, change and continuity, reconciliation and resistance, and of course resilience and fragility. And India's ability to allow space of change in opinions and differences is what gives it the power to sustain and grow from strength to strength. And here applause growing from strength to strength. Everybody has been waiting. This has become virtually tradition now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, before departing from the venue, goes right up along either side of the enclosures and Kartavya Path to greet people up close, first hand.
समारोह का वो हिस्सा जिसकी प्रतीक्षा यहाँ मौजूद सभी को रहती है, जब प्रधानमंत्री उनके निकट, उनके दीर्घाओं के निकट पहुंचते हैं, उनका अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हैं। यादगार के कुछ और पल उनकी यादों में शामिल, और प्रधानमंत्री कोशिश करते हैं कि वो काफी दूर तक इन दीर्घाओं में जो दर्शक हैं उनके पास जाएं, उनके नजदीक जाएं और उनका अभिवादन स्वीकार करें।
And as the Prime Minister slows down to interact with the people, Kartavya Path becomes a canvas of emotion and national pride. Across the majestic boulevard, thousands rise to their feet. Hands waving, eyes searching, hearts racing for a glimpse that many have waited years for. With every wave and folded greeting, the Prime Minister acknowledges the faith of the people seated across Kartavya Path. In that simple gesture lies a powerful connection of trust, respect, and shared destiny. For countless citizens present here today, this is not merely a visual moment. It is an experience that will be remembered for a lifetime, retold to families, preserved in photographs, and cherished in quiet reflection. The excitement visible on these radiant faces here. Children craning their necks, elders offering blessings, tricolors fluttering with pride, speaks volumes of a nation's collective hope. This is leadership, not from a distance, but leadership that reaches out, listens, and reassures.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का हमेशा से ये प्रयास रहता है कि इस तरह के जो ऐतिहासिक आयोजन हैं और उनमें जो जन भागीदारी है उसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बढ़ाया जाए, उसे सुनिश्चित किया जाए। और उसी क्रम में जो दर्शक यहाँ पर कर्तव्य पथ के दोनों दीर्घाओं में उपस्थित हैं, उत्कंठा से प्रतीक्षा करते हैं कि कब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय उनके नज़दीक आएंगे, उनके साथ उनको सेल्फी लेने का मौका मिलेगा, उनकी यादगार फोटोग्राफ को अपने साथ संग्रहित करने का, संचित करने का अवसर मिलेगा। और यकीनन अपने आप में एक बहुत ही विशिष्ट अवसर होता है एक आम नागरिक के लिए, जब देश का सर्वोच्च नेतृत्व उसके इतने पास हो, उससे इतनी प्रॉक्सिमिटी उनकी बन रही हो, तो अपने आप में उसके व्यक्तिगत तौर पर उस व्यक्ति के लिए एक बहुत ही अविस्मरणीय, कभी न भुलाने वाला ये अवसर होता है। और इन चेहरों पर जो उल्लास है, जो उत्कंठा है, जो उमंग है, वो स्पष्ट देखी और पढ़ी जा सकती है। 77वें गणतंत्र दिवस का भव्य समापन हुआ है परेड का, जहां भारत की समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत का प्रदर्शन हुआ, देश की सामरिक शक्ति का प्रदर्शन हुआ। वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष इस वर्ष के गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह की मुख्य थीम और साथ ही आत्मनिर्भर भारत समृद्धि का मंत्र जो बन करके उभरा है, उसका अवलोकन किया देश ने, सारी दुनिया ने। आजादी का महोत्सव हम मना रहे हैं और पिछले वर्षों में संकल्प से सिद्धि के रास्ते पर चलते हुए लगभग हर क्षेत्र में देश ने सफलता के नए अध्याय लिखे हैं। देश का सर्वोच्च नेतृत्व सुनिश्चित कर रहा है कि विकास की यात्रा अनवरत रूप से जारी रहे और वर्ष 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना हमारा पावन संकल्प है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, waving to the engines of any democracy, its driving force, its people. The country we all build is the country we bequeath.
अब नजर है 2047 पर, जब आजाद भारत के 100 वर्ष पूरे होंगे। हम लगातार लक्ष्यों को सामने रखकर उन्हें पाने के प्रयास में लगे हैं। इस महान देश की प्रगति और विकास गाथा लगातार लिखी जा रही है। स्वर्णिम भारत की आभा में दमकते मानवता और निखरते विश्व की ये तस्वीर भारत का भव्य गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह।
Every last wave counts, every last smile counts. The Prime Minister's carcade slowly inching its way in the direction of Rashtrapati Bhavan. A benign sun, a graceful celebration, a powerful celebration, a meaningful celebration, and a wonderful way to begin the morning of the 26th of January.
प्रधानमंत्री अपने वाहन पर हैं, लेकिन वो अभिवादन स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। कर्तव्य पथ पर बहुत दूर तक दीर्घाएं बनाई जाती हैं। लगभग 80,000 दर्शकों के बैठने की व्यवस्था की गई थी इस बार। कर्तव्य पथ, जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं, लगभग 3 किलोमीटर लंबा मार्ग और उसका ये हिस्सा जहां पर धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ता हुआ प्रधानमंत्री का काफिला।
To dream, desire and dedicate only has meaning if we deliver. And that's been the aim of governance over the years, and that is what makes India stand tall in the comity of nations. As the elected leader of the largest democracy in the world, Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving to the source of the strength of his governance, the people of India. Today, the nation, with its values and ideals, its founding fathers gave it, its ability to navigate challenges, has stood the test of time. India's people and principles, we are hopeful, will propel its engines, driving change, powering growth, and giving direction.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का प्रयास है कि जो भी दर्शक यहाँ पर 77वें गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह का हिस्सा बनने के लिए पहुंचे हैं, कर्तव्य पथ के दोनों ओर कोई भी निराश नहीं हो। हर व्यक्ति को वो व्यक्तिगत तौर पर अभिवादन प्रेषित करना चाहते हैं, शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करना चाहते हैं।
ये 1 आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर सिग्नल रेजिमेंट प्रधानमंत्री जी का काफिला कर्तव्य पथ के दूसरे छोर की तरफ बढ़ चला और इधर ये बात बार बार मन में आती है कि जब मन में हो कल्याण का संकल्प, तब सतत कर्म और परिश्रम ही मात्र एक विकल्प। ना कोई थकान है, ना भी विश्राम है। जन कल्याण का आह्वान है, उम्मीदों का आसमान है। गणतंत्र दिवस की अनेक शुभकामनाएं और बधाई। जय हिंद।
Okay, there you saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi wave at everyone till the very end of that stretch on Kartavya Path as his carcade moved towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. You saw the Prime Minister wave at the crowds gathered. As we've all heard, close to 80,000 people were accommodated for the Republic Day parade, the 77th Republic Day, which was celebrated by India. We did see the mega parade on Kartavya Path, the Prahar formation, the Nag missile systems, a landmark display at the 77th Republic Day. Not just everything that led to Operation Sindoor being successful, but this was a celebration of 150 years of Vande Mataram. Well, that's all for now. The celebrations will continue indeed through the rest of the day, but let's shift our attention to the story. The last 2 years, we've seen a major breakthrough in anti-Naxal fight. Over 500 Naxals have been killed in the last 2 years alone. Arunima managed to pack this story together for us, and here's this special report. Take a look.
Talperu, Chintavagu, the rivers of Bastar for decades have seen water and blood flow together. But 2025 was a landmark year. Civilian and security forces casualties came to an all-time low. More than 1,200 Naxal cadres surrendered in just the last quarter of 2025. And the top leadership of Maoists were neutralized. 2026 is also pregnant with possibilities. So how close are we to realize the dream of a Naxal Mukt Bharat? What really are the challenges that remain? Let's find out. Sukhma, one of the 3 remaining districts where left-wing extremism is still a challenge as per Union Home Ministry data. Sukhma, the birthplace of one of the most dreaded Naxal commanders, Madhvi Hidma. Hidma, the man responsible for 26 deadly operations, eliminating entire Congress leadership in 2013, killing 76 CRPF Jawans in 2010. But today his home ground is turning a new page. The fear of mines in these kacha roads loom large. Mines were planted all around these areas to keep away forces and government machinery for decades. We're now moving towards the Puvarti village. In the battle against left-wing extremism, Puvarti, the name has a lot of value, a lot of significance. This is the village to which Madhvi Hidma belonged to. He joined the CPI Maoist cadre as a minor, as perhaps a 15-year-old, and one of those rare tribals who rose up the ranks. He was recently neutralized by the Andhra Pradesh police. But Puvarthi also is now being showcased by government as an example of development initiatives. A hospital has been sanctioned here. A Gurukul is already functioning inside the CRPF camp. A PDS is PDS building to ensure that rice and grains reach the villagers. That has been set up. Aadhaar cards, voter ID cards, all the markers of development are now being made available to Puvarthi. But what do villagers think about the changing landscape as far as LW is concerned, the surrenders that have happened and the development projects that have been initiated? We are going deep inside Puvarthi to find out what Hidma's family, what his village mates think about the changing landscape. Hidma was killed in an encounter by Andhra police in December. Soon after, his successor in PLGA Battalion 1 and an equally ruthless Naxal commander, Barse Deva, surrendered. Today, Deva's sister is a teacher at the Anganwadi at Puvarthi, and the family has chosen a path away from the gun. आप अपने बारे में कुछ बताइए, क्या नाम है, क्या काम करते हैं आप?
नहीं, मैं भी आत्मसमर्पित हूँ। हाँ। पहले संगठन में था, लगभग 12-13 साल तक संगठन में काम किया हूँ। इसी साल 2025 में आत्मसमर्पण किया हूँ। अच्छा जी। क्यों सोचा आपने कि आप आत्मसमर्पण करना है? मतलब आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए अभी का माहौल सिचुएशन थोड़ा क्रिटिकल है, इसी के कारण भी सोचा हूँ। और फोर्सेस का मूवमेंट भी ज़्यादा बढ़ गया था। हमारा जो पार्टी का जो सिद्धांतिक काम भी कार्य मतलब थोड़ा निर्णायक करने में थोड़ा तकलीफ था।
हिडमा भी आपको लगता है आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए तैयार थे?
हो सकता था अभी का माहौल को देखकर, मतलब वो सिद्धांत है, दृढ़ संकल्प जो लोग रहते हैं वो मार्क्सिज्म का सिस्टमेटिक है। जैसे मतलब समाज में जो भ्रष्टाचार है उसको तब तक रहेगा जब तक संघर्ष रहता है, इसलिए जो किसी के मन में रहता है विचार।
ये बारसे देवा की माता जी हैं, नमस्ते। इनसे पूछिए, बारसे देवा ने जो आत्मसमर्पण कर दिया है तो इनकी क्या सोचती हैं आत्मसमर्पण के बारे में?
आत्मसमर्पण की तो कहते देवाल बात आलसी थी,
बात आलसी तन पे बेल में पैतोड़ में का पैसा लांडा रे बेले मत कितोड़ में।
क्या बोल रही हैं?
मतलब उसको पकड़ के सरेंडर करवाया ना, दिखाया है, तो हम क्या सोचेंगे अभी।
बट अच्छी बात है, जान बच गई है, अब सरेंडर हो गया, अच्छी बात है।
और बेले मत पे कितोड़े में चला लांडा रुपए वाह तोरे में लोन बेसुटाई वेंडे वाह तोरे में।
क्या कह रही है?
मतलब सरेंडर किए हैं, कभी भी आ सकता है घर में, आके जिएगा। अच्छा है,
कमाई किस बात का तुम गादा
खेती करके जिएंगे।
खेती करके जिएंगे। हाँ। कितने साल से नहीं देखा इन्होंने बारसे देवा को?
बस उन साल तीन चूड़ो मत तीन लोन की
इल्लें जी मुने इन वाह नूर को नहीं जी के हम तक तीन ना मुने के वाह बोलो।
लगभग 2-3 साल से।
2-3 साल से नहीं देखा है।
हाँ। वाह बोलो।
तो जब वो संगठन में थे तो घर आते थे?
आते थे, कभी-कभी आते थे। वाइनूर के संगठन ते मत्तास के
वाइनूर
संगठन ते मत्तास के वाइनूर बेस्कास के बंदे उड़नुम को नहीं जीत के उड़ो मम्मो।
क्या कह रही हैं?
मतलब पहले संगठन में रहते समय कभी-कभी आते थे, बाद में यहाँ कैंप आने के बाद से नहीं आया है।
नहीं आया है। अच्छा, ये जो अभी नक्सल संगठन खत्म हो रहा है, ये अच्छा है? यहाँ कैंप खुल गया है, स्कूल खुल गए हैं, अस्पताल खुल गए हैं, अच्छा है?
मतलब हमको नक्सल संगठन खत्म हो गया या पुलिस प्रशासन या कैंप वगैरह डालेगा तो हमको किसी का मतलब नहीं है। हमको सिर्फ हमारा जल जंगल जमीन बचना चाहिए, बस
बचना चाहिए। अगर नया अस्पताल खुल जाएगा, अच्छा स्कूल खुल जाएगा तो खुश होंगी?
पुनः अस्पताल वक्तस के स्कूल वक्तस के कुशांति न
गुल्ले पिलान लो सिंतम तम नाती ना पिलान मिका गुल्ले स्कूल तक लो सी
गुल्ले आ गए वाह तुम गादा।
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
मतलब सभी लोग बच्चों को अगर कोई बीमार वगैरह होगा तो सभी को भेज देते, मतलब लाते हैं अस्पताल में। मतलब अभी नया ओपन होने वाला है, वो बनने के बाद अच्छा बेस्ट
अच्छा बन जाएगा, अच्छा हो जाएगा।
अच्छा हो जाएगा।
Puvarthi till just a year ago was an unofficial liberated zone where Naxal militia roamed freely and Indian security forces dreaded to enter. The red Maoist flag and their messages decrying democracy and elections dominated the landscape. But today a lone tricolour is spotted here. Villagers queue up to get their voter ID card made. And the children drown all voices around as their books give way to the guns. Schools proved to be the biggest casualty of Naxal violence as Salwa Judum grew post-2011. Naxals either blew up school buildings, alleging that security forces were using them as bases to carry out anti-Naxal operations, or the students, teachers and the parent community were too scared to allow them to come to these school buildings. But now you see, this is Irak Bhatti. It's a prefab structure. There are only limited number of students, but at least a beginning has been made. So let's take a look and figure out if schools indeed are a symbol of returning peace in Abujmar, in rest of Naxal affected areas. कितने दिनों से ये स्कूल में पढ़ा रही हैं?
5 महीना हो गया।
5 महीने पहले ये स्कूल यहाँ चालू हुआ है?
जी जी।
हाँ, तो पहले तो यहाँ पे स्कूल वूल नक्सली चलने नहीं देते थे, ऐसा मुझे बताया गया है। तो यहाँ के बच्चे थोड़ा बहुत भी पढ़े हुए हैं या आपको बिल्कुल शुरुआत से
शुरू किए हैं मैम हम लोग। जी।
कितने बच्चे हैं आपके पास?
6।
क्योंकि ये अबुजमाड़ का इलाका है, काफी अंदर है।
कभी इस एरिया में आई नहीं थी, बस नारायणपुर तक सीमित थी। वहाँ से 5 किलोमीटर अंदर तक भी नहीं आई थी। मेरे लिए एकदम अचानक शुरुआत में तो मैं बहुत डरती थी, घबराते हुए आती थी, फिर मैम को रोकती थी। इनके साथ ही यहाँ ये जंगल तो काफ़ी डर लगती है मेरे को, अभी भी अकेली जब जाती हूँ ना बहुत डर लगता है। फिर इनके साथ तो मेरा इनका भाषा अभी तक मैं नहीं सीख पाई हूँ। कुछ छोटा मोटा समझ लेती हूँ, बाकी तो नहीं कर पाती हूँ। बाकी मैम है ट्रांसलेट कर देते हैं, तो फिर इनसे भी बात होता है। बच्चे तो अभी काफ़ी हिंदी सीख भी गए हैं।
तो आप जैसे अभी आपके पास 6 बच्चे हैं, बट आपको उम्मीद है कि और?
उम्मीद है मैम, उम्मीद है कि अगले वर्ष में और भी बच्चे मिलेंगे हमको। ये तो हमको 4 ही बच्चे मिले थे, ये 2 बच्चे तो नहीं, हम लोग अपने बच्चे को आश्रम में कहीं पढ़ाएंगे ऐसे करके बोले। फिर जब तक नहीं जाते तब तक हमको दो, हम पे भी भरोसा करके देखो, ऐसा करके इनके माता पिता लोग।
अच्छा, आप तो लोकल है, आप ये बताइए कि यहाँ पे क्योंकि माओवादियों का काफ़ी प्रभाव था, हर जगह कहते हैं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की प्रॉब्लम थी, कानून व्यवस्था की प्रॉब्लम थी, तो अभी कैसा है?
अभी ठीक है मैम, पहले जैसा नहीं है।
मतलब कितने सालों पहले तक डर का माहौल था यहाँ?
2-3 साल, 2 साल हो गया शायद मैम।
अच्छा
जी, अभी तो ठीक ही है।
अब ठीक है यहाँ?
जी जी जी।
कैसे मारते हो चिड़िया बताओ? गुलेल से। अच्छा, क्या बोलते हो आप गुलेल को? गुंजल। हाँ। If schools are an indicator of Bastar turning a page, the road construction happening deep inside Abujmar, Bijapur, Sukma also indicate that resistance to mainstream is falling off. Roads at one point were the biggest enemy of Naxals. Many policemen have been killed during road opening or construction operations. The culverts, bridges embedded with IEDs would turn into a ticking time bomb till 2 years ago. But today these pictures and the conversations with villagers all indicate a distinct change.
मैं समूह में हम लोग 2-3 महीना हो गया है काम करने के लिए। उस समूह के नाम से, मतलब कि समूह का नाम है जय वाला कार्य स्व सहायता समूह। उस समूह के नाम से विजय शर्मा सर दिए थे। उस मशीन को मैं चाहूँगी कि बना दें, फिर से खराब हो गया है।
किस चीज़ का मशीन था और कितनी कमाई आपकी हो जाती थी?
राइस मिल था और एक दोना पत्तल वाला था। तो एक ही बार वो दोना पत्तल में भी पत्तल बनाए थे 50-50, मतलब पूरा 100 था और उसको बेचे।
अच्छा, तो ये मशीन मिलने से पहले आप लोग कैसे कमाई का क्या जरिया था? ज़मीन से या
हाथ से कूटते थे?
हाथ से?
हाँ।
तो कितना वक्त लग जाता है हाथ से कूटने में?
तो दिन भर भी लगता था, एक घप्पा इतना भी कूटते थे ना।
The conversations in Narayanpur, Sukma, Bijapur now sound as aspirational as in Amethi, Hazaribagh, Ratnagiri or any other part of the country. But reaching this point wasn't easy. More than 50 security camps were set up in the last 1 year alone. Compare this to 15 camps in 2021 and 19 the year after. With each new camp, forces penetrated deeper into Naxal-held territory, reducing their footprint and bringing in development.
जब से हमारा डेडलाइन ये सेट हुआ है, एक ओवरऑल हमारा जो इकोसिस्टम था, जो हमारा जो सिक्योरिटी का जो इकोसिस्टम था, सिक्योरिटी जितने अलग अलग एजेंसीज है, वो एक सिंक में आ गए और हम लोग काम करना शुरू किए। और मल्टी प्रोंग जो अप्रोच था, चाहे वो डेवलपमेंट का हो, हमारे सिक्योरिटी ऑप्स के हों, और इनका जो कर्टेल करना था, डिफरेंट जो इनके जो सपोर्ट मिलते थे, या तो मास सपोर्ट हो या फिर आपका इकोनॉमिकल सपोर्ट हो, सबको हमने कर्टेल किया और एक ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट किया जिससे ये जो नक्सल जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उसको पूरी तरह से हम ख़त्म कर सकें। तो इस पे सारी एजेंसीज है, चाहे वो स्टेट की एजेंसी हो, चाहे वो सेंटर की एजेंसी हो, इसके अलावा बाकी जो एजेंसीज जो हमारे साथ काम करती हैं, वो उन्होंने भी एक साथ मिलकर हम इस डेडलाइन को कंप्लीट करने के लिए हम इसमें प्रतिबद्ध थे। इसमें क्या होता है कि जब आपको एक क्लैरिटी आ जाती है कि आपको क्या करना है और आपको एक रास्ता मिल जाता है किस तरह से करना है, तो आपका जो एक कांस्टेबलरी से लेके आपके हायर अप्स तक पूरे सबको पता होता है कि क्या करना है। तो उस डायरेक्शन में हमने काम करना शुरू किया।
और जहां तक आर्म्ड कार्डर की अगर हम बात करें, आर्म्ड मिलिशिया कितने थे 2 साल पहले ये डेडलाइन सेट होते वक्त, और आज व्हाट इज द नंबर दैट वी आर लुकिंग एट? टेल अस अबाउट बीजापुर स्पेसिफिकली एंड फॉर छत्तीसगढ़ ओवरऑल।
देखिए, इसमें हम अगर आर्म्ड कैडर की बात करें तो 2 विंग होता है इनका आर्म्ड में। पॉलिटिकल विंग को सेट साइड करें तो इनमें इनके जितने जो मेंबर्स होते हैं वो पीएलजे मेंबर से शुरू होता है, पीएलजे मेंबर टू टिल अप टू सीसी, अगर पोलित ब्यूरो आर मेंबर्स ऑफ सीसी ओनली, तो उनकी बात करें तो सारे आर्म पकड़ते हैं। ये जो मेंबर थे अराउंड 1500 टू 2000 करीब ये पूरे मेंबर थे 2024 में ऑल ओवर इंडिया, छत्तीसगढ़ और बाकी सब एरिया में। बीजापुर पर से इसका नंबर 800 से 1000 के बीच में था। लेकिन आज की स्थिति में जो हमारी स्थिति है, हम बहुत अच्छे स्थिति में हैं, तो 100 से 150 के बीच में इनके नंबर्स पहुंच चुके हैं।
One of the turning points in this battle to defeat Naxal violence in Chhattisgarh was neutralizing Basavanna Raju as he was called. He was General Secretary of CPI Maoist. General Secretary means he was the head of CPI Maoist. Basav Raju was eliminated by the local police, by the Chhattisgarh police in May 2025. Sunil Nag was one of the commanders who was part of that operation. Sunil, ऐसा ही जंगल रहा होगा जब आप लोग ऑपरेशन पे चले। आइए हम अपने दर्शकों को भी दिखाएं कि कितना मुश्किल है यहाँ का इलाका। आप बताएंगे 4 दिनों तक आप लोग इस ऑपरेशन में लगे रहे, किस तरीके का इलाका था वो, क्या दिक्कतें थी?
दिक्कतें मैम अबूझमाड़ जान ही रहे हो, नाम से ही अबूझमाड़ है, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा टफ टेरेंट है, नदी नाले हैं और मौसम भी गर्मी का मौसम था। लेकिन जिस दिन इनकाउंटर हुआ था उस दिन हल्का हल्का बूंदाबांदी भी। और हम लोग जब हाइट चढ़ रहे थे तो हमारे यहाँ गाइड था खोटलू को राम, उसको सबसे पहले यानी कि उनका राउंड पहले हिट हुआ मैम, तो हिट हुआ तो वहीं पे ऑन स्पॉट वहीं पे शहीद हो गए। उसके बाद टीम चारों तरफ से सर्च करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे थे और उनको चारों तरफ से घेर लिए मैम। घेरने के बाद फिर वहाँ पे पहाड़ी में झाड़ियाँ भी ज़्यादा थी, तो उनके तरफ से हेवी फायर शुरू हुआ, तो हमारे तरफ से भी कंटिन्यू फायर किए, तो यूवी जलता गए, तो वहाँ से 2-3 ही भाग पाए, बाकी सब वहीं पे न्यूट्रलाइज किया गया।
मैंने सुजाता पूर्व महासचिव गणपति के वाइफ सुजाता का गनमैन था। सबसे पहले मतलब भर्ती होने के बाद 2014 तक उन्हीं का गार्ड का काम किया। उस दौरान मतलब सभी केंद्र कमेटी के कैडर नेताओं को मिलना होता था। मतलब उसका गणपति का वाइफ का गनमैन था, तो वो ले जाती थी मतलब नेताओं के पास। मतलब आप बसव राजू से भी आपने मिले, आप हिडमा को भी मिले? अपने मैं सभी केंद्र कमेटी के नेताओं से मिल चुका हूँ मैं। तो जब वो लोग बताते थे लोगों, क्या कहते थे कि क्यों माओवादियों के साथ जुड़े रहो? बताते होंगे ना आप लोगों को कि क्यों ये काम अच्छा है, क्या कहते थे? जी, मतलब उनका मेन मकसद वही है कि अब यहाँ जो भारत सरकार जो यहाँ चल रही है उसको उकड़ के उनका सरकार वो करना, मतलब खड़ा करना, वही मकसद था उनका। मतलब पहले से उनका वो मकसद से उन लोग
सिखाते थे, मतलब जल जंगल ज़मीन को बचाना है और अपना जनता सरकार को यहाँ पे खड़ा करना है।
और उसके लिए लोगों को मारना पड़े, बच्चों को उठाना पड़े, तो सब सही है?
वो तो गलत है, पर
नहीं, ऐसा वो कहते थे।
जी ऐसा कहते थे मैम।
फिर जब आप छोड़ कर आए, आप छोड़ कर क्यों आए?
मैम मैं छोड़ कर आया, वहाँ जाने के बाद मैं 2010 से 2017 तक मैं एक बार भी लौट कर नहीं आया था घर में देखने। और उनका जो राजनीतिक था वो थोड़ा राजनीतिक ठीक ही था, लेकिन थोड़ा सा जनता के साथ व्यवहार करना थोड़ा सा गलत था मैम। मतलब किसी को भी ये मुखबिरी, पुलिस का मुखबिरी बोल के मारना, निर्दोष लोगों को भी मारना, ऐसा होता था तो थोड़ा सा देखा तो ये गलत लगा मेरे को। तो उसमें फिर बाद में थोड़ा सा सोच हो गया कि मैं जाऊं। और
छोड़ के आना आसान था? आने दिया उन लोगों ने?
नहीं मैम।
मैं 2021 से हूँ यहाँ पर। मेरा जॉइनिंग 2021 से बस्तर फाइटर में हुआ है।
क्यों सोचा आपने कि ये काम करना है?
जी मेरे को इस विभाग में आना था, मेरे मतलब सपोर्ट करना था यहाँ पे कि मैं भी कभी फोर्स में जाऊँ, ये मेरा चॉइस था। एक
चॉइस था। देखिए महिलाएं पुलिसिंग का तो काम करती हैं, लेकिन यहाँ जंगल में 4-4 दिन ऑपरेशन में रहना मुश्किल नहीं होती?
नहीं, शुरू में मुश्किल होता है, उसके बाद सर्वाइव करते करते मतलब हो जाता है।
तो क्यों आपने सोचा कि इस ऑपरेशन मतलब ऐसी नौकरी करनी है?
मैम हमारे गांव में बहुत नक्सली थे, तो इस कारण से बहुत वहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम था, इस वजह से मैं भी आना चाह रही थी।
कौन सा गांव, कौन सा जिला?
ओरछा से मैम।
ओरछा से
जी, नारायणपुर जिला।
तो नक्सली आकर तंग करते थे?
जी मैम, वहाँ पे बहुत नक्सली थे। जी।
अपना एक्सपीरियंस बताइए, जब आप गांव में थी क्या होता था?
तो वहाँ पे बहुत नक्सली आते थे मैम, मतलब गांव के आसपास जो 10 किलोमीटर 5 किलोमीटर है वहाँ, तो लोग बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान थे वहाँ पे। जी, तो अभी सिचुएशन बहुत अच्छा है कि वहाँ पे अभी वैसा कुछ नहीं है, हम वहाँ पे रह सकते हैं, जा सकते हैं।
The private sector should be encouraged in all which ways possible in this coming budget. We also want to make sure that we are not entirely dependent on imports for our critical sectors like solar energy and semiconductors. The government to take steps which will generate large-scale employment in the country. Watch me, Rajiv Kumar, as I analyze the budget exclusively for CNN News 18.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18 on Republic Day. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's begin with a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Tiranga flies high across every corner as Indian nation celebrates 77th Republic Day. Patriotism, grandeur and cultural unity on display on Kartavya Paths during Republic Day parade. India's military might on display as well as this year's Republic Day parade honors success of Operation Sindoor. 131 icons honored with Padma awards, but opposition sees red, claims nominees from poll-bound states favoured. Governor versus government face-off escalates. Stalin boycotts Governor R.N. Ravi's Republic Day Tea Party.